Since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire, let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 177, Special Order, Find Miri. 2. Special Order, Find Miri. 2. While the priest was away for a moment, Sentris went underground at high speed. The stairs are quite long, aren't they? Is someone named Miri here? Sentris quickly walked down the stairs, holding her pounding heart in case she ran into someone. When she heard the sound of someone's footsteps coming down from above, she quickly hid herself among the objects inside the stairs. Woo, there was no believer support today either. Don't we have to sacrifice ourselves if we continue like this? Ugh, I came because they said that if I apply for this mission, I will be promoted to chief priest right away, but I think I came for no reason, so. The saint. You're so stubborn, right? If you don't agree, you can lure the children in the slums by offering them food and brainwash them, but you said you'd never do, that they are all heretics who will fall apart when the Archangel of Destruction regains all his power anyway. They are too soft on children. That's right. Children have good vitality, so if the Archangel absorbed it, it would have ended a long time ago. The voices chattering as they came down the stairs were the voices of the priestesses who were distributing food to them. Brainwashing children and having them absorbed into archangels? These bad guys. They had a different plan as expected. Has Miri already suffered this? The subject of the priestess's conversation changed, just as the Sentris was curious about Miri's whereabouts. Senior. But I heard last time that the green-haired heretic bitch had enormous mana. The saint said yes. Thanks to her, she said that now she just needs to gather about 10 more people. So what are you doing? You don't have any support, but you managed to quietly subdue such a strong person. She must have let her guard down, because she was strong. She said she drank the brainwashing medicine the saint gave her. In that state, the Archangel of Destruction came out. So no matter how strong she is, there is nothing she can do. If we can somehow fill in 10 more people, the original power of the Archangel will descend. Yes. We must wipe out this cursed heathen land and quickly return to the Holy Kingdom. Once this task is completed, you and I will both be promoted to chief priests and live comfortably. The priestesses told Sentris a lot of information and headed to her room. Sentris listened to their entire conversation among the objects and quickly succeeded in examining her inside before the door to the room they entered was closed. Not that place. Since there is only a bed and clothes inside, I think it is a room for priests. By the way, if you have green hair, it must be Miri, right? Oh my god, what happened to him? What should I do with Thistlethau? Could not believe that Miri, who was said to be as strong as him, had been harmed. Sentris expressed his anger at the priests of the Icarus temple and moved his body to somehow save Miri or at least find her whereabouts. Sentris moved as quietly as possible and looked around, discovering that one door was locked. Is it here? Why is this place locked? All the other places were warehouses or empty rooms. But however, a huge energy was felt inside, and Sentris, who instinctively sensed the energy moving, flew back to the place where she had initially hidden. Crash. As soon as the Sentris hid herself, the door to the locked room opened, and a beautiful being appeared. I think I felt something here. Was it an illusion? No, this body can't be mistaken. It was a very small amount of energy, but there was definitely something there. The beautiful being had the appearance of a very beautiful woman, but the large wings on her back showed that she was not human. Is that the Archangel of Destruction that the priests were talking about? It really is an incredible energy. CRRRRN. I felt movement from here. She exudes an incredibly ferocious aura, and she is a Sentris who feels extreme fear of the Archangel of Destruction approaching the place where she is hiding. Don't hold your breath and lift a finger. You'll definitely get caught. Sentris held back even the sound of her breathing, and after killing her presence as best as she could, she prayed to the heavens that the Archangel of Destruction would not find her. Ugh, I still want to live. I have to take care of my younger brother. I also want to spend happy days with my lover. So please don't let that monster find me. Lord Icarus. Perhaps because this was the temple of Icarus, Centris unconsciously searched for Icarus and prayed to her, and Centris felt someone speaking to her inside her heart. I will grant your wish. Please join forces with the one who sent you here and correct my children who are walking the wrong path. And at that moment, a miracle occurred. Squeak. A mouse suddenly jumped out into the hallway from where the Centris was hiding. What? Was it this guy? I should instruct the priests to take proper care of the temple. I can't believe such a dirty creature exists in Icarus's solemn temple. Sigh. The Centris could barely hold back a scream from inside as she looked at the mouse, whose entire body was twisted and dying under the Archangel's outstretched hand. Lord Icarus. Thank you. I don't know why you helped me. I don't know if it's Icarus, but furthermore, I will definitely stop this conspiracy with Hyung. While Centris was thanking Icarus in her heart, the Archangel who killed the mouse returned to the room he came from and the door to the room was closed again. Ha 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 ha. It really was a terrifying feeling. Well, but that's similar to Hyung's? Of course, it's completely opposite to Hyung's warm aura. Hey, maybe I'm mistaken. How can I check the monster's energy in my subject? After catching his breath for a moment, Centris searched the empty room again to find Miri. What? This smell. At that time, Centris' sense of smell detected a familiar unpleasant smell that he had smelled somewhere between the slightly open door. It's clear. It's here. The smell of that brainwashing medicine is coming out. Centris, who sensed that Miri was there, went straight into that room. Clearly here. What? Why is there nothing? However, the room where Centris entered contained only a desk, a chair, a glass bottle containing medicine, a few Bibles, and other than that, nothing was visible. Oh, what should I do? If it's not here, could it be the room where the Archangel is? Even so, I can't go in there. Should I just escape and tell Hyung what I've done so far? Still, I'm sure Hyung will believe Methan. Centris saw a butterfly flying. This is underground, but why is there a butterfly? No way. Centris searched the wall where the butterfly flew. It was a strange wall, because there was a curtain on the bare wall, but when the curtain was pulled back, a hidden space was revealed. Where is this place? In that space, there was a huge magic circle and numerous oak barrels. Since the number of oak barrels was almost over 100, Centris was in trouble to find Miri and open all of them. Still, there's nothing we can do. In order to save Miri, we have no choice but to open and check all of these places, even though he could have been caught and killed because of the noise of opening the oak barrel. Centris clenched his fists. I can do anything to repay the kindness of Hyung, who saved my life and Centuria's life, and allowed me to avenge my parents with my own hands. Hyung is my benefactor. I will also help Hyung somehow. I don't know if it was grace or some other emotion, but anyway, Centris mustered up the courage and picked up the crowbar in the corner. But why is the door to the baptismal room open? Who came in? When the saintess's voice was heard from the hallway outside the door, Centris thought it was a mistake. What a fool. You didn't close the door when you came in here. Centris, blaming herself for her big mistake, let her body go limp as she heard the saint's footsteps approaching. Ugh. Everything is wrong now. I will now be caught, brainwashed, and put in that oak barrel. The saint said she won't harm children. But I know all the secrets of this place, so I won't leave it alone. Just when Centris is about to give up everything, a butterfly that announced the existence of this place disturbed the Centris's gaze. What? That butterfly. When the butterfly realized that Centris' eyes were on her, she quickly flew and landed on an oak barrel, and Centris sensed that the barrel contained Miri. That container is where Miri is in. Miri sent a butterfly to catch my attention. If so, since it was confirmed that he would be caught anyway, Centris ran as quickly as possible and opened the lid of the oak barrel with a crowbar, where Miri, soaked in brainwashing medicine, appeared. Such a foolish guy. I even gave him butterflies and told him everything, so why is it taking so long? Miri. Seeing Miri approaching in anger, Centris was completely frightened and closed her eyes. But instead of hitting her sentry, she patted her head and praised her for her hard work. Still, you did well. If it weren't for you, my entire body would have melted and been absorbed. But most of my energy was absorbed into that damn magic circle. And there was semen. But the medicinal energy was so strong that it took all I could to overcome it. In this state, I can't even protect my body, let alone defeat the saintly bitch coming here. Well, then I will send you to the west right now. This is the magic video bead that contains the truth of this place. Let the west know the truth of this place. And this Miri was truly happy to have met you, West, and will only love you forever even after death. I mean me, Miri. No way. There has to be a way for the two of us to get out together. Taken, this guy. The little guy is arrogant. If you really feel that way, then tell the master to save Miri. Even if it's late, make sure to say that you will never blame the master. Al. Do you agree? Centris cried as she saw Miri smiling while hitting her forehead point, and the moment the sound of the door to her baptismal room being opened reached her ears, Centris' vision darkened and then brightened, and she was able to see her Juno sitting on her throne. Free. Centris, you know Hyung. Although Centris' mission to rescue Miri failed, she was able to deliver Miri's message to Yuno with only half success. Girl of Destruction ILLUSTRATION Chapter 178. The Emperor's Wrath. 1. The Emperor's Wrath. 1. As Centris arrived, while the Royal Council was in progress, many ministers were able to hear Centris' testimony along with Yuno. What? Is that true? Yes, brother. He said he was restoring the power of the Archangel of Destruction by sacrificing the brainwashed believers. Once that power is fully restored, he will cause a massacre in Adria and create a country just for the believers of Icarus. We have to stop it quickly. Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to be a nobleman. How dare you use the ridiculous title brother to His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty, I don't know how he came into the palace, but I shouldn't trust the words of such a suspicious kid. A nobleman came out and advised Yuno, but Yuno looked at him in bewilderment. What have you heard so far, sir? Don't you know what is important in this situation? A nobleman? Is this a situation where etiquette can be considered? Do you? Your Majesty Kwang, it's noisy. This young child, at my request, was worried about the safety of the people of the Empire, so he risked his life to enter the Temple of Icarus and bring back decisive evidence. But even in this urgent situation, a noble like you is pretentious and pretentious. Isn't that why people like Johans are plotting against our empire? Yuno's anger made all the nobles in the palace shrink. The Knights of the Guard should immediately bring out the author, and the Prime Minister, through the audit office, investigate the corruption of the author and his relatives, and if anything is found, strip the author of his official position. Yes, Your Majesty. I will follow your orders, Your Majesty. God was wrong. Just one chance. Your Majesty, it was clear that he would lose his official position, as it was clear that even a single pod would come out if the fearsome audit office decided to reveal it. However, Yuno's imperial authority had reached its peak, so that even if the emperor eliminated a noble's title on the spot, other nobles could not even speak point after a noble was taken away by the guard knights. The video from the magic video sphere brought by Centris began to play. Yuno, who was already full of anger at Miri's disappearance, was once again shaken by what was contained in the magic video sphere brought by the Centris. When the testimony that he would summon the Archangel of Destruction to Adria and carry out a massacre turned out to be true, most of the people in the capital the nobles living in were also angry. Minister of Foreign Affairs. With the evidence this child brought, even if we close down the temple and blow off the heads of the saints and priests, the Holy Kingdom of Johans will not be able to accuse the Empire. Right, perhaps that will happen. However, there is a high possibility that the saint and her priests will step aside, saying it is an arbitrary action. It doesn't matter if it's this way or that way. But if I fall for this, I will destroy the Holy Kingdom of Johans before that Tacito, Yuno, whose eyes were wide with anger and thinking about how to get revenge on Seonguk, felt Centris, who had been sitting on his lap, pulling his clothes. Sigh, bro. This is not the time. Miri is in danger. We have to save Miri quickly. True. That's right. The Minister of Administration, sound an emergency alert throughout Adriatic and mobilize all capital guards to evacuate the citizens of the slums. the Minister of National Defense, mobilize the Imperial Palace guards and surround the Adriatic Temple so that not a single rat can escape. The Imperial Palace Guard is a force under my jurisdiction. Yes, I understand. Mayor, who was trying to protest against Yuno as usual, was crushed when he saw Yuno's eyes burning like fire, and from now on, I will personally investigate the Temple of Icarus. All departments must stop working and cooperate with this as a top priority. Yes, Your Majesty. All the subjects bowed down except for the Marquis of Trier and Count Mayor, who had already rushed out under Juno's orders, and Juno got up from the throne and left the royal palace. Commander of the Guard Knights, please take charge of the defense of the Imperial Palace. There is a possibility that the Archangel of Destruction may fly to the Imperial Palace, so I will ask my wives to take care of me. Although they are masters, their combat power cannot be expected, since they are almost pregnant. God will sacrifice his life to protect the Empress Mamas. Juno, who was worried about the pregnant Uria, Eliza, and Catherine, entrusted the defense of the Imperial Palace to Leech Tenor, who had been following him, and quickly rushed to the Temple of Icarus with Viscount Amin, newly appointed as Vice Captain of the Knights of the Guard, and 3 members of the Knights of the Guard. Run faster. Are you really the 12th Division that was trained directly by His Majesty in the past? Even ants can run faster than you. Viscount Amin's voice came to the ears of Yuno, who was running at the front with Sentris in his arms. It seems Viscount Amin learned a lot from the last duel. I heard that I'm constantly sparring with Mr. Lichtenor and building from the ground up. It is not for nothing that I'm a standout opponent. It felt very good to see the subordinates under him improving. So even in this situation, Yuno was able to smile slightly. Brother, there's something I couldn't tell you earlier, but I hope you don't kill her, Saint Har. What do you mean? That Sentris tells Yuno that her priestess's demands to speed up her plans by forcibly brainwashing her children were opposed by her priestesses, and she felt like she had no choice but to do it, even though she didn't want to. I explained that I received it. Well, if Mary is safe, yes, I can show mercy as you said. But, if even in the unlikely event that Mary dies, I will make the Holy Kingdom pay for that blood. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I will pay the price with the life of the entire Holy Kingdom. I will make sure that the bastards of the Holy Kingdom pay the price for touching my woman. Sentris looked with blank eyes at Yuno, who was spewing out her enormous flesh with her loving obsession and possessiveness for her own woman. Ugh. It's strange. Brother. No, when I look at your majesty, the inside of my chest is tickling, and my lower stomach feels tingly. Something, but think about that for a moment. Sentris tapped Juno's arm as the Temple of Icarus began to come into view. Hyung, now that I think about it, what about Centauria? Centauria is still at home. Don't worry. I said I would protect you, right? I sent you to the temple and brought you back to be with my wives. Sentris, reassured by Yuno's words, pointed to the dark clouds rising above the Icarus temple and shouted to Yuno, that's it. I've been feeling that kind of energy from the guy called the Archangel of Destruction. But it feels like the energy is getting bigger. Quang. Before the Sentris could finish speaking, a shockwave flew out from the dark clouds and attacked them. Kuang. However, the shockwave was cancelled out by Yuno's outstretched fist and did no damage to them, and Yuno shouted into her dark cloud, as if it were ridiculous. Are you the Archangel of Destruction? I have figured out your plan. How dare you target the people of our empire and absorb my women? If you surrender now and release the brainwashed people, I will spare your life. Yuno shouted loudly with all her manner, and when Viscount Amin and the Knights of the Royal Guards who followed behind her arrived, she sent a glance to Viscount Amin. From now on, in accordance with the solemn command of His Majesty Juno I, the Great Emperor of the Empire, we will carry out a mandatory investigation into the Temple of Icarus in Adriatic. The charges against you are kidnapping, murder, extortion, intimidation, and slander. There are many things like overthrow attempts. Anyway, if you don't want to die, cooperate obediently. While Viscount Amin was reporting, the guard knights formed a formation with shields and prepared to rush in at the temple entrance point. Next, the commander of the Imperial Palace Guard, who received orders from Mayor, led the Imperial Palace Guard and surrounded the temple without leaving any water leaks. Yuno felt somewhat relieved when he heard the sounds of the Capitol Guards introducing the residents in the slums. From now on, if there is no answer for the count of 3, we will carry out mandatory execution. 3, 2, 1. However, before Viscount Amin could count to 3, the dark cloud that looked suspicious began to grow larger, and an angel emitting light appeared from their point. Centris warned Yuno to be careful as the archangel looked more splendid than what he had seen inside the temple, but Yuno gritted his teeth, as if it was no problem. Ho is completed. You stupid heathens. I thought you were going to attack me as soon as I arrived. But you waited for my power to be completed like this. I can't thank you enough. Especially that green-haired bitch's power helped me a lot. Giggling. Giggling. Green hair? Are you talking about Miri? What happened to Miri? I absorbed all of that bitch's power. Wouldn't she be dead by now? But even if he dies, he can live on as part of my power, so it must be quite sacred for a pagan's death. He padukduk. How dare you? Take this, you knows woman. I guess that green-haired bitch was your bitch. Then try to die with the power of your bitch. At Yuno, who was shaking with anger, the Archangel of Destruction shot out a huge lightning bolt, as if it had truly absorbed all of Mira's power. Quang. That huge lightning struck Yuno and the Centris next to her. Centris's eyes were filled with despair at the power that was on a completely different level from the shockwave sent earlier, but at the same time, Yuno's fists clenched. Yuno's fist, filled with anger, stretched forward with mana overflowing from the mana holy illustration of the Archangel of Destruction who has perfected all his powers. Chapter 179, The Emperor's Wrath. 2. The Emperor's Wrath. 2. Hui Quang. Yuno's fist stretched forward, forming a huge dragon fist wind made of fists, tearing up the lightning flying towards him, and heading towards the Archangel. What is this? In response to an attack of enormous power that was completely unexpected, the Archangel floundered and formed a shield to block Yuno's attack point. However, perhaps because of the dragon fist wind that accompanied the attack, her appearance was unbelievable, and Yuno threw the Centris to the guard knights who were watching her battle from behind, and then taunted the Archangel by waving his finger. Attack. You monster who doesn't know if you're an angel or a devil. As for the guard knights, protect this child until I tear this damn bitch to death, then go inside and arrest the priests. Centris, you give the knights a warning in advance. Please show me the location. I'll do it, bro. At Juno's order, the guard knights formed a formation to protect the Centris and charged into the temple with Viscount Amin at the head. Hey, you insignificant heretic. I don't know how you got that kind of power, but since you're a human, your power is limited. The Archangel, who fell for Yuno's provocation, continued to pour out her lightning, as if she didn't care about the knights who stormed into her temple, but Yuno's rock-like muscles easily took her lightning attack point. SSSSS. Huh. That infidel is so arrogant. Instead, the Archangel was embarrassed and had to dodge Yuno's encouragement, which was aimed at her at every opportunity, and her anger continued to rise. It won't work. I don't know how that guy blocks my lightning, but his body seems to be resistant to lightning attacks. Then, the Archangel attacked Yuno using her initial attack method, converting her divine power into shockwaves. SHHH. Whoa. Whoa. Unlike her lightning, there was a physical impact and her attack seemed to be effective as Yuno's body was pushed back behind her. Oh ho 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 ho. How are you? You heretic. See clearly the power of Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction who is favored by Icarus. Bang. 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 The inside of Yuno's mouth was torn by the continuous shock waves, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her hair became scattered, and her top was completely torn and ruined. What? They said he was the Archangel of Destruction. Maybe it was Metatron. But what? Your attacks don't work on my body. In fact, when the dust settled, Yuno's body, revealed through the torn clothes, was unharmed and intact. So Archangel Metatron's eyes widened, as if they were torn apart. Oh, how? My attack was an attack that could kill quite a few humans by the hundred. Shoot. You can slaughter weak humans with ranged attacks like that, but it looks like you've never dealt with a truly strong person. You bitch. Think you met the boss today. Yuno took off his torn jacket, as if it was bothering him, spat out blood mixed spit, and then kicked the ground hard, and launched himself into the air flash. Whoa, whoa. In Metatron's eyes, her Yuno's body appeared to be elongated, and at the same time she realized that her Yuno's fist was stuck in her mid-air stomach, and she felt an incredible pain that she had never felt before. I felt this hitting her brain. Koya. How is this speed? I didn't even have time to react. HMPH. You think so little about human life that you can barely scream in this much pain. Hey, you insignificant human. Boom boom. Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction, threw a powerful fistful of her divine power at Yuno, but there was no way that the punches of an angel who had never learned any martial arts could reach Yuno, who was a master of close combat. Yuno so naturally dodged her attack that she fell to the ground again. And as soon as her foot touched the ground, he delivered a kick to her back at lightning speed. It's so painful. The next time will be even more painful. The Archangel, kicked by Yuno's foot, was thrown against the temple wall and fell to the ground. Yuno then immediately chased down the Archangel, who fell to the ground and began raining down her fists with all her might. Bang bang bang. As her fist filled with energy poured down on him, Metatron activated her shield to defend himself, but the shield shook as if it would be shattered by Yuno's fist filled with energy. Damn it. I hate to admit it, but I can't beat this guy in a ground fight. I have to get up into the air somehow. The Archangel glanced upward, looking for an opportunity to escape Yuno's attack, but Yuno seemed to have guessed her aim and moved her body brilliantly, blocking any possible direction for her to escape. So Metatron's eyes slowly narrowed. Despair began to set in. Yes, how did you accumulate such endless power despite being a human? You also absorbed the life force of the same human. Icarus-sama will not forgive your sins. At the Archangel's completely out of this world textbook-like remarks, blood appeared on Yuno's forehead, and Yuno's attacks became more intense. Fuck that bullshit. Who absorbed human life force? This is the result of the love between my wives and I. Who did something as evil as you, bitch? In fact, Yuno's mana hole grew and evolved even more as she impregnated Uria, Eliza, and Catherine. In particular, the cause was that the source of the mana in the second mana hole attached to Yuno's dick was the world tree. After experiencing reproduction, the mana hole went on a rampage and swelled in size even more, spewing out a desire to impregnate the surrounding women at random. Thanks to this, Yuno had sex for 18 hours a day to calm his ever-erecting cock. It had reached a point where it was barely possible to run the government by focusing only on the government. It's a good thing that I was able to make a woman pregnant only when I said the words to get pregnant. Otherwise, I would have been pregnant by now anyway. Perhaps due to the price paid, the mana in the mana hole became purer. The amount swelled twice as much as before, and Yuno became incredibly strong. So he once again expressed his gratitude in his heart to the women who helped him grow through sex, and expressed his strength. He pushed her even harder, as if he would not forgive the Archangel of Destruction for insulting him. So bad. So bad. Now, as the shield blocking the wind began to crack, as if it would tear at any moment, Metatron's eyes began to shake tremendously. Now it's over. Metatron. Oh, no. Blah blah blah. Clink. In the end, the shield broke, and Metatron's eyes closed tightly. Meanwhile, the knights who rushed into the temple to find Miri and arrest the priests quickly overpowered the priests inside, and arrested the priests one by one. Priestess of Icarus, you are under arrest for kidnapping, murder, and subversion. Let go of this. Let go of this. Lord Icarus will not forgive you. POW. The priestesses tried to resist fiercely, but their resistance was easily crushed by the knights' fists, and the knights quickly overpowered the first floor drivers. It's here. There's a secret facility they hid in the basement. The 10th squadron of the Knights of the Guard should watch over the arrested priests on the first floor, and the 11th and 12th squadron should follow me. Thanks to the sentries' guidance, the drivers quickly figured out where to go underground. They followed the instructions and went downstairs, and had to hold their noses at the smell that started to spread from there. Ugh. This smell, the brainwashing medicine you heard from His Majesty. Everyone, come to your senses. You must not be fooled by drugs. You are the proud knights of the Balkan Guard. Don't give in to brainwashing drugs. Think about your knight's oath. Viscount Amin, the vice captain of the guard knights, tried to command the knights somehow, but the master, Viscount Amin, felt his head spinning, and even felt something coming into his head, so he knew how much pain the knights under him would be in, and tried to do it. Asked, "You used such evil things against his majesty's subjects. You rotten Johans. I will never forgive you if you survive here." Although he was loyal to Henry, as he was Viscount Amin who valued chivalry, he was only loyal to the person who sat on the throne. Similarly, when Juno ascended to the throne, he obediently swore loyalty, so Juno had Count Liechtenauer teach him again, and led him to the Knights of the Guard. Served as vice captain points due to Juno's generosity in showing importance to those who fought against him. Viscount Amin began to be truly loyal to Juno, and to that extent, he set his teeth against the plot of the Holy Kingdom of Johans to harm Juno's subjects, and promised to save the emperor's concubine and the people. I participated in this operation with the same mindset point. However, contrary to his mindset, the thick concentration of brainwashing medicine gradually eroded the will of the knights, and the royal knights fell to the floor one by one, and all of them were on the verge of fainting point. Then take this. A hand of salvation came down from the top of the stairs. Oyunor's battle outfit illustration chapter 180. Special order. Find Miri. 3. Special order. Find Miri. 3. What came down from the top of the stairs to the knights suffering from the brainwashing drug was a white ring point. The bullets thrown by Centris rolled down the stairs at high speed and landed exactly at the feet of about 30 knights when the sound of something rolling and rolling along with an urgent voice was heard from under their feet. The guards looked at Danwin who had fallen at their feet while gritting their teeth in pain, as if their heads would break. It's an antidote developed by Her Highness Diane. Swallow it quickly. As soon as he went down to the basement, Centris's sensitive senses sensed the energy of brainwashing medicine wafting out, and he quickly ran outside and asked for help from the Imperial Palace guards who were surrounding the temple point. Unlike the Royal Guard Knights who went straight to the temple with Juno, the Imperial Palace guard who rushed with minimal preparation happened to be carrying the antidote created by Diane. So Count Maya, who was in charge of the garrison, gave half of the antidote he had to Centris. It was given quickly. It's effective if you take it as soon as possible. Viscount Amin and the Knights of the Royal Guard who picked up the sweet pills hesitated for a moment at the strange smell emanating from the sweet pills, but thinking that this was a different story, they put the sweet pills sprinkled by Centris in their mouths and swallowed them. SHHH. As soon as they swallowed the pungent smelling Danwin, the Knights of the Guard felt a refreshing sensation as if a refreshing wind was sweeping their bodies from within, and closed their eyes. Then, a thick pink mist spewed out from their bodies, and all the energy of the brainwashing drug that had been eating away at the knights' bodies and minds was purified, and after a while, the knights opened their eyes again, regaining their sparkling light. The taste and smell are terrible, but the detoxification effect is so strong that it feels like it has burned off all the impurities left in the body. It's better than any elixir I've ever taken. Things are settled. Afterward, I will definitely have to say thank you to Her Royal Highness Princess Diane. As Viscount Amin and the Knights of the Royal Guard were inspecting the body in admiration at the incredible effect of the single ring, Centris shouted from behind, "Say that later. We have to go quickly and find the saint." Centris swallowed a single pill and went down the stairs to raise Viscount Amin. "I understand, kid. Guard Knights, divide into groups of 5 and search for the saint. When you discover her saint, avoid engaging in combat and blow the whistle to call me. I will follow the vice captain's orders." After giving orders to his knights, Viscount Amin looked with admiration at the Centris who had raised him up. "Child, thank you for your advice. It is certainly worthy of His Majesty the Emperor to entrust you with such a secret mission. You take this whistle with you. If you ever need my help, just blow it hard." "Yes, I understand, Mr. Knight." Compared to before, the person had definitely changed. Even though it was a commoner's instruction, Viscount Amin accepted it when it was judged to be right point. After receiving a whistle from the Centris, Viscount Amin quickly ran away, and his knights quickly dispersed to search the vast underground point. While the knights were looking for the saint, Centris entered her penance room and was looking for the oak barrel where Miri was contained. That's right. It was the barrel in that location. Centris used the crowbar lying in her corner to open the lid and look inside, but inside was a body that looked like it had been melted for quite some time, causing her to gag. Wow. Damn it. That skeleton. Isn't that supposed to be Miri? Although the Centris was so angry that she personally plucked out Enrich's eyeballs, she actually saw the corpse only a few times, and the condition of the corpse, with all the melted flesh clinging to it, was so terrible that the Centris had to keep vomiting. Brit, wow. Well, I can't just keep doing this. If Miri was murdered, we need to find the body. That's the request I received from Yuno, as if he would somehow make Yuno's wish come true. Centris tightened his legs and stood up, looking into the barrel. This is not Miri. The color of the remaining hair is black. Centris was relieved that the body was not Miri, and began smashing the oak barrel with the crowbar he was holding. I do not have time. If you open each oak barrel, you never know when Miri will end up like that. Then I won't have the honor to see Yuno. Quang. Quang. Centris's arm, which was swinging the crowbar at the oak barrel, was filled with unprecedented power that came from an unknown source, and each time the arm was swung, the oak barrel shattered in an instant. Not this. Not this either. The Centris had already destroyed all the oak barrels placed on the magic circle, but there was not a single green hair visible on the corpses inside. Huh, what happened? It's definitely supposed to be here. I heard the Archangel of Destruction clearly absorbs Miri's power. However, even when Centris rubbed her eyes, there were no longer any oak barrels left in the room. So Centris tried to search for Miri in another room. At that time Flutter, a familiar butterfly, caught Centris's eye. Up. That butterfly. The butterfly fluttered its wings and flew around the room inside the penitence room, then landed in the center of the magic circle and soon disappeared without a trace. Did I see something wrong? No. This is a rescue signal sent to me by Miri. Miri is in this room. However, since there was still nothing in the room, Centris closed her eyes for a moment and heightened her entire body senses to the limit. I'm going to feel it. Just like Centuria has sensitive senses. I'm going to try it. Just like when I felt the energy of the Archangel of Destruction. I'm going to feel Miri's energy. Suddenly, Centris' ears could not hear anything as all the surrounding noise was blocked, and Centris' senses, which had become extremely sensitive, were searching for Miri's energy. No. Not this either. Not this powerful energy. The energy I was looking for was an extremely clear and pure energy that helped me escape from here. An energy that seemed to symbolize nature. That's right. Like this energy. As soon as his eyes, which had been closed for a long time, opened, Centris began to dig up the brick floor of the penitence room with the crowbar that was lying next to him. It's down here. Miri must be under this floor right now. When all the bricks were exposed, a sandy bottom was visible. As Centris scooped up the sand with her hands, joy came to her eyes as she saw that the wooden lid was indeed visible. I found it. Miri is in here. Just wait a moment. I'll get it out to you right away. When the lid was opened with a crowbar, bright green hair was revealed, and Miri's body was visible. Thank goodness. Miri hasn't melted yet. A peculiar smell of brainwashing liquid was wafting out from inside the oak barrel, but Centris put her hand in and took out Miri's body without hesitation, as if she believed in the antidote she had taken. Miri, come to your senses. However, Miri's breathing seemed to have stopped, and her body was completely frozen, and the Centris tried to wake Miri up by hitting her cheek. Oh, no. Am I late? No. You can't give up yet. Yuno Hyung also hasn't given up, and is fighting outside. You can't die. Miri. The Yuno Hyung you've been looking for is Miri. I came to save you, Miri. The moment the words Yuno came out of her mouth, Centris felt her Miri's energy react, even if only slightly. Then Centris instinctively took out her antidote pill from her pocket that was tied to her waist, and put it into Miri's mouth, and her pill melted like water, and disappeared into Miri's body, was absorbed into and a miracle happened. Cluck, crunch, crunch. Really? You're such a hard-working kid. Still, I'm really grateful. Thanks to you, I was able to meet you again. I'll make sure to repay this favor, Miri. Miri's body was completely covered in blood, as if she had been assaulted many times before entering the barrel, and her body was emaciated due to starvation without any nutrition during her confinement. But the Centress seemed to be very grateful that she had come back to life and went into Miri's arms. I threw myself away. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Oh my, you bastard. What are you doing to someone who just died and came back to life? TSK. No matter what she said, Miri patted Centress's back and praised her with moved eyes, as if she was truly grateful. But after a while, her eyes widened, as if she had discovered something, and Miri grabbed hold of the Centress's body and tried to raise it up. Oops. I don't think it's over yet, so get up quickly. Come on. Huh. What is that? Huh. At her Miri's words, the Centress turned her head and was able to find her saint looking at them from the inner door of her penitence room. Miri illustrations brought to life thanks to the structure of Centress. Chapter 181. Special Order, Find Miri. 4. Special Order, Find Miri. 4. Saint Angelina looked at Centress and Miri with surprised eyes. Woo, really? It looks like that kid is the one who helped Sister Miri escape last time. I don't know how they found Sister Miri buried in the ground and revived her, but it won't work anymore. Oh, how could it be that? There must already be knights searching the basement. Wait a minute. While I was praying in my room on the second basement floor, the sound that was echoing from above was actually the sound of knights from the Balkan Empire. If that were the case, the sisters would have already been captured. Now that things have come to this, I must protect this door with all my might. I guess upon hearing that there was a second underground floor, Centress realized that his investigation was insufficient and let out his sighs. Meanwhile, Saint Angelina used her divine power to seal the door to the penitence room, and then she smiled leisurely as she looked at Centress and Miri. Sister Miri, I'm sorry, but could you please go back into the barrel? If Miri comes out of the barrel like this, the power of the Archangel of Destruction will decrease. KKKK. Archangel of Destruction? Are you referring to the thing that is being smashed to pieces by my lord outside right now? What is that? That can't be possible. The power of the Archangel of Destruction Metatron, fully restored, is enough to destroy Adria in half. Don't shake me with words like that. Won't you find out whose words are true when you get out? If you let us out quietly, I won't make you pay for putting me in this situation. Heh. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. My mission is to summon the Archangel of Destruction, restore its original power, and maintain it. If I can do that, my younger brother will be safe. And for that, what will I do? I will do anything. Bleak. Seeing the Saintess making an incomprehensible sound and showing her determination, Centress blew the whistle given to her by Viscount Amin with all her remaining strength. The whistle seemed to be magically amplified and rang throughout the basement, and it was enough for Viscount Amin and the Knights of the Guard, who were continuing the search underground, to react. I found the saint. Go to the place where the whistle sounded. All members of the 10th and 12th divisions of the Knights Guard gathered together. The Knights of the Royal Guard who had gathered in front of the penance room, where the sound was heard at high speed, tried to rush into the penance room, but the seal created by the saint was blocking them. Damn it. What is this? The door won't open. I could definitely hear the whistle coming from inside, but who found it? There are no vacancies. It looks like the kid who gave us the antidote found it. What a kid. He's performing much better than the Knights of the Royal Guard. When Viscount Amin stepped forward and looked at him, as if he was wondering why you couldn't do something that a mere kid could do, the Knights of the Royal Guard quietly looked away. Get out of the way. I'll open it. Rattling. However, the door did not open despite the power of Viscount Amin, the master, so the Knights of the Royal Guard stiffened their faces and the Saintess smiled inside the penance room. Do you hear? No matter how much you are a Vulcan Royal Knight, you cannot break my seal. So give up and quietly go to the barrel. Quang. However, when a huge explosion sounded and her entire basement shook, the Saintess's expression hardened. The saint has placed a seal on her door. Then she just needs to break the wall. There is no reason for her to foolishly engage in a power struggle. Choir. Whirring once again, an explosion sounded, and the sound of a wall collapsing was heard. Although Viscount Amin was not well versed in the art of boxing, He was a member of the Masters, and his mana amount was comparable to that of Yuno, so he was able to destroy the thick wall of the underground with just 2 strikes. This is not the honest Amin who foolishly obsessed only with strength. Prepare yourself, Saint. I will pay with your life for brainwashing and massacring His Majesty's subjects. Despite the tense situation in which Viscount Amin approached her with his sword emitting cool sword energy, Angelina actually smiled. Woo, I never thought of a way to tear down the wall. Now that it's like this, I can't help it. Please forgive us, sister, Jean, and Icarus-sama. You, who have committed the deep sin of suicide. Please forgive the saint. _AHH. I wanted to see Jean's face one more time before I die. Still, I will carry out my mission until the end. So Pope, keep your promise. Otherwise, even if I die, I will never forgive you. The saint widened her eyes, thinking of her Pope's promise, and unleashed her divine power to cast her sacrificial spell Point Guo. At the same time, a large magic circle was formed at the feet of the saint, and her divine power was greatly amplified. Embarrassed, Viscount Amin hurriedly fired sword energy at her, but her increasing divine power repelled even his sword energy. And from the saintess's expression, as if she had given up everything, Viscount Amin noticed that she was about to destroy herself. Oh no. The knights must evacuate. The saintess is about to blow herself up. You must evacuate too, kid. Hurry. Viscount Amin, who gave the evacuation order to the knights of the guard, tried to quickly evacuate with Mary and Centris on his back, but Saint Angelina's sacrificial spell was already complete. It won't work. If it's just me, I can somehow avoid it. But it's impossible to escape with His Majesty's concubine and this little child. Turn outside. He could see his knights evacuating quickly as instructed, but Viscount Amin, who realized that it would be difficult for him, and these 2 people, gritted his teeth, and covered them with his body. After a while, with a huge explosion sound, the temple began to collapse. The guards who were watching the captured priestesses and priests on the first floor, along with their colleagues, who came up from the basement, picked up the prisoners one by one and quickly escaped the cathedral. Wait. The vice captain and that kid haven't escaped yet. We have to save them. You're crazy. How do you get in there? Several knights tried to go underground again to rescue Viscount Amin and Centris, but had to give up their intention after being dissuaded by the senior knights war. Finally, the cross hanging above the temple fell to the floor, completing the collapse of the temple, and the knights of the royal guard had to look at it with blank eyes. We have to save the vice captain. Several knights jumped into the ruins of the temple and tried to remove them, but soon realized that rescue was impossible due to the massive amount of debris, so they fell limp. Then, the remains of the temple writhing came into their eyes. Upbeat. Oh. Over there. Something is moving. Remove that stone. Quickly. When they saw some movement in the area where the ceiling had collapsed, the knights quickly rushed to remove the large roof debris. Inside, Miri was exhausted, Centris and Viscount Amin were frozen with startled eyes, and finally, they passed out without consciousness. I was able to find a saint. Ha. Ha. Really? The Lord is putting Miri through a lot of trouble. How did a dragon get into His Majesty's concubine room? Surprised that a dragon known for its strong pride would claim to be the wife of a human. Viscount Amin once again recalled the unbelievable event that had just happened before his eyes. Viscount Amin, in an attempt to absorb the sacred power of the self-destructing saint with her body, pushed her Mary and Centris against the wall, turned her back toward the saint, and closed her eyes tightly in preparation for her coming shock. Damn, I'm going to die like this. But as a knight of His Majesty the Emperor, I can't abandon the protection of the lady and the children. I don't regret this. Dethi, is this the Lord's knight? He's quite good. But there's no need to protect Miri. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the petite green-haired woman, whom he thought was the Emperor's favorite concubine, likely pushing him with her enormous size. Oh, no. What about you? However, Miri left Viscount Amin alone and offered her hand to Centris. Child, give me all the antidote you gave me earlier. I'm here. Miri. When Centris held out her pocket, Miri put all but one of the dozen pills in it into her mouth. As expected, this is a mixture of some herbs. After condensing what you had. It's only a part. But I can feel my strength coming back. I'll claim the rest later from you. If this is it. Crackling would duck Viscount Amin and Centris had to widen their eyes as they stared blankly at Mirror's body being torn and grotesquely transformed. Mirror's body, which had been transformed with light, returned to the form of a large dragon, and the scales of the dragon, which was so large that it filled her basement and rose up to the ceiling, began to shine brilliantly. Dragon. Miri smiled as she saw Viscount Amin looking at her with wide open eyes. Well, the species are a little different, but here I can only say they are dragons. Come into my arms, both of you. I don't know what that bitch is doing, but if I focus only on defense, you two will pierce my scales. It will take a while, so it will be safe. As Viscount Amin and Centris gasped at the thought of entering the arms of a huge dragon, Miri forcibly wrapped them with her tail and placed them in her arms, blowing energy into her scales, and a few seconds later, a huge explosion of divine power occurred, and the temple began to collapse. Rumbling. Boom, boom, bang, oh no. The entire building is collapsing. I need to quickly go up to the first floor and transform again while protecting Viscount Amin and the Centris. Miri returned to her dragon form and tried to insert her body into the hole. The sight of the fallen Saint Angelina caught her eye. If I leave it like this, I'll just die. No, I'm still dying. But shouldn't we pay for our sins before we die? In return for putting Miri through hardships and killing the Lord's people, you must pay for your sins by serving the West for 4 years. Miri quickly swallowed the saint's body in her mouth, made it safe, and then quickly threw her body on top of her. And when the collapse of the temple stopped, it secured space under the rubble and transformed back into a humanoid. Did you say you are Miri? What a yoush. There is no time to explain. Whatever my identity, I'm certain that this body is Emperor Yuno's concubine, so rest assured. Miri lifted the lifeless body of the saint and put the remaining ring into her mouth. Immediately, Angelina's breathing returned to normal and her body regained its stability. The runaway divine power has been replaced by the West's life force. Anyway, this saved your life. I will accept this reward by serving the West with those vulgar breasts of yours, so you must be prepared. Saint. Looking at Angelina like that, Miri imagined the saint as serving as Yuno's toilet in the future, and smiled to herself. Illustration of Saint Angelina obsessed with Miri. Chapter 182. The Emperor's Wrath. 3. The Emperor's Wrath. 3. While Centris succeeded in rescuing Miri from the temple basement, Yuno was slowly putting pressure on Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction. The impact of the shield she created was broken, and Metatron flew into the temple wall and crashed into it. It took a little more time to regenerate the shield, and that meant having to engage in close combat with Yuno. So Metatron looked at Yuno with a tired expression as she glared at him, and slowly narrowed the distance. You pagan monster. Do you think you will be safe, even if you touch Icarus Archangel, HMPH, a monster dressed as an angel? Did you think you would be safe after messing with my people? Returning her words in kind, Yuno slowly approached her, completely blocking her opponent's angle of escape. Go for it. A woman who is said to be the Archangel of Destruction won't be defeated so easily, right? She really doesn't pride herself on being an archangel with this level of skill, right? Come on. Come on. Metatron flinched as Yuno's fierce spirit took a step back, and her wings hit the wall, and only then did she realize that she was afraid of Yuno. Am I saying that Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction, was afraid of lowly heretics? I'm I, who claims to be Icarus' first servant, and has destroyed countless his enemies. Did you feel fear of humans or something? It can't happen. It can't happen like that. Her shame at having felt fear against her human angered her, and as it washed away her fear, Metatron took up his stance again, radiating anger. Come on, human. I'll show you the skills of Icarus Sama's first species. Oh, it's definitely better than before. But whoosh, just like when she first struck Metatron, Yuno moved out of her sight in a split second, and extended her fist at her square, striking her hard in the abdomen. Quang. Kaya. It was hard to believe that it was a fist swing, and a striking sound that should not have come from a human body rang out, and then a scream came out of Metatron's mouth. HMPH. Just because you've got your mind together doesn't mean the difference in skill can be overturned. Still, shouldn't an archangel in name be defeated by a human like this? As you said, shouldn't the first servant of Icarus be defeated by a mere heretic? That's right, Yuno taunted the archangel, who fell with one punch. QOO. Nanum, show your guts. Stand up with your fists clenched and fight back. If your bitch goes down so easily, my anger won't go away. In response to Yuno's ridicule, Metatron gritted his teeth, got up, cast healing on himself, and then rushed at Yuno and started swinging his fists at her. I will definitely kill you, you insignificant human. Her angry fists still contained an enormous amount of divine power, but there was no way that her fists, which had never been able to reach before, could reach them, just because she was angry. Thank you for rushing in like this. Thanks to you, I can hit you even harder. Yuno looked directly at Metatron's fist as he lunged at her, and lightly turned her head to dodge it, and at the same time, extended her fist downward and struck her soft lower abdomen. Whoa, cool. When her lower abdomen was hit hard by Yuno's counter, her internal organs were completely crushed, and Metatron began to vomit blood from her mouth. They say he's the Archangel of Destruction. He doesn't have any skills, but he seems to have a strong body. I was planning to pierce his stomach, but it ended up with his intestines being crushed. But I won't make that mistake twice. Next time, I'll definitely pierce your bitch's stomach. QOO. Metatron once again healed her body and raised her body, but her eyes were no longer showing signs of fighting, and she began to think about avoiding this place. I'm sorry, but I can't beat this guy in close combat. I have to somehow fly up to the sky again and activate the wide area destruction spell to take other humans hostage. He took a quick glance around, but Yuno was taking advantage of all the directions she could avoid. Shit. It's obvious that if you fly anywhere and show an opening, you'll be attacked in an instant. But if you keep going like this, is the shameful phrase of Archangel Metatron being killed by humans appeared in her head. Metatron shook his head and tried to focus on Yuno's movements again. Then at that moment, the great temple of Icarus began to collapse, and they noticed the knights of the royal guard escaping from the first floor. What? Suddenly, why is the temple? No. I can't see Miri, Centris, and Viscount Amin. When Yuno was embarrassed and momentarily distracted, Metatron did not miss the opportunity. Whipping. Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction, quickly soared high into the sky with his wings, activated his shield again to buy time, and at the same time, began casting wide area destruction spells. You insolent heathen bastards. I'll make you regret giving me this shame. Watch half of this Adria fly away. Although he missed Metatron, Yuno, for whom Miri's safety was the most important, was relieved to see that Miri and Viscount Centris Amin came out safely from the temple, but he ground his teeth at the huge divine power felt in the air and the declaration that half of Adria would be blown away. Damn. Even if I jump, it's hard to reach up there. Is there a wizard in the garrison who can send me up to that height? A wizard came running to Yuno's cries, but he confessed that his skills were beyond his power, and as he was exhausted, after using up all of his medicinal energy to save Centris and Amin, despair appeared in Yuno's eyes. Oh ho 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 ho. That's great. You heretic. That's right. That expression suits your faces. How dare you insult Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction, without even knowing the subject. Now you will have to pay for it. The sacred magic circle formed in Metatron's hand grew larger and amplified its divine power. A happy smile filled her face at the thought that in just a little while the spell would be completed and those arrogant heretics could be slaughtered. If you don't want to kill the other half after blowing up half of this city with this, then if you tell me to make this Balkan country's state religion our Icarus religion, I'll have no choice but to listen. Then I will be loved even more by Icarus. You can do it. Oh ho 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 hey. What kind of happy thoughts are you thinking about? Archangel of Destruction? Did you go crazy after being beaten like that by my little brother? It seems like getting beaten by the master hurt a little less. Then I guess I should get spanked by this bitch this time, right? Giggle. Can this bitch be reborn if she gets hit in the womb with my brother's dick? No. Is she an angel, so she doesn't have a vagina? Shall we try an experiment, sisters? Metatron turned around, startled by the sudden sound of her voice coming from behind him. Why are you looking at me like that? What are you going to do with that magic? Are you going to activate it? If you can activate it, try activating it as much as you want. All the surrounding mana is already tied up, right? Since divine power is the same as mana anyway. If your skills surpass this bitch wizard Jennifer, you will be able to destroy it. Brit, of course, even if that happens, my spirits won't stay still. Giggle, giggle. Behind Metatron, Isabella, Mary, and Jennifer, who had quietly approached through the spirits, were smiling brightly. Good, good. Damn it. How can a human being have such skills? In response to their provocation, Metatron tried to activate her completed magic, but her divine power did not budge. It's thanks to his majesty's come. If I have sex with you, the more we have sex, the stronger we become, right? Giggle. Every time the master comes into this bitch's pussy, my mana control increases. I can't believe my skills are improving while having a good sex. I really am so good at being the master's bitch pussy. Giggle. Brit, you horny heathen bitches. Release this right now. Release this. However, when Jennifer and Isabella each lifted their hands, the wide area destruction spell and shield on Metatron's hand disappeared without a trace, and when Mary opened her mouth, Metatron immediately began to fall to the ground. This is a fertilization. The completion of my plan was in front of you, Kwang. The place where Metatron fell was at Yuno's feet, and she began to be beaten like her dog by Yuno's fists, burning her anger. Puck. Wow. Puck. POW. At first, Metatron clenched her teeth and withstood Yuno's punches and kicks, but as the continued violence brought on a pain she had never felt before, she opened her mouth. Stop. Stop it. If you keep doing this, you will be destroyed. You will really be destroyed. You can't die like this. Please stop. Stop. Did you stop absorbing the humans you killed when they begged for their lives? You know what it feels like to be a human dying painfully in a vat. Despite Metatron's pleas, Yuno did not stop her violence. Puck puck puck. Wow. Bang bang. Metatron eventually fell to her knees due to the continued violence and pain without any mercy. Wow. It's painful. It's so painful. I have to do anything to stop this. Stop. Stop. No. Please stop. I'm begging you like this. Please forgive me. Black. Seeing Metatron crying and begging for forgiveness with her polite words, Yuno stopped her fist and grabbed her hair and lifted her head. Anything? You'll do anything. Yes. Please. Please. Stop hitting me. It hurts so much. Black, then apologize. Apologize to everyone who was sacrificed here. To my subjects whom you brainwashed and tried to kill. Yes. I will. I'm sorry. Furthermore, wow. Puck. Classic. Kara. Why? He definitely got down on his knees and apologized. Are you calling me an apology for something like that? Listen to me carefully from now on. Yuno whispered something into Metatron's ear and her face became completely white. However, when Yuno raised her fist and showed her fierceness, Metatron finally raised her body as if he had given up on her. Click. All of her armor was torn off. Once she was naked, Metatron knelt in front of Yuno, placed her hands together politely, and placed her head down on the floor. In this way, Metatron had to humiliately declare defeat in front of Yuno's women, including Mary, Isabella, Mary, and Jennifer, as well as hundreds of knights and soldiers gathered behind her. I'm sorry that a mere archangel killed the people of the great Lord Juno's empire. I'm sorry for arrogantly forcing my faith on the servant of Icarus Sama. Furthermore, I will pay for my sins in some way. Furthermore, I'll do it. Black. Juno declared victory by placing his foot on Metatron's head and stomping on her head. He took the Archangel and her saint captive and completely crushed the conspiracy of the Holy Kingdom of Johanzaran. Girl of Destruction Naked Ajiza illustration. Ver 1. Archangel of Destruction Naked Ajiza illustration. Ver 2. Chapter 183. Recovering in advance *ILLUSTRATION of Horn Job Pal in advance. Recover in advance after declaring victory. Yuno awarded the capital guards to bring back the evacuated citizens home and ordered the Imperial Palace guards to remove the remains of several buildings that collapsed in the aftermath of the battle. Woo, this is the first time I've suffered like this since I was attacked by the West. Still, I'm glad that I was able to protect the West's people. When Yuno saw Miri's messed up appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry, even though he was still trampling on the Archangel's head. Hey, how are you going to pay for your sins? How are you going to compensate for the lives of our Empire's citizens that you killed? Well, that is as Metatron stood there unable to say anything. Miri came out from behind point E. That's easy. Wouldn't it be enough to just give birth to the number of new ones it kills? What do you mean? That's literally it, sir. How about sealing all the sacred power of that Archangel and using it as a sexual treatment toilet for soldiers? If it is returned to soldiers who are too absorbed in training and cannot relieve their desires and end up pregnant and giving birth to a baby, then won't we have to pay for our sins? If that's what Miri, one of the biggest victims of this day, mean. By the way, then, before I throw it to the soldiers, I'll give it a taste first. Since Metatron had surrendered obediently, the excitement of the battle still remained in Yuno's body, and all the blood boiling with excitement was rushing to the lower part of Yuno's body. Moreover, Miri's suggestion was quite tempting to Yuno, so Yuno turned behind Metatron with a sinister look on her face, and looked at her pussy with her butt raised high. What is this? There's nothing. Is it true? Do they have different methods of reproduction? Yuno and Miri looked at each other with embarrassed expressions as they couldn't find any holes to insert, even when they opened her buttocks. Slam. Hey, have you heard us so far? Answer me. Don't you angels even have sex? Whoa, we angels don't do such vulgar things. Unlike you humans' vulgar breeding, we angels are born in the arms of the gods we each serve. Oh no, this is just talking informally again. Do you want to get a few more hits? Metatron, who had been holding his head up again in response to Yuno's threats, instantly collapsed again and placed his head on the floor. What should I do with this? Jennifer made her suggestion to Yuno, who was worried. Master, first, why don't you put on the bracelet that seals the divine power and take her to the Imperial Palace with the saint? I think we should first restore your body first. I will thoroughly seal it so that it does not threaten the pregnant imprisoned dames. Brit, I'll have to do that first. Please, Jennifer, leave it to me. Master, there was no benefit to staying here right now, and she was also worried about the bodies of Miri and Centris, who had suffered, so Yuno decided to return to the Imperial Palace. Lord Damin, I will return to the Imperial Palace first. Help Minister Mayor and the Marquis of Trier clear the slums, then send some Knights of the Royal Guard to throw the priestesses and priests into prison. Their treatment will be decided after a meeting. I will decide later. Yes, Your Majesty, and thank you for your hard work today. Thanks to you, my mistress was able to be safe. Viscount Amin couldn't help but suppress the words that he didn't do much and that Miri, the dragon, did everything. Juno praised Viscount Amin, evacuated the citizens for the day, and promised some rewards to the soldiers who worked hard to ensure their safety. That night, Miri was the first to enter Yuno's bed. Of course, in addition to Miri, other contributors to this incident included Diane, who figured out the situation and created an antidote, and Isabella, Mary, and Jennifer, who participated in the battle, but they could not be prioritized over Miri. Miri was the person who could be said to have contributed the most to this incident, and there was nothing like Yuno's semen to restore her body, which had suffered serious injuries and was completely exhausted. So as soon as the sun set, Miri dressed up in a sexy negligee. It came quickly into Yuno's quarters in her bedroom. Yuno was lying naked on her bed with her dick erect, so Miri blushed and ran towards Yuno. See a bang, I heard it all. When I heard that Miri was dead, he got so angry and knocked down the Archangel like that. Oh my god, I was so happy to hear that story in advance. Yes sir, I prepared in advance to receive your cock. Ouch. Miri was about to be held in Yuno's arms when Yuno suddenly grabbed both of her cheeks and pulled her, causing her to scream. Above a ow, ow, who would dare waste your life like that? Do you really want to get scolded? Miri struggled against her body, saying she was in pain, but Yuno pulled her cheek without showing any mercy. I was wrong sir. Listen carefully. Your life is not just yours. Since you are my wife, your life is also mine. Do you understand? Only then did let go of Mira's cheek and hugged her tightly, and she touched Mira's sore cheek as well. She shed tears for a moment before falling into Yuno's arms and kissing the lips of her beloved husband. I kissed. I understand. Sia bang. I'll keep that in mind instead. Today, you should hug Miri deeply and fill Mira's womb with plenty. Don't worry. I will fill you up until the vitality inside you overflows. You must be prepared, right? I'm glad. Then where do you want to start enjoying? Do you want to enjoy Mira's pussy, which is drenched in cum while she's incarcerated, thinking only about your cock? Or will you enjoy Mira's pussy, which is already drooling, because she wants your cum? Would you like to enjoy it from now on? As he watched Miri with her mouth open and tempting him in front of him, Yuno's dick got heated once again. Shall we taste the mouth first for Miri, who is in pain? If you feed her plenty of cum, Miri's pussy will be able to get stronger, right? Of course for Miri, your husband's thick cum is the best medicine then. Let's begin. Chirrup. Miri grabbed Yuno's cock, which was sticking out into the air, and opened her mouth wide and started sucking it. Chirrup. Chirrup. Jupup chewup ha. It's my husband's cock after all. Just by sucking this cock, the rich energy comes in. Miri, who filled her mouth with the large glands and sucked it, licked the cock with her long snake-like tongue, and twitched her cock wildly at the pleasure she gave him. Sir, do you feel good about Miri's tongue? Miri feels so good sucking your cock. My pussy is getting horny. Hawang chirrup. As Yuno's cock twitched, Miri opened her small mouth as wide as possible and took a Yuno's cock point. Although she had a huge dick the size of her face, her mouth went deeper and deeper into Yuno's dick, as if it were a vacuum cleaner. Chirrup. Jupup. Chirrup. Yuno's cock, which was deep in Miri's throat, couldn't overcome the pleasure when Miri turned her tongue around for a moment and bounced up, and when her cock momentarily pressed against her uvula, Miri reflexively ended up spitting out Yuno's dick. Kekak. I'm sorry, sir. I made a mistake with Miri's mokbaji. Now feel good again, sir. Miri, who was trying to grab Yuno's spit out cock and suck it, looked up when Yuno didn't say anything, and her body stiffened when she saw that Yuno's reason was gone. Huh. Sia bang. Oh, it's been a while. See you like that. In fact, Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction, was not an easy opponent. As she was pushed one-sidedly in her battle, Yuno's body was quite overloaded, and when she started oral sex with Miri, her very subtle remaining hidden energy came back to her brain. It was attached to since no one was watching in the Imperial Palace. Miri returned to her dragon form, so Yuno grabbed her by the horns on her head and violently shoved his cock into her mouth. Wow. Although she was just violently teasing her waist without even thinking about the other person, Miri was getting tremendous pleasure from it. Sir, you are using Miri's mouth like a real pussy. My mouth is burning, as if it has become a real pussy. It feels good. I love you, sir. Please use Miri. Miri's my entire body is for your exclusive use. So please use it as much as you like. Like an objector, whitish white fluid was gushing out from Miri's vagina, showing that she had reached climax. Meanwhile, Miri touched Yuno's body and checked his condition. I guess there was just a little bit of tingling hidden somewhere. You'll come to your senses if you come just once. It's a shame. I'll ask my husband to make my pussy more intense. Miri, who was orgasming from having her horns held and being used like an object, happily accepted Yuno's violent waist teasing, and Yuno's huge cock was thrusting deep into her throat and wriggling to its heart's content. Brit pew jab squeak every time Yuno's cock moved in and out of her. Miri's mouth let out a lascivious noise, as if it had truly become a pussy. Miri gathered her small breasts and rubbed them against Yuno's cock, trying to make Yuno feel better about her. Sia bang nim is about to come. I'm glad that Mira's throat and pussy felt good. Sia bang see. Please come. Rich, hot cum that will restore Miri. Sia bang nim's cum full of vitality. Please come a lot in her mouth. Chew boob. Churaroop. Atsububu. Churaroop between Mira's lips and Yuno's cock. Bubbles symbolizing obscenity were rising point to help Yuno come more comfortably. Mary pursed her lips ever so slightly, and at the same time, Yuno pushed her dick deep into Mira's throat and started making her ejaculate point. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Back quote AHH. It's coming in. A lot of your semen is coming in. I'm happy as soon as the cum comes in. My body is recovering. It's you. As expected, Yuno's cock, which continued to ejaculate inside Mira's throat, wriggled and spewed out her semen until the end, and finished ejaculating by shooting one more thick semen point, and at the same time, firearms returned to Yuno's eyes. Ha. In advance, Mary smiled as she showed Yuno's semen, which was still full in her mouth, on her tongue. Paahe, it's been a while since I've seen you this fierce. Still, I really like you like that. In Mary only then did Yuno realize that she had lost her senses for a moment and rotated her manner again to check her body's condition. Back quote There was just a little bit of cloudiness left, and I guess I had a seizure today due to the excessive wind. I guess this won't really happen anymore. Anyway, are you okay in advance? Isn't that too much? No thanks to the cum you gave me. Mira's body has completely recovered. So this time, please put your magnificent cock in Mira's vagina too. I'm drooling because I want your itch cum. If you roughly thrust that thick, huge male dick into Mira's lewd pussy, Mira's body will heal quickly in advance. Seeing Miri spreading her pussy in front of her and seducing her lewdly, Yuno ran towards her as if she had lost her mind, and Miri filled her womb with Yuno's semen, making her happy. I could faint point, and that night, Mira's body completely recovered after receiving Yuno's ejaculation 5 times. Miri horn job Pell illustration. Ver 1. Asterisk Miri horn job Pell illustration. Ver 2. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 184. Saint and Archangel Training Sao. 1. Next day. There was a lot of shouting going on in the Balkan Imperial Palace since morning. What on earth did you do, Minister of Foreign Affairs? How can St. John's come out with such an attitude after an accident of this magnitude occurred in the capital Adria? Then what am I supposed to do? The Pope himself came out and told us to punish the saint on our own, since it seems like she committed an act on her own due to her excessive religious beliefs. Is there another way? How didn't you predict that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would come out of nowhere? Well, since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is incapable, what can we do? TSK, Your Majesty, fire this incompetent Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately and appoint a new one. I think it is the right policy to do so. What? Are you done talking now? You? Really, you bastard? Is that what you would say to a senior nobleman who is as old as your father? Even if you say you're a senior, you're lower in rank than a minister. So what's the point? Since you don't have the ability, you don't even get a rank. This guy's real. Yuno sighed heavily as the nobles bickering made his head pound since the morning. As his imperial authority grew, he also had the side effect of creating forces that sought to enjoy the sweet taste of power by somehow slandering the ministers in office and flattering him. I feel like I want to cut off everyone's heads. They are people who are doing their job in their own way. I can only hope that Rachel's education policy for commoners will be effective quickly. Brit bang bang bang. Quiet. Be quiet. Minister of Foreign Affairs. So is that all? Sianguk said. Yes. It seems that the Pope is trying to use this opportunity to purge the Saints faction who are his political enemies. Perhaps, since Jean Bluemain, the head of the heresy viewers, is Saint Angelina's younger brother, the power of the two people is quite a burden. It must have been done. Ugh. The damn power struggle is the same in the Holy Kingdom. But it's not a bad thing for our empire. Minister of National Defense. Yes. Your Majesty, how is the training of the legionnaires currently going? In approximately 3 months, excluding the current corps that will guard the border, 3 corps capable of forming a pure expeditionary force will be formed. I guess it's too much to unfold a double front just yet, of course. And even if it were our country's situation, winning a war by unfolding a two-front front is extremely rare in history. I know that well. Normally, we should attack Tacito, who is occupying Zenon, first, but we also cannot leave the scandalous Johans, who caused yesterday's incident, alone. In the current situation, the minister has no idea what kind of place we will be in 3 months. Do you think you should hit first? Mayor sighed as he felt all the nobles' eyes on him. Whoa, please wait a moment. I'll get the map. Mayor brought a large map of the continent, spread it out in front of the royal palace, and began his briefing. The current corps arrangement in the Balkans is as follows. The Western Army of the 1st, 4th, and 5th Corps, the Northern Army of the 8th and 9th Corps, the Eastern Army of the 6th and 7th Corps, and 3 corps currently in training. The Eastern Army. Well, it has nothing to do with this issue, so let's just leave it as is. Everyone knows that the most important things are the Western Army and the Northern Army. Since this was something you know and the nobles all knew up to this point, they naturally nodded. In the old empire, when attacking Tacito, it would have been very natural for the Northern Army to keep Johans in check. But the problem is that Tacito currently occupies the northwestern part of the Zenon Plain. A huge protrusion has formed, so the front line as it has expanded enormously, and it is impossible for the Western Army to keep Tacito in check by itself, and it is currently surrounded by tribute with the Northern Army. Before Mayor could finish his explanation, a noble raised his hand and asked a question. Then wouldn't it be okay to keep the Tacito army in check and attack the castle kingdom of Johans with the 3 corps that have completed training? In reality, the castle kingdom doesn't have much of an army, does it? Whoa, sir, do you really think that is possible? If it were easy, the Holy Kingdom would have been destroyed long ago. Well, that is the minister is right. If it were easy, we would have already annexed the Holy Kingdom, whether in Lyon, Tacito, or Balkan. The basic defensive strategy of the Holy Kingdom is to draw the enemy deep into the interior, and then invade the people under the name of God's command. Thanks to this, no country has attacked Johans since the 100,000 attackers of the Kingdom of Lyon were brutally annihilated 50 years ago. The explanation of Prime Minister Rachel, who was in charge of the meeting, was met with only groans. Mayor's voice continued to echo in the silence. So, in the current situation, we must first capture Zeno, thoroughly defeat Tacito's army, and then integrate the northern and western armies and use all our forces to advance to Johans. If we attack Johans clumsily first, we will have to deal with the fanatics. There is a very high chance that, if you suffer as much as you can, you will be hit in the side by Tacito's army and be wiped out. Mayor's words were so clear that a groan filled Yuno's mouth. That's probably true. But, if the saint cooperates with Aguk, the story will be different. What if the saint uses a saint to cooperate with the inquisitors in the name of correcting the religious order and turns the holy country into a vassal state of Aguk? The problem becomes very simple. Inquisitor, if we can obtain internal cooperation, including the military, there is no need for a fully formed army. As someone said a while ago, the Holy Kingdom of Johans is not a country with such scary military power. I guess so. It's a country where commoner fanatics who will rise up when their country is invaded are scary. If you can get the cooperation of the priests and the inquisitors, you can definitely take over with just 1 legion. The fanatics, because they will all step down at 1 word. But there is a big problem with that method. The saint, you mean there is no way she will cooperate? That's right. There is no way the saint will cooperate obediently. If she becomes a vassal of the empire, she will have to guarantee freedom of religion, and that will be a violation of their doctrine. Well, I believe that your majesty can solve that problem. After all, isn't your majesty very good at persuading women? I have faith in your majesty's skills. Meanwhile, Mayor smiled and looked at Yuno's lower body point. Mayor, who had served Yuno since the days of Kanatishidini, knew very well that there were many women around Yuno, even if she did not know the details. So she sent a hint, as if asking Yuno to persuade the saintess with her skills. Brit, however, most of the nobles in the palace were completely unaware of this fact, and were expressing their admiration that Emperor Yuno's abilities were not limited to military force. Oh, If His Majesty were to persuade the saintess to make her province a vassal state, it would be a tremendous achievement. Her Majesty's excellent personality will be enough to persuade even that saint. We will not spare any support before Johans is taken over. The lords with fiefdoms in the northwest have promised full-scale support and have asked Juno to persuade the saint. Juno glared at Maya while hesitatingly accepting the noble's request. No, I didn't say anything wrong. It's all true, but that guy is creeping up now. Since Juno was a minister, he had to seriously consider whether he should send Maya to a military training camp or give him mental education himself. Juno worked on yesterday's incident all afternoon and returned to bed in the evening. The first place he went to was the room of Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine, who were pregnant. After hugging each of them once, talking to her unborn child, and kissing her unborn child, and having a happy time for a while, Juno took Mary and Jennifer to a secluded room in the corner of the bedroom. The place they were heading to was the room previously used by Charles III's concubines who had grown older and could not attract his attention, and was currently the room where Saint Angelina and Archangel Metatron were imprisoned. Juno asked them as they walked slowly there. Earlier, I heard from Jennifer that you came up with a way to punish Archangel. Have you heard it already? Oh, my Jennifer? I'm talking about it. Ho. I'm sorry. Still, I implemented the idea Mary came up with, so please take a look. So what is the idea? That's whisper. Mary whispered her idea into Juno's ear, and when Juno heard it, he exclaimed in admiration that it was a method he had never thought of. KKKK, that's right. If that's the method, even that bitch Metatron will have no choice but to kneel down. I'll tame those two bitches perfectly. I'm sure you can do it. After all, you are Mira's companion. Woof. You are also the owner of this genius bitch wizard Jennifer. Ha. As the two women hugged each other affectionately, Juno entered the room where her saintly woman was enjoying their soft skin. However, as soon as the door opened, Juno's eyes widened at the sight of the saint and the archangel. What is this? Why are you throwing ashes like that? What do you think? Do you like it? Originally, I was thinking of making me the way I was when you made me a bitch, but I thought it would suit those bitches better, so I made it. How do you think, Master? Angelina and Metatron's breasts were highlighted and tied with rope, exposing their huge breasts, and Juno's lower body immediately reacted to the incredibly vulgar appearance and rose up vigorously. Oh my, you are the master as expected. I thought you would like that. Now, our saint, Archangel, are you ready to receive education from the West and us? For your information, you will not be able to use a single drop of that famous divine power in this room, so please know that. Before we start full-scale training, we need to prepare the angel, right? Jennifer said she was getting ready and concentrated her mind to cast a strange spell. Pale mana surged around her and was absorbed into Metatron, who was struggling, wondering what she was asking him to do, but suddenly fell to the floor near her. Angelina, who was staring blankly at Metatron as he fell to the floor, was startled by the voice of Metatron in her mind. What are you doing? What did you do to me? Why did you make me faint? Archangel, what did the angel do inside me? Saint. Could it be that those bastards put my consciousness inside your body? Oh, this is crazy. Metatron, who realized that he was also feeling Angelina's sense of sight and smell, shuddered at the sensations felt by the fragile human body, and Angelina was trembling at what would happen to her, and looked at Juno, who was smiling evilly around her. Wow. I looked at Jennifer. Icarus, please let this too pass. Please do not abandon your archangel and saint like this. However, Icarus did not listen to the saint's prayer, and Angelina and Metatron had to let out a scream that no one could hear in the Balkan Imperial Palace. Saint Angelina rope restraint illustration. Clothing there. Saint Angelina rope restraint illustration. Nude there. Chapter 185. Saint and Archangel SAO training. 2. Jennifer created an iron prison in the room, put Angelina in it, and went inside it herself. She first tore off Angelina's clothes, which were tied to her body with rope, and then placed her on a small chair next to her. Oh my, you have such vulgar breasts that don't suit such a holy saint. Jennifer, this bitch archmage will educate you to make you into a spirit that matches these vulgar breasts. so you don't have to worry too much. Jennifer took out a glass bottle from her pocket, used a brush to apply the medicine contained in the bottle, and slowly applied it to the saint's body. Huh. It's cold. What are you planning to do to me? It's cold now, but it'll get hot soon. Really hot like lava. You can look forward to it. Jennifer concentrated the drug on Angelina's body, especially her nipples and clitoris, then removed her hand, stepped back, and approached Juno, who was watching behind her outside the cage, where Angelina was confined. Juno received fellatio services from Miri and Jennifer with her cock fully erect, and began to observe Angelina's plaque. Hey, such shameless. The one who is the emperor of the empire. To ask a woman to do something like that. If Icarus-sama sees it, he will be punished immediately. Sigh. Angelina, who was looking at the lewd appearances of Juno, Jennifer, and Miri, felt her body starting to get hotter and hotter as time went by. What is this? My body is strangely hot. I was cold just a moment ago, but the heat from inside my stomach is spreading throughout my body. Although Angelina had never masturbated in her life, she quickly realized that this sensation was her pleasure, and that her desire to dominate her own head was her sexual drive point. Angelina tried to struggle against the strangely hot pleasure consuming her body, but the ropes that bound her only became tighter and tighter, and she could not find her freedom. In particular, her nipples and clitoris were erect, making her feel more present, and making her squirm, but there was nothing Angelina could do about it. She had to grit her teeth and bear it. But it wasn't just her drugs that were giving Angelina a hard time. Horror. What is this feeling? Now, wait a minute. Angelina, please do something about this. Ugh. Archangel, what can I do about my senses? My divine power is also sealed, so I can't move. Please be patient. Please be patient. No. The pleasure is too strong. I can't take it anymore. Hand over your body to me. Let's kill those guys right away and here. Higher. Calm down. Archangel. Icarus will save us soon. Because Metatron was raging inside her at times, Angelina had to go through the double whammy of having to calm down her Metatron while fighting the drugs that were encroaching on her body. Please wipe it. It's tickling, so it's so hot. After gritting her teeth for a long time, Angelina finally opened her mouth and asked Miri for a favor. Ugh. I didn't want to show those evil pagans like this, but I can't take it any longer. But if they were sisters, Miri, even though she had given the brainwashing liquid to sacrifice herself to Metatron, she was the one who baptized Miri, and she had once stopped Miri, who had escaped from the oak barrel for a while when she was being assaulted by Metatron. So Angelina asked Miri for a favor, and for a while she did so. Miri, who was sucking Juno's cock, raised her body and came towards her. Angelina's face beamed with confidence that she could escape this hellish pleasure of hers as Miri approached her prison with a grin on her face. As expected, we won't be able to completely ignore our holy kingdom. The mission failed. But anyway, they will get just the right amount of information from me and send it back to the holy kingdom. Because my younger brother won't stay still. Sister, in advance, please. I would appreciate it if you could wipe this liquid off. But Angelina's request was immediately ignored by Miri, who moaned at the stimulation as Miri flicked her nipples with her fingernails. What do you mean? You made me struggle in such pain and harmed your people, and then you dare to save me? Do you even know what liquid was on your body? What HMPH? Looking at it, I can't even guess. Only the weak ingredients were extracted from the brainwashing drug you gave me. You can't believe you're feeding such a terrible thing to humans. You guys will struggle here in that hell of pleasure for the rest of your life. Angelina was shocked by Miri's words and had a blank expression. Honestly, I knew that it was a drug that had a brainwashing effect, but it was definitely supplied by the church. They said it was not harmful to the body, no matter how much of a pagan they are. I gave this terrible medicine to humans. She had lost in her thoughts for a moment. Angelina climaxed and squirted as her Miri sprayed her body with her drug once more and flicked her clit with her sharp nails. Horror. Stop. What are you doing, you saint? Are you going to allow Icarus-sama's archangel, Metatron, to suffer this kind of humiliation? Bite your tongue and commit suicide right now. Then I go back to my body. Ugh. Back quote HAA. HAA. Archangel. I can't just give that command. No matter how painful it is. No matter how hard it is. Life is not about giving up. It's about overcoming it. That's it. Icarus-sama's highest priority is a teaching. And an order. So I can't just listen to the command to commit suicide. Hee-hoo. Back quote holy shit. Damn it. Hee. The two, who were struggling with the pleasure of torture that was not Miri's torture, were terrified when they saw Jennifer approaching with Yuno's semen in her mouth and smiling. Back quote shit. What is that bitch trying to do again? What kind of torture are you going to torture me with? Back quote ugh. You have to hold on. Angel. Icarus servant must not be broken here. Icarus saint must not be broken. If we grit our teeth and hold on, my brother will take us. That. Angelina dropped her body. When she saw what Jennifer had in her hands, Angelina knew what she was going to do to her as Jennifer held a stick with feathers in her hand. After touching her clitoris with a baton. It smells good, right? It's the cum that my master put in this bitch's mouth. You'll get a lot of it later, so you have to remember this smell, right? I love this kind of smell. Isn't it crazy? Ugh, how can you put your mouth on a man's place like that? HMM. The smell of Yuno's semen coming from Jennifer's mouth was extremely coppery, but Angelina stopped her words for a moment, because she felt something divine and refreshing inside. Back quote this smell. I remember smelling it somewhere. HMM. But soon she had to stop her thinking. Jennifer was tickling the sensitive parts of Angelina's body with her feather stick, especially Angelina's nipples and clit, which had become incredibly sensitive from being stimulated by Miri's fingernails just now. With each stroke of her feather, I was screaming wildly. Back quote what is this? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Hey prophet. Hey prophet. Metatron in Angelina's body was almost going crazy from her extreme stimulation, and Angelina was also going to that point. Third. HMM. Please stop the tickling. In the end, a declaration of surrender came out of Angelina's mouth. But Jennifer continued to torture her with her feathers for a long time, and Angelina had to experience the orgasmic hell she had experienced for the first time in her life, with her pussy squirting several times. He. Saintis? You said you'd do anything if this would stop, right? Back quote you evil heathen bitch. Back quote how long has it been since I said that, and only now? Back quote if I leave your body, I will definitely kill that heretic bitch. Absolutely. Definitely. There was anger in Angelina's eyes, and Metatron was furious and joined her. But when Jennifer read that and raised her feathers again, Angelina had to shake her head furiously. Yes. I'll do anything. Please stop tickling me. Ugh. Okay. So, shall we try changing the genre from now on? Angelina let out a sigh of relief as Jennifer tucked in her feathers. However, as soon as Angelina saw what Jennifer took out of her pocket, she was shocked. Well, what is that? That hideous object modeled after the shape of man's genital. So you say it's so vicious? It's only 2/3 the size of the master's dick? Come on, from now on, this is going to enter the saintess's vagina. Then, you'll be able to experience deep pleasure, so you can look forward to it. As Jennifer tried to rub the dildo in her hand into her pussy, Angelina threw up her cock and threw her body back. No, that's not enough. Please. Please, please. Please tickle me. Torture me. Please. That's not enough. Seeing Angelina resisting so fiercely, Jennifer tilted her head. If we lose our virgins, our priestesses of Icarus will lose their divine power and our connection with Icarus will be severed. So please don't put them there. I'm asking you this. When Jennifer hesitated at the sight of Angelina, Miri came up from behind her and took the dildo out of Jennifer's hand. Miri. When Miri, who was puffing out her cheeks after receiving the semen from Yuno's cock, smiled, Jennifer nodded and stepped behind Miri. Sister Miri, I was wrong. I committed a great sin by feeding people with brainwashing liquid like that and offering Miri as a sacrifice to the archangel. Furthermore, I will atone somehow. Please. At least my virgin. As her Miri took turns with Jennifer, Angelina begged her Miri with an apology and sighed in relief as her Miri removed the dildo from her own vagina. Back quote thank goodness. Sister Miri still has some mercy left. I'm worried about the connection with Icarus being lost. HMM. However, the dildo in Miri's hand was removed from her vagina and was still in contact with her body, and the dildo was gradually moving backwards. That placid place where Miri moved her dildo was Angelina's anus. After measuring the size of the dildo against her anal opening for a moment, Miri lifted the dildo and spit out the semen in her mouth onto her dildo. You asked me to do it, so I decided not to use my pussy. Anyway, it would be good in many ways to have your cock pierce the hymen. But since I applied a lot of your cum, it won't really hurt. TSK. What is that? Angelina's body tensed as her cum-slick sperm touched the entrance to her anus again. If you worry about this, you can't do it because you're scared. Come on, I'll even put a special eye patch on you, then you can feel it naturally only through the anus. I've experienced it myself, so I promise you it'll feel good. Jennifer saw that Angelina was nervous and took out her eye patch and put it on her eyes. Then Angelina felt her anus becoming more sensitive. Point at that feeling. Her anus naturally contracted strongly, rejecting the intrusion of foreign substances, but Miri forcibly pushed the dildo in, and Miri's strength, which included the strength of her own body, broke through Angelina's defenses and pushed the dildo deep into her rectum. I inserted it at once. Puha. Kuowak. Naturally, screams of pain came out of Angelina and Metatron's mouths due to the pain of their anuses being pierced, but Miri slowly began to swing the dildo that had penetrated deep into her anus back and forth, and Angelina and Metatron had to struggle from the immense pain. Saint Angelina Anal Dildo Training Illustration Chapter 186, Saint and Archangel Sao Training, 3. A week later, the Emperor's bedchamber is located in the deepest part of the Balkan Imperial Palace. Even today, a strange sound was coming from the corner of that lonely room. The woman's sobbing moans echoed through the room like those of a virgin ghost, but no one heard them. It's painful. My butt is getting more and more sensitive. What on earth have you done to me? You saint. Shut up. This, a noble archangel like me. Like this. If I caress you higher. Metatron, what are you saying? You did well. You ignored the Emperor of Balkan as a human. After being cruelly defeated. This bitch really. Sigh. Anyway, why is your body so sensitive? How can this little stick feel such pleasure? While Angelina and Metatron were bickering, they had to keep moaning from the pleasure they felt in their anuses still, since they were together. The two of them, who had been relying on each other to resist the pleasure, flinched when they heard the sound in their ears crash. Originally, they were just quietly listening to the sound of the dildo vibrating, but what they heard was the sound of the door opening. Is that pleasure hell starting again? Please, just that. I don't like that. Please, Icarus apostrophe ho. Did you sleep well, Saint? I came to give you dinner today. As if Angelina's prayer had worked, it was the elf maid Kurimu, not Miri, who opened the door and came in. Well, I told you yesterday that I didn't need that kind of meal. Ugh, oh my. When you eat it, you like it so much, but then you hate it again. If you keep doing that, are you going to call me Miri again? Angelina knew very well that if Miri came in, she would have to go through another hellish time filled with pleasure, so she quietly shut her mouth, rumbling, it's the master's cum that we can't eat, because we don't have it, so you should be grateful that we give it to you. I want to bury my face in here and eat it right now. Ugh. But why does it smell different today than yesterday? Angelina's anus contracted sensitively at the smell of meal that seemed different from yesterday. Then, naturally, the vibrations of the dildo became louder, and Angelina lightly climaxed, and her body fell. Wow, Saint, you have quite a keen sense of smell, right? It's amazing that you can feel this difference. Wow, the Saint's pussy and asshole are already shaking, dripping with cum, as if they are looking forward to it. Holy shit. I don't want to take charge either. This damned Saint's body is becoming more and more sensitive. So what can I do? Isn't it natural for your sense of smell to become more sensitive, since your eyes are covered? But what was mixed up today? Did I hear some kind of medicine that made my body even more sensitive? You may be Mrs. Diane or Jennifer, but I don't do that. I just ate today's meal after receiving it from my daughter's pussies. At Kiramu's words, Angelina and Metatron had to doubt their own hearing. What? So, my daughter and I received a lot of cum through our pussies from having sex with the master and collected it here as spirits. So, my daughter's cum and mine are mixed together. Ho 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 ho. It's a cocktail of the master's cum and the elf's cum. Just hearing it makes you drool, right? If I gave this to you, you would be so happy. It was such a terrible and miserable meal for humans to eat that Angelina had to pray to Icarus in her heart. Monk Icari, are you just watching your saint suffer like this? Are you really abandoning the saint who gave everything for you? I'm enduring the ordeal by trusting only in Icarus. So please give me a miracle. If there was no answer from Icarus despite the saint's earnest prayer. When she was young, she was an oracle she received many times, but for a few years now, no matter how many times she prayed, she was silent and unanswered. That's too much. Icarus, you're really being too black. No, Lord Icarus, this is also the ordeal you gave me. Then I must overcome it, even if only to survive here. This miserable meal. Angelina, who gathered her heart once again and held back the slightest hint of resentment, praying to her god who always kept silent about her suffering, opened her mouth. I had to drink the semen that came in illustrati of a saint's semen meal. After a while, her firm determination seemed to have disappeared, and in just a few minutes, Angelina's pupils were completely relaxed. Angelina's hunger was at its peak, because she was not provided with any other food other than her semen, and Metatron felt the same hunger. Semen, which feels like the ultimate taste to women, gave them drug-like pleasure. Clap clap clap. Cheer up. Chill up. HAA. Delicious. This is delicious. I've never tasted anything this delicious. Cheer up. Angelina was enjoying semen cocktail that Kiramu was feeding her with her hand point. Because she ate so quickly, her face was covered in semen, and before she knew it, Angelina was licking and sucking Kiramu's finger. Ho ho ho. You said you didn't like it so much, but you're really enjoying it. Isn't it delicious? How carefully did you mix the master's cock juice and my pussy juice? Kiramu mocked it, but Angelina couldn't stop her tongue. Shit. Shit. I hate it even more, because it feels really delicious. Why is human semen so delicious? Isn't your sense of taste strange, saint? Oh, no. But I also found this to be so delicious. It's probably because I'm hungry. I'm definitely hungry, so my body feels it's delicious to survive. Every time she ate semen, her anus became more sensitive, and she could feel the vibrations of her large dildo so much that Angelina let out a moan while eating. Stop, that's all for today's meal. If you want to eat more, just shout out the sentence as the master says. Then all the pain will be relieved, and you can become the master's exclusive cum receiver and enjoy life to your heart's content. How about that? Don't you think you'll be really happy? I can never do just that. No matter how much pain there is. No matter what trials there are. I just can't do that. Well said. Holy woman. No matter how ignorant these pagans are. How can you force such nonsense on Icarus Sama's followers? Oh, stubbornness. Is it really that difficult to shout out this one sentence? There are many other gods besides Icarus, and the priests of Icarus are not the only messengers of the gods? Then, I can't help it. Even this evening, Miri and Jennifer will come to entertain you too, so please look forward to it. No matter how much you threaten me, I can't help it. There is no god other than Icarus, and only the priests of Icarus are the messengers of God. This is the absolute doctrine of our church. Angelina looked on, her eyes shining even under her blindfold, and Kiramu clicked her tongue once, before going behind her, and adjusting the size of the dildo lodged in her anus ever so slightly to a larger size, before she was released from prison. Went out decided to train her saint perfectly, make her his pet like Jennifer, take over her castle, and make it a vassal of her empire, and began training her saint in earnest. Brit, however, unlike Jennifer, Angelina did not kneel easily, and her Metatron did not give up easily. Moreover, if he touched Angelina's virginity, her divine power would disappear, and he could not use it as his justification. So he could not use the intensity of her training as he did with Jennifer. So was having a hard time with her. It was the third day since I started teaching Angelina. How that's really troublesome. How comfortable it would be if I couldn't move, if I had my dick fucked like Jennifer, who was talking to herself as she entered the hot springs, suddenly heard a voice in front of her. Who are you? Huh? It's you, Centris. You guy. Are you taking a bath? After finishing the homework you gave me, approached Centris, who was enjoying a bath in the hot springs, grabbed her hair, and messed with her. Kara. Don't do that. Bro, this girl keeps acting like a girl. Huh. And why the towel? Wow. It's not like my wives came in here, so why are they wrapped in a towel like that? Boo. I'm so embarrassed. What are you doing between men? It's okay. By the way, is it worth training? Centris, who was embarrassed by naked body, and buried her head under her hot spring, lifted her body in response to words. Yes. It's a bit difficult, but I do what my brother tells me, and it's getting easier. Look, if you do as your brother tells you, everything will be fine. If you listen to your advice and train your body well, he will give you something good later. So I know that. Oh, I understand. By the way, can you also cover your bottom when you enter the hot springs? Other than the Empresses here, other people also use them. Hey, the Emperor doesn't have to worry about that. But I heard that the Empress Dowager, who is pregnant, is also coming in. But how did the Empress Dowager get pregnant? Her Majesty the former Emperor has passed away, right? Was taken aback by Centris' innocent question, and had to stutter her words. Well, you don't have to know that, dude. The little guy's already being rude. You can't do it. You should tell Kiramu and Miruku not to let you in. When the girls are around, Chie the secretary said I could come in. Centris, who had been flirting, eventually got hit by honey bomb, fainted and fell into the hot spring. No, this guy's going to kill me. Hey, wake up, you bastard. Your brother is so generous. Huh. Hey. Centris, at first, thought that Centris was going to kill her, but she hugged the unconscious Centris, went out of the hot spring, and started artificial respiration. Stopped her movements, and opened her eyes wide when the Centris suddenly raised her head. The Centris's eyes were completely blank as she woke up, and her body was slightly floating in the air. Hey, Centris. What happened to you, Emperor of Balkan and a human being blessed by the Creator God? Please listen to my request. Suddenly, an incredibly strong sacred energy was felt within the Centris's body, and tensed her body extremely as she felt a presence stronger than any being she had ever encountered. Who are you? Who are you in the body of the Centris? No. Wait. Was it the Creator God who gave me the bamboo robe? That crazy idiot, the one who received the blessing of the Creator God, curses him. I'm Icarus, as you call me. I understand that you are holding my saint and angel in captivity. They Icarus. Even if you ask me to release them, I can't do that. They tried to harm my people and hurt my women. The price is definitely not light. Was not discouraged by the second coming of God after the world tree, and expressed his anger even more. They really are extremely hot-tempered people. I didn't ask them to be released. Well, then what is your request? I want to change the way my children worship me. For some reason, for decades, my children have been rejecting other gods and trying to worship me as their only god. And because of that, I'm being shunned by the gods. Relaxed his body at Icarus but a tone. But what do you want me to do with that? Shouldn't you just give the Pope an oracle? They are no longer serving me. Rather, they are greedy for the power that comes from serving me and are trampling on my children. They are not my priests. No. Then he descended on the saint. She's with me. I tried several times to give oracles to the saint of the previous generation and to the saint of this generation, but she was already deeply immersed in the wrong doctrine. I tried to give oracles to the saint several times, but when it didn't work, I gave up. But I can do it with your help. I think it is Icarus demanded of Juno that he would make her saint renounce her own faith and acknowledge her other gods, and if this succeeded he would make it so that her own priestesses would retain her divine powers despite the loss of her virginity. I promised. Good. God is indisputable, right? Heh. I hope so for you. Since I'm a human being blessed by the God of creation, I will believe that I will be able to accomplish the impossible. Wait. Now that I think about it, I also have the Archangel of Destruction. I can do whatever I want with him? Don't be too harsh. Instead, I will take responsibility for your people who died this time, and reincarnate them as your people. Since Yuno had already been reincarnated once, Icarus' words were persuasive enough, and Yuno decided to believe his words. Then Icarus' presence disappeared in an instant, and Centris's body fell to the floor again. Huh. Yuno hung? Why am I outside the hot springs? Wow. What did you do to me? Centris screamed and started throwing punches at Yuno as the cloth covering her body went down to her lower body, completely exposing her breasts. Wow. If it weren't for me, you would have been in big trouble. Suddenly Icarus Yuno explained the situation in detail, but Centris, her face bright red, turned her head and quickly left the hot springs. I showed my breasts again. If I do this, I'll have to grow up and marry His Majesty. But His Majesty only knows me as a man. Aware of the child's growing carelessness, Yuno grabbed the cheek that Centris had hit and went back into the hot spring as if she was dissatisfied. But his fists are pretty spicy after training for a few days. Anyway, he's really weird with guys. I guess he's still a kid. He's a jerk. Just ask him what the secret is to his dick becoming as big as mine later. It was a future where such a thing would never happen, but Yuno was giggling to herself for a long time, thinking about how she would annoy Centris, who asked her secret later. When she grew up, Illustration of Sentry being embarrassed after entering a hot spring with Yuno. Chapter 187. Saint and Archangel Sao Training. 4. Angelina and Metatron were able to get some rest after enjoying Yuno's semen point. Although there was still a giant dildo stuck in the anus, the pleasure of drinking Yuno's semen was so severe that it felt relatively less pleasurable point. But as time passed, the afterglow of the semen meal disappeared, and the vibrations of the dildo began to bother them again. HAA. This damn stick seems to be getting bigger. My place is becoming more and more sensitive. It's so hard. I feel like my body is burning. Have two people, who are now tired of fighting, were just slowly moaning from the continuous vibration and pleasure felt in their anuses with their bodies drooping. However, after a while, the door opened again, and the footsteps of three people came in. Angelina and Metatron realized that Miri and Jennifer had come again, and had to scream. Just leave me alone. Please. Let me rest for just one day. Evil pagan bastards. Lord Icarus. Please punish them and save you, Archangel. Miri and Jennifer, who brought Yuno in without paying attention to their intentions, smiled. Did you enjoy your meal, Saint? Archangel, I heard that today's meal was much more special than usual. I hope you like it. Ho. You don't like a meal like that. A dirty meal like that. Sigh. Angelina, who had raised her head to deny Miri's words, had to lower her head again as the pleasure felt stronger in her anus. Considering that, it looks like your pussy and poop are jumping around and shouting no. Ho. You told me that you ate the master's cum cocktail that Kirimu brought today, licking even your fingers. You really are a dishonest saint. Who ate something like that so deliciously? Yes, it was delicious, but that was because the saint's sense of taste had become strange. It's just that I'm so hungry. I can't help it because you guys don't provide me with a proper meal. Ho. Considering that the saint's face is shiny, well, the master's cum that the saint enjoys so much is full of nutrients and mana. So maybe it's only natural. Ho. Angelina gritted her teeth at Jennifer's sarcastic remarks, but there was nothing she could do. So what did you come to do to me today? If you came to tell me that nonsense again, I will never do it. So please leave now. Well, I didn't expect you to say something like that. I came today because I wanted to show you something special, but I think you'll enjoy it quite a bit. Miri said so, and took out a triangular object made of wood, and applied oil to it to make it slippery. However, because the saint's eyes were covered, she could not tell what Miri had prepared, or what she was doing, and she was just uneasy, because of the sounds she heard in front of her. Holy shit. What are they trying to do? What kind of hellish pleasure are you trying to give me? I don't want it anymore. Metatron. We must overcome it. This is also a trial given to us by Icarus. We must overcome this and be reborn as a true servant of Icarus. Yes, you are right. As the Archangel of Icarus, I have shown myself to be Ashamed still. Perhaps because they were together, the two talked to each other and burned their will to overcome, which made Miri and Jennifer smile even more happily. Here. I'm secretly saying that those two are toxic. In particular, Jennifer, she's being much harsher than when I was her assistant, right? What should I do next? Yuno was a little scared of Miri and Jennifer's venom, but he was curious about the training plan the two had made, so he started watching the Saintess's training from behind with his dick fully erect. After Jennifer finished applying the oil, she tightened the rope that Angelina was tied to and hung another rope behind her. Then he stretched it slightly and hung it on the ceiling, then used magic to levitate the saint's body into the air. What are you trying to do? Why are you holding me in the air? Ho. Wait just a moment. Wouldn't it be fun to know in advance? Miri, who comforted Angelina by gently rubbing her trembling cheeks, took her oiled triangular horse and placed it under her floating Angelina. Jennifer, this place is ready. Yes, Miri. Then, let's begin. Please watch carefully, master. Ha. With an evil laugh, Jennifer cut off the magical power that maintained the levitation spell. Then, naturally, Angelina fell down, and the area between her legs hit the sharpest point of her triangular horse. Kaya. It caused tremendous pain to Angelina and Metatron. The pain that felt like their bodies were being completely torn in two was a sensation they had never felt before in their lives, so they opened their mouths wide and screamed wildly. It hurts. This hurts so much. Please. Please put me down. Big. This is really much more than when you hit his fist. Angelina's soft vagina was crushed by the blade of the triangular horse, causing severe pain to both of them. Angelina's instinct was to tighten her legs as much as possible to somehow lift her body, but her oiled triangle wouldn't even allow that. Angelina's body was slightly lifted and slipped, and once again, her vagina was crushed by the sharp blade of the triangular wooden horse. And a scream came out of her mouth once again. Eek. Please stay still. Ugh. But if you stay still. Angelina said, staying still did not lessen her pain. No matter how light she was, her weight was pressing down on her body, and because she was covered in oil, the blade dug deeper into her body. Moreover, the torture did not end there. Wow. Again. This is boo. Jennifer, who was watching Angelina suffering on her triangle horse, pushed the dildo deeper into her anus and made her vibrate stronger. Moreover, at the same time, her mouth was stuffed with a ball gag that her mother-in-law had brought, so Angelina was not allowed to even ask to stop anymore and could only let out animal-like moans. You. If it's so much fun it won't. If it's so it is it won't it. This. Because of this vibration, your pussy is being pressed even more. Up even though we will feel like our body is being torn in half. Retard. It hurts. It's obviously very painful, but at the same time, I feel pleasure. My body is becoming strange. My body is becoming more and more strange. Oh, no. If your body feels that way, I too. Angelina felt a mixture of extreme pain and pleasure as the instinct to protect her body from extreme pain and the effects of semen that they had consumed so far were activated simultaneously. Her anus, which had been fully developed for about a week, felt tremendous pleasure from the vibrations of the extreme dildo, which gradually amplified it, and Angelina became more and more absorbed in the pleasure of her pain that was dominating Her mind point after a while, Metatron took over the body of Angelina, who had completely lost her senses, and tried to escape this cursed wooden horse by falling, but she could not even fall, because of the rope tied to the ceiling, which once again brought shocking pain and pleasure to them. Metatron, who shared Angelina's senses, also felt that pain was gradually mixing with pleasure, so the two were gradually being consumed by the pleasure Yuno was giving them. HMM. Is that okay? Isn't today's one too harsh? Master. Are you feeling sorry for the saintly woman after doing such a harsh thing to this bitch? Oh, no. I didn't torture you, right? I just made you feel good, so it's a bit unfair to do it here, right? Yuno was enjoying the simultaneous service of Jennifer and Miri, looking at Angelina who was sitting on her triangular horse, and howling like an animal in her pain and pleasure. Point haha, is it possible for a saint to bend like that? There's still a long way to go. Haha, the real hell is still a long way away. So, master, please focus more on this bitch's pussy. Haha, Jennifer climbed on top of Yuno's body and began to vigorously pound her fesses and wagged her tail. Ha ha ho, that's right. But starting tomorrow, you'll have to use a little more strength too. Are you okay? Sighed Mary was in Yuno's arms, providing warmth and caressing Yuno's upper body with her soft lips. She then kissed Yuno's lips and asked, and Yuno said of course, that she would cooperate and gave Miri a deep kiss on the lips. Miri and Jennifer, who enjoyed intense sex in front of the woman crying out in torture, each received Yuno's semen twice in their pussies and then sprayed Angelina with Yuno's semen in her vagina. Saintess? Metatron? How do you think? The master's fresh cum in this bitch's pussy? It's a bitch pussy cocktail, just as good as an elf pussy cocktail. Ha 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 ho. Well, it's a bit disappointing that you can't eat it with your mouth. But this smell alone will warm up your body enough. KKKK. Point. As Mary said, Yuno's semen sprayed on Angelina's face made her sexual sensations more sensitive, which made this hell felt by Angelina and Metatron even more painful. AHH. Please end it. I'd rather kill you. No more. Kara. At some point, the Saint and Metatron stopped looking for Icarus. They no longer prayed to God, who gave no answer when they searched for them, and were gradually losing their minds from the pleasure and pain that dominated their bodies and minds all day long. Chapter 188, Saint and Archangel Sao Training. 5. A long week has passed since Angelina and Metatron began being tortured on the triangular wooden horse. Any woman would have suffered serious injuries from having her vagina crushed a long time ago, but the saint's body is protected by a vast amount of divine power, and Yuno, Miri, and Jennifer had sex in front of her every day, and Yuno's semen was released to her. It was sprinkled on her private parts, and the maids provided the semen as a meal replacement, so Angelina's body was intact without any injuries. However, in return, Angelina's body experienced endless pain and pleasure, and became immersed in her drug-like pleasure. And as if to prove it, Angelina's pussy was completely wet with her bursting pussy juice. He boo he back. Haha. 2 days had passed since the ball gag covering her mouth was removed, but now not even proper words could come out of the saintess's mouth, and the same went for the Metatron inside her. At some point, the women stopped talking to each other and were just letting out moans filled with pleasure, as if their brains had melted from the vibrations of the dildo ringing in their anuses and the pleasure of the triangular wooden horse stimulating their pussies. Angelina and Metatron, who were just spending their time, heard a sound from outside that stimulated them. That live prison door opened and Miruku, who was on meal duty, came in from outside. Previously, Kiramu had brought a container full of Yuno's semen, but Miruku, who had been on duty since yesterday, did not bring anything. Well, saintess, it's a fun meal today too. What did you say I had to do to taste my master's cum? I'm sorry that a lowly saintly bitch like me harmed your majesty's subjects. I'm paying for that sin with this lowly body, so please show me mercy and pour your majesty's delicious cum into my mouth. Thank you. I will do it. You did so well. Now, I'll open your pussy for you, so you have to enjoy it. Miruku used her wind spirit to float her body in front of Angelina and spread her legs, and Angelina began to pound her exposed pussy to her heart's content. Giggle. You're perfect at sucking pussy. Jennifer used to keep cum and suck it well when I brought it to her. That's why I called her a cum dog. Giggling, Angelina began licking up the semen that began to spurt out of Miruku's pussy with great pleasure. It's the cum that the master put in my pussy. It's a bit of a waste to give it to someone else, but it's the master's order, so I can't help it. Cheat. Miruku, who was feeding Angelina some of the semen she had stored in her vagina, looked a little disappointed and turned her head when she heard a sound coming from behind her. Jennifer is a bitch who likes cum. Ha ha. Right, Jennifer. Woof. Woof. When Jennifer put a dog collar around her neck for the first time in a while and asked her to go for a walk, he was very happy and went along. He was still crawling on all fours and wagging his tail like his dog. If we say that Jennifer is a cum dog, then is it okay to say that this saintly bitch is a cum sow? Really? There is no sound like a sow's, is it? Right, master. Now, it seems like this sow just likes the triangle horse, so how about we move on to the next trainer? Even so, Miri said so. That's why I brought Jennifer. Right, Jennifer? It's nice to think of going out for a walk, isn't it? King. Jennifer, who was licking Yuno's feet so much and pressing her face against his legs, looked like a bitch. So Yuno and Miruku smiled brightly and released Angelina's restraints eventually. A leash was placed around Angelina's neck and she was dragged out as Yuno led her in a daze, unable to resist at all point. After bringing Yuno and Miruku to Miri, they headed to the slums through a secret passage, accompanied by Jennifer and Angelina. Since there was not a single person passing by in the slum at night, the three people, one bitch, and one sow, were able to happily start their walk. Hey, the night breeze is nice. Right, Jennifer. Woof. Crumble. Crumble. Ha ha ho. Jennifer really likes it, right? Angelina? Why don't you go out too? Angelina regained some of her senses as she took in the cold night breeze. That's why she was dragged outside naked, and when she saw her butt, she couldn't help but freak out. Where am I? Why am I outside naked? You. Why are you speaking human language? Hey Angelina, don't you remember? You're a sow bitch. Then what should you do? Woof. Woof. As Angelina grabbed her neck and lifted her into the air, saying that Miri was a sow to her, she gasped in horror and her tears streamed down her face at the miserable reality of her situation. Sigh. I'm sorry that the sow spoke human language. Black no. This is still human language as Miri throws Angelina to the floor in her anger and then raises her hands towards her hips. Angelina squeezes her eyes shut as she remembers the pain that will come to her. Britty Miri, you can't hit her like that, right? It's because it's our first time with a sow, right? Angelina, that's right. I guess I was a little embarrassed because it was my first time. How about if the master had sex here once? Then wouldn't the sow be able to gain courage too? You know we can't have sex until she approves of the other gods, right? Our master. There is also a sow's back vagina, right? I have been adjusting the size of the dildo and expanding it, so you will be able to fully use it now. Of course, the dildo that is currently inserted is smaller than the size of the master's cock. Ha 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 ho. Brit I guess so. Angelina's face was filled with horror as she told him that he would use her own anus to fuck her, even though the hymen was not destroyed, because it was not a vagina. Yuno's cock that I saw from afar was so huge that I thought it was ridiculous to receive it through the anus. It's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way something that big could fit into the anus. No. Saint. This dildo feels good. That big dick would feel even better. Sigh. Metatron. Don't say such nonsense. Metatron's voice, which spoke to Angelina for the first time today, was completely corrupted by the pain and pleasure of a week of torture. That's why Angelina defeated Metatron's temptation with a strong voice. Icarus Sama Saint will not be defeated by pleasure. Who was the person who was begging for cum in a voice full of pleasure just a moment ago? I guess it wasn't me. Well, that's it. I had no choice but to avoid starving to death. If I were to starve to death, I would be committing a great sin to Icarus. There's no need for Icarus, who doesn't even answer prayers. Right? The pleasure that dick will bring us will feel even better. Oh, how can someone who is the archangel of Icarus say such blasphemous words? But no matter what her thoughts were, Her body followed Yuno's lead, and the place Yuno headed was in front of the collapsed temple of Icarus, as it was a busy area even in a slum. Several people were passing by even late at night, and there were guards the entrance, so Angelina's face turned white. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Doing something like that in a place like this? Of course, Jennifer's magic of invisibility was applied to Yuno and the others, and Miruku even erased their presence with the earth spirit, so no one could see them. But Angelina, who did not know this, could not help but be shocked. It's okay. And Asao doesn't care about such things, so just be quiet. I'm not responsible if it goes wild and ends up in your vagina, right? Yuno walked Angelina to the temple of Icarus and pulled the dildo out of her anus. The dildo that had been stuck in her anus for over 2 weeks gave off a strong smell, but Kirimu quickly used the wind spirit to blow away the smell, so Yuno recovered her complexion and looked at her anus. Wow, isn't that a beautiful back pussy with pink flesh? And it has a big hole in it, so it's squealing and screaming. Does it seem like it's begging for a dick to stick in it quickly? W, what are you talking about? Aren't your soldiers watching over there? W, here. Angelina couldn't contain her astonishment as she looked at Yuno's cock exposed outside of her. Having anal sex outdoors in full view of others and in front of a collapsed temple symbolizing Icarus gave Angelina the guilt of breaking a huge taboo. _AHH. Lord Icarus, please take your saintus. Ugh. Angelina was looking for Icarus for the first time in a week, but her prayers were cut off due to the tremendous pain in her anus. Ouchie. What do you think, Angelina? I enjoyed your asshole pussy virginity. You're squeezing it really well, right? I don't have much experience with anal sex. Oh, by the way, shall we give Jennifer an asshole job too? For the first time in a while. Woof. 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 Jennifer was delighted at Yuno's words and ran over to lick Yuno's cock, which was half stuck in her anus. Hoo. As Jennifer licked, Yuno's dick swelled even more, and the pain Angelina felt became even greater, so much so that she had to scream in pain. Ho. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're enjoying yourself, but if that sow is in so much pain, you're not enjoying it at all. Can I help you out a little? Yes. It's okay. Thank you in advance. When Yuno gave permission, Miri injected Yuno's semen that she had prepared into Angelina's anus. Then, in an instant, Angelina felt her pain subside and her body become extremely hot, and she had to let out a moan of pleasure. Ha. Now you're a sow bitch. Come on, sir. Now, please enjoy the sow's arsehole and pussy to your heart's content. When Angelina's incredibly tight anus was gently loosened, and she felt her caressing his cock, Yuno smiled sinisterly and forcefully pushed her waist forward down. Girly Nah Street Exposure Anal Sex Illustration Chapter 189. Saint and Archangel Sow Training. 6. Pop. Popsikiang. Angelina's anus became moist as Yuno's semen was sprayed, and she let out obscene sounds every time Yuno's dick disappeared. Sow saintus, the tightening of her asshole and pussy is really killing me, isn't it? Ho. I guess it's your first time having anal sex, because you're leaking a lot of cum from your pussy. I think you can make it harder, master. Then I guess I'll have to grant you your wish. Following Kirimu's advice, Yuno shook her hips more vigorously, and an even louder moan came out of Angelina's mouth. What are you talking about? You're squeezing your cock tightly while squeezing your asshole, right? You're saying there's no pussy at all? And you like it so much that you're coming all over it, right? Is it okay for a saint to lie? Brit master. That's because she's a sow, not a saint. Ho. Giggles. That makes sense. Anyway, your asshole is now dedicated to my dick. Do you understand? You are a sow in the cum toilet. From now on, you are a sow who will only drink my cum and receive dick through her asshole. Angelina's face contorted as Yuno's cock pounded into her anus. However, it was not because of the pain, but to endure the immense pleasure, and in fact, her pussy was flowing with honey water and being consumed by her pleasure. Moreover, it wasn't just her Yuno's cock that was bothering her. Kick. That's right, Metatron is a sow. I'm a perverted sow who likes to have dick stuck in her asshole and pussy. Ugh, shut up, Metatron. The Archangel of Icarus said such lewd things. He saint. You too will become a sow. You will become a sow who supports this cock. Furthermore, you will become a sow saint who serves the cock. Before Icarus Sama, Metatron was pounding her inside Angelina, completely corrupted by the pleasure Yuno's cock was giving her. Angelina, who was driven to the verge of going crazy by Metatron's voice, looked inside herself and saw Metatron sealed within her. 3. My god. Metatron is real. Metatron, who was visible inside her, was crying like crazy and struggling with pleasure as if he were a real sow, and her body had a vagina and anus. Metatron. What happened? The Archangel's mental body has changed. I'm no longer the Archangel of Destruction, but a sow, so I must have a vagina and an asshole to receive the Master's cock. I even created a uterus to give birth to the Master's sow. So please give me your cum, Master's cum to the sow. Please put it in the mouth of Archangel Metatron. With Metatron's sow declaration, her wings turned black, and a pig's tail and pig ears began to grow on her body. Tada. Corruption. The fall of an Archangel. Wrong. If I leave it alone, it will affect me too. I have to somehow tell Icarus about this situation. Angelina was thinking of a way to connect with Icarus when she heard the voice of Metatron, who had been corrupted into another angel, but she had to stop her thoughts and let out her moans when Yuno's dick entered deep into her anus. Haha, the feeling is special when it is inserted this deeply. How does it feel, Angelina? How does it feel to be hit on the uterus from the anus? While this is Angelina, who almost said that she liked Yuno's cock pressing against her womb from behind, could barely hold back her voice. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. I can't stand it if this continues. I too will become a sow like Metatron. It was only then that Angelina noticed the sweetness seeping into her own voice. I have to do something. I too am I going to be corrupted? I'm going to be corrupted by this delightful butthole sex. Continued anal sex broke her spirit little by little. Crash. Clank. Clank as a hot pussy juice flowing from her pussy touched the cock and became a lubricant. Yuno felt greater pleasure and shook her waist even more vigorously. Angelina's sphincter muscle tightening, the rectal wall burning hot as it clings to the pillar of the cock and the soft uterus that can be felt from the deepest part to the glands. Anal sex with Angelina brought so much satisfaction to Yuno. Was giving. Haha, of course you are a sow. That means you were born to be my sow. From now on, serve my cock instead of Icarus. Become a saint who worships this emperor's cock as a god. Well, that's not enough. I can't abandon Icarus Sama. Icarus Sama is the only god. I'm Icarus Sama's saint. Seeing Angelina holding the cross around her neck and reflecting on her will, Juno stopped her waist and whispered into her ear, but you don't know that. Do you know who asked you to teach you? It was Icarus. It was Icarus who asked you to deny your faith. Haha, that's a lie. There's no way Icarus Sama would do that. There's no way Icarus Sama would abandon me. HMPH. If it weren't for Icarus, do you think I would have let you live? You tried to slaughter my people and destroy my capital. Do you think I would have spared you who even touched my woman? So shout right now. There are many other gods besides Icarus, and the priests of Icarus are not the only messengers of the gods. It's a lie. It's a lie. You kept me alive because you wanted my body. You kept me alive because you wanted this fucking asshole. Heh. Then I swear, your god Icarus has asked me to correct your faith, saying that he is being persecuted by other gods because of your cult. I swear with all my mana that this is the truth. When Yuno announced the truth by making the mana pledge, Angelina's eyes widened. No, it can't be. Icarus Sama can't do that. Angelina's spirit eventually collapsed due to this shocking fact. And in place of her lost spirit, Metatron's spirit began to dominate Angelina's body. Yes, that's right, there are many other gods besides Icarus. I declare that Icarus Archangel is not the only priest of the god What? Suddenly, black wings sprouted on Angelina's body, and when she, who had been desperately rejecting her declaration until now, obediently made her declaration, Yuno took a few steps back in surprise. Of course, Yuno's dick fell out, and a large hole appeared in Angelina's anus, which slowly closed. Master, please quickly insert your cock again. Please insert that pleasant male cock into the asshole and pussy of your sow. Archangel Metatron. I will relive the past of the Sal who rebelled against my master without even knowing the subject, with cum. Please paint my clothes. When Angelina called herself Metatron and seduced her by spreading her buttocks and exposing her anus, knew what her situation was. Someone said it was Metatron. Hey Metatron. What happened to the saint? That bitch, without even knowing the topic, refused to serve you as a god and closed her heart. If you give me a lot of cum, I think I will wake up from the pleasure. HMM. Really? Wait a minute. How is this happening? Does it count that Metatron declares her to be a saint? Metatron opened his mouth as looked worried after stopping her sex. Master, please use the arsehole and pussy of Archangel Metatron, the Sal who chose a cock instead of Icarus. Please deep throat the arsehole of the perverted Sal who decided to worship the master's cock as a god. At the sight of Metatron seducing her with the body of a saint, Juno's cock became powerfully erect again, and decided to think about it later, and pushed his cock into her anus. HUI3 Jazz a second master's joy. I'm having sex in front of Icarus's temple. KKKK, how about this? As reached out in front of her and rubbed her pussy with all her might. A moan filled with pleasure flowed from the mouth of Metatron, who was wearing Angelina's body. I like the arsehole too. I don't need Icarus anymore. As long as I have this dick, I'm a big fan. KKKK in the attic, who was the Archangel of Icarus, says he doesn't need Icarus. How much of a pervert Sal can she be? Don't do it. Icarus didn't tell me this. He didn't teach me this good feeling. Oh. This cock. And the arsehole sex. The master is so much better. Oh. Go away. Go away with butthole sex. Prepared to ejaculate as she watched Metatron's body tremble at the climax point as Yuno's cock swelled more and more inside her. Her Metatron made a lewd expression and tightened her own ass tighter, Angelina's lewd body pressing her womb against the glands beyond the walls of her rectum. Was once again impressed. So bitch, I'm coming. Take it all through your asshole. Please come, please come, please. Become the lord of the Sal Archangel Metatron. I will pray every day while masturbating with my asshole and pussy. And I will become a Sal angel who uses a cock-shaped dildo as a sacred object and prepares to receive cum through her asshole. Nyada, please fill me with plenty of pleasant cum. It's big. Boom, 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 boom. Feeling Yuno's hot semen filling up inside his anus, Metatron reached climax and squirted out pussy juice. Icarus, please look, please watch your Archangel meet a new master and have sex with his asshole. Please see how he has become a lewd Sal Archangel who serves a pleasant male cock as his new master. You bitch. Where are you praying when your master is coming? After finishing her ejaculation, hit Metatron's cheek with his dick point slam. Gulp kuaik. I'm sorry, I will properly pray to Jaji, so from now on, please enjoy the asshole and pussy of Jajisao, Archangel Metatron, at any time. HMM. Okay. After I corrupt the saint, I'll return her to her body as a bitch. Then, I'll make sure she takes on the form of a sow. Gulp. Thank you. Master Angelina is not waking up right now, but I will work even harder to receive your cum and help you wake up and corrupt this sow saint. Seeing Metatron kneeling in front of flapping his black corrupted wings and acting cutely, Jennifer ran up and barked like a puppy. Woof. King. You're jealous of my bitch because I've been paying too much attention to the sow bitch? Don't worry. I'm going to put a lot of cum in my bitch's asshole and pussy today. Understand? Woof. In the end, after enjoying outdoor anal sex with Jennifer, enjoyed a night walk with a sow and a bitch in tow. Miri and Kiramu followed with their arms around each other, and they enjoyed a midnight date illustration of Metatron, the sow fallen angel who dominated the body of Saint Angelina. Chapter 190, Training of a Saint and an Archangel with a sow. 7. The next morning, Juno was changing his clothes and preparing to attend the royal meeting when he was suddenly grabbed by the hand of Eliza, who entered the room. Don't you think you don't care too much about us as a human being these days? Your mother, Catherine, and I are also giving birth next month, and last week you had sex once every 2 days, but this week you only had sex once every 3 days. Brito, no, that's because I'm busy with government affairs. But, every time we have sex, I still pass on the energy of the world tree to the babies. Yuno spoke as if it was unfair, but Eliza snorted. Hey yes, I like the emperor as expected. You can say that being busy having sex with other girls is also a matter of state affairs. Oh my dear, my little girl in my stomach says she's resentful of her dad as Yuno watched Eliza pretending to cry, holding her protruding belly and even making excuses for her baby. Her head started hurting. No. Training saints is really necessary for government affairs. Why is the girl who clearly knows that like this again today? I understand that her emotions go back and forth because of her pregnancy. Haha, really? But making that excuse here won't work. Ugh. Today, I'm going to enjoy seeing my wife pregnant for the first time in a while. Anyway, since he was successful in training Metatron, he thought he could take a day off, and the pregnant wives' pussies tasted different, so Yuno decided to spend tonight with the empresses instead of going to her saint. Okay. I'll do it for you tonight, Mom, Catherine, and you are going to pour it all out until your uterus explodes. So that's what I know. Is it true? You can't deny that. Yeah. Anyway, it's okay because it was time to tease the sow. But you seem to really like that sow's saintly anus. Honestly, anal sex with a saintly woman is actually pretty good. The entrance is tight, and the inside is so hot that it's really like sticking your dick into lava. Eliza, HMPH. This feels so good, right? Is that why you didn't juice your wife's pussy? Seeing Eliza suddenly upset again, Yuno realized that she had stepped on a landmine. No, of course, my wife's pussy is the best in the world. Especially Eliza's pussy. Keck. Mom, Catherine, who was trying to comfort Eliza by hugging her, found Uriah and Catherine standing in front of her door and her eyes widened pointy. Mother. Sister? My husband likes my pussy the best. Ha 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 ho. My son got his mom pregnant like this. Her daughter-in-law's pussy is the best. I don't need her mom's pussy anymore. Right. Ha ha ho. I guess your mother raised your son too much. He became a disciple and got his teacher pregnant like this, and now he's pretending not to know. Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine had never been jealous before becoming pregnant, but as the second half of pregnancy approached, their moods were going back and forth. And especially since Juno was away on many days to train the saints, their dissatisfaction was exploding. Britta. I understand. Kurimu. Tell them I can't attend the royal meeting today. Tell Rachel to take charge. Yes, I understand. Master, instead, I need you to send away the 3 empresses. And treat me and my daughter as well. I understand. After completely sending Uriah, Eliza, and Catherine away, Yuno had to come generously in the pussies of Kiramu and Miruku, who came to visit her. Rachel, who was dissatisfied with having to supervise the royal meeting on her own, joined in, and eventually that day, I had to shake my back all day in the bedroom. The time when was burning the room with orgy sex. Angelina, who was in the corner of the bed, was waking up. Head. This place. Ho. You're awake. Holy woman. I was waiting for you to wake up, raging that would find him. Metatron, who had been masturbating with Angelina's body, obediently handed over her body when Angelina's consciousness awoke. But when Angelina felt the feel of her huge dildo in her own anus, filling her with slimy liquid, she unleashed her anger on her Metatron inside her. Metatron, what on earth have you done with my body? The Archangel of Icarus. You even gave in to pleasure. That much pleasure? How dare you say that the pleasure you give me is so bad? Now, Jajinim. What is that? The one who created me and gave me the power as an archangel is Icarus. But from now on I will not follow Icarus. Master's huge male cock is my true master. The true god who guides this sad archangel and gives pleasure through her asshole. I have finally found the way. Oh, you're crazy. How can an archangel deny Icarus Sama? I don't particularly deny Icarus. No matter how much I converted, Icarus is my father who created me. There is only one god in this world. The one and only god Icarus. Let's admit what we have to admit. Even though I denied Icarus doctrine, Icarus did not remove the divine power from my body. You can tell by looking at my body, visible in the prison across from me, that is still shining and intact. So Icarus really wants to revise the doctrine. And you also allow me to treat my master's cock as a god. I can't admit it. I can never admit it. Radley, what do you mean you can't admit it? Angelina, who had covered her ears and screamed at Metatron's temptation, turned her head when she heard a voice coming from behind her. Mary, Sister Lee, and Jennifer here. I was passing by and saw a commotion, so I came in. And he must have come to his senses. How could a bitch called a saint lose her mind so easily? From now on, she will have to serve as the South Saint of the West. TSK TSK, ho ho ho. Thanks to the saintess, I had a great time walking yesterday. It was so nice that the owner took the dog for a walk after a long time. Is that fun? Treating humans like livestock. Is it fun to trample on human dignity like this? HMPH. Then what about you? Didn't you also treat the believers as livestock? They administered brainwashing drugs under the pretext of treatment and free meals to force them to become believers, and forcibly melted their bodies without their consent to extract divine power from them. Are you saying it's not treated well? It was for the glory of Lord Icarus. It was to guide sinful pagans to the right path. Then this is also the same. In order to guide you sinful bitch to the right path, we are turning you into a sow. Do you understand? Angelina was left speechless by Hermira's logic. Then Metatron began to tempt her again. He, admit it now, Saint. The only way left for us is to become the master's sow and serve him. And it's never a bad choice. Master's male cock makes us females feel very good. I still vividly remember the ecstatic 6 that master used on my asshole and pussy while I was in your body. Hoo, I cannot admit it. I cannot admit it. There is no god other than Icarus, and his priests are the only messengers of God. She gritted her teeth and began to pour out all the hatred and anger that had been boiling inside her. Then Angelina's insides shook and the seal of her divine power was released. Lord Icarus has finally answered me. Icarus helped me escape from here. But before that, Angelina pushed Mary and Jennifer away, who were embarrassed by her radiating divine power, and activated her divine magic. Oh, no. My body, ha ha ho. Get the price you deserve for betraying Icarus. Metatron, the divine power that spewed out from her hand, spewed out at a high speed into the next prison, rapidly melting Metatron's body. As Metatron's body melted away, the enormous divine power contained therein was absorbed into Angelina's body, and she completely regained her confidence thanks to the divine power felt in her angel wings. My body has to become a sow and serve my master. When I returned to my physical body, I tried to please my master by transforming my body into that of a perfect sow. Metatron was saying something inside, but Angelina didn't care about it anymore. Angelina, who had even regenerated her own priestly clothes with her enormous divine power, looked down at Mary and Angelina with her confident expression. Ho ho ho, now it's your turn. Bitch. You too will have to pay the price in advance. The price for persecuting Icarus Sam saint like this. However, she was so excited about her own increased power that she forgot Hermira's skills and did not know that Jennifer was not just you nose bitch. Ha ha ho saintess. Are you done with it now? KKKK. Looking at the costume this bitch made, he instinctively knows that she is a sow, but she rebels like this. After all, the master had a reason why he asked Jennifer to develop that magic, the priestly clothes that Angelina created due to the divine power that had already been contaminated by her sex with were completely lewd compared to the neat clothes she originally wore. So Mary laughed at Angelina's outfit to her heart's content. What is that? HMM. The moment Angelina asked what she was talking about, Jennifer activated her bondage spell and bound Angelina's hands and feet with her. Then, Mary grabbed Angelina's neck and threw her body into the air, making her unable to move. Icarus made me so strong. How you can kill one of your sow without permission like this? Well, it won't be a big deal, since I can just give birth to another bitch with your body. Jennifer, I will seal that bitch's sacred power again. So you prepare the magic. No. I'm not dead. The sow bitch is still in here intact. Metatron was shouting fiercely from inside Angelina, but there was no way Mary could hear it. I can prepare one more thing, right? Yes, I understand. Miri, fully restored from her sex with Yuno, showed off her own power and activated her spell with her hand that was gripping Angelina's neck, sealing her divine power again. Meanwhile, Jennifer prepared her own special magic that she developed in one day under Yuno's orders. Okay, Miri, I'm ready. I'll activate it right now. Yes. Saint. When you wake up here, you will have to choose. I will let you follow whatever you want between the two fates before you. Giggle, 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 back quota. What else am I going to do? What terrible things are going to happen to me? Back quote. Holy shit. Even if the four saintly women had simply acknowledged that she was a sow, even I would have been caught up in Jennifer's magic. Ugh. Angelina and Metatron lost consciousness as they felt a bright light emanating from Jennifer's hand. Angelina's lewd saint's attire illustration. Ver 1. Asterisk ANGELINA apostrophe S lewd saint's outfit illustration. Ver 2. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 191, Saint and Archangel Sao Training. 8. Warning: this episode may feel like NTR depending on the reader's perspective point. The main content of this episode is the fantasy that the saint sees, but if you feel uncomfortable even with a very weak NTR, you can skip to episode 193 and there will be no problem in understanding the content point. As soon as the light disappeared, Angelina opened her eyes. The place she was in was a prison, and around her, the smell of moldy basement and broken fesses entered her nose, and Angelina had to pinch her nose to block it without realizing it. Metatron's voice, which had always been heard inside her, could not be heard, and Angelina, shaking her head, got up and tried to figure out where this place was. Crash. However, when the prison door opened and 3 soldiers came in carrying a wooden barrel, Angelina lowered her posture again and sat down in her seat. Back quote. I guess they locked me in the dungeon because I rebelled. If that's the case, I'll take the opportunity to kill them all, including the emperor and that bitch. What? Our cute Sal's poop toilet woke up early today. I guess you missed these westerners pricks. What are you talking about? Why is that person my master? POW. She's like this again. She's been listening to me well lately, but if she keeps doing this, she'll take away her breakfast again. I haven't fed her anything since then, so she must be pretty hungry, right? TSK. Only then did Angelina feel the intense hunger in her stomach. And at the same time she realized that she could not feel any of her divine power, and she was extremely embarrassed. Why is my sacred power? Haha. Why are you suddenly looking for 4 years of sacred power that has been gone for a long time? It's been a long time since the hymens of these westerners were blown away. You priestesses of Icarus say that when your hymen is pierced, your sacred power is lost. At her man's words, Angelina looked at her own right shoulder. Her red bow, which was supposed to be there, was gone, and a cry of despair flowed from Angelina's mouth. Haha, I forgot that your bitch's hymen was torn. I guess the guys who bought your bitch last night went a bit too far. But don't worry, we'll be a little gentler today. Before that, we should eat breakfast, right, Tark? The man who was talking to Angelina snapped her fingers, and 2 of her men behind her came up and tilted the wooden bucket they were holding, pouring the contents into the food bowl inside the prison. Inside, all kinds of food waste mixed with semen gave off a foul odor, so Angelina started to gag as soon as she smelled it. No, this bitch. Are you disgusted when you see the meal that the westerners have prepared so carefully? I brought you your favorite cum, and you got cocky. How many days will you have to starve before you come to your senses? Wow. Puck. POW. In response to Angelina's reaction, her soldiers inflicted pain on her by punching and kicking her, and as her divine power was lost, her weakened body could not handle the harsh violence, and she screamed, "Stop. I'm sorry. I'll eat her." That would have happened a long time ago. Where is the Sa arrogantly going to eat? Only when she finally bowed her head and apologized did her violence against Angelia stop. But the smell of the miserable meal in front of her finally made her unable to put her mouth to it. POW. Angelina's head was then placed in a bowl of food mixed with food waste and semen. A sow that doesn't even know about this topic has a poop toilet. Do we have to force feed it so it can eat? His Majesty gave us his sow for 4 years and told us we could handle it however we wanted, but he also told us not to kill it. Ugh. The smell. This dirty thing keeps coming into my mouth under the rough hands of her soldiers. Angelina was eventually forced to eat her miserable meal, and her soldiers laughed at her and watched her misery. Now, if the Westerners gave me a meal, now I have to serve these Westerners, right? The soldiers lowered their lower garments, took out their genitals, and thrust them at Angelina. It smells. It's filthy. And it's a bit smell. When Angelina showed her disgust by looking at their genitals, her soldiers became angry again. Why is this sow like this today? Did I pick something wrong? This won't work. Guys, go out and call all of our 10. I need to retrain this sow bitch properly. Then a soldier came out and brought other men with her, and Angelina was so frightened by the men surrounding her that she unconsciously retreated to her wall and picked up her rock that had been lying in her corner. I heard no, I hate this. Although she tried to resist by swinging her boulder, the brute hands of her 10 men quickly overpowered Angelina. Soon, she felt her soldiers' dicks in every hole, including her vagina, her anus, and even her mouth. It hurts. I hate this. Let it go. Please let it go. As Angelina protested with her whole body, the faces of her soldiers who were trying to gang grab her also showed disapproval. Wow, I'm feeling terrible today. I can't help it. I need to give you that medicine. Giggle. Are you talking about the brainwashing drug that this bitch used in the slums? Oh, that's right. You were toying with the Empire with that kind of medicine, killing the people of the Empire, and trying to blow up Adria? To do that, you need to get a taste of that medicine too. Her Highness Diane said she strengthened the weak ingredients, so you will be able to feel it properly. You so bitch. As one of her soldiers took a pink colored pill from her pocket and forced it into Angelina's mouth, she felt her consciousness fading and her body heating up. Oh no. If this goes on, I can't take it anymore. That cock. That cock that made me happy. As her consciousness slowly subsided, Angelina recalled her instincts that had been training her in her unconsciousness. Then, her body began to tremble, the insides of her pussy and sphincter began to squirm, and lewd sounds flowed from Angelina's mouth. Pussy feels good oot. Asshole pussy feels good please fuck your dick oot. Please use the lewd sow's mouth and asshole as you like oot. Angelina's soldiers, who were humiliating her with their genitals stuck in her 3 holes, burst into laughter, as if they were pleased with her teaching. Haha, my sow has finally come to her senses? How is it? Do these Balkan soldiers' dicks feel good? It feels good. Oh clothes, I love your cock. Please come in it. Oh clothes, please come in. Sow Angelina's pussy. That feels good. Oh clothes, yes. We'll come as much as we want. If it's such a cute sow's pussy, we can come as much as we want. Angelina, who had been gang raped by her 10 soldiers all morning, smiled faintly as she saw her 10 men waiting in front of her prison once they left. You found me again. The sow Angelina will make you feel good with her asshole and pussy. Please spray plenty of hot cum inside me with the boar's dicks. Haha, a bore. But if you're fucking a sow's hole that feels so good, I don't mind being called a bore. Haha, I heard that the morning group trained them thoroughly again. Is it really trustworthy? I heard you were particularly harsh in the morning. If you are rude in the middle of the day, it breaks the mood. So let's give him that medicine and start again. Well, Her Highness Diane said I could use it as much as I wanted, as long as it was for the sow, right? Yes. They also informed us that it is okay to treat them roughly because they contain a lot of nutrients and protect the body. Instead, if you leak this outside of the unit and are caught, your entire family will be executed, so be careful. Seeing Angelina's lewd appearance with her semen dripping from her pussy hole and her anus, her soldiers gave her a sinister smile and rushed at her, and Angelina was subjected to yet another endless gang rape. Her soldiers gang raped her without any consideration for her, only for her own pleasure. but due to the brainwashing drugs that were continuously administered to her, she felt pleasure instead of pain. I could only feel it. It feels good. As expected, it feels good to have a dick in my asshole. But something feels empty. Something is lacking. As Angelina moaned as her soldiers dicks pounded both her asshole and her pussy. She felt unfulfilled, and her body wanted something else. I realized that I was doing it. As her soldiers shove their cocks in her face. Angelina grabs their dicks with both her hands and jerks them. She takes turns sucking their dicks and drinking her cum, but she keeps on giving her something. I felt it was lacking. But I don't know. It feels good. I need something huge. This cum filled up my asshole feels good. But it's thicker and hot like lava. The smell of a male. I need cum full of cum, but in Angelina's mind, dazed by her brainwashing drugs, she couldn't recall exactly what she needed. No matter how much sex she had, her body and mind could not be completely satisfied, but she still got quite a pleasant pleasure from the sex right now. She felt the genitals of numerous soldiers being plunged into her body, and from that day on, she lost consciousness. Angelina became the soldier's sour toilet whore. Saint Angelina prostitute illustration. Condom belt there. Saint Angelina prostitute illustration. General there. Chapter 192. Saint and Archangel sour training. 9. 50 years have passed since Saint Angelina was reduced to a sour point. The empire prospered under the emperor's rule, and Adria became much more splendid. But the situation of Angelina, who became the chief of the capital corps, did not change. During her 50 long years, Angelina's body was always marinated in brainwashing drugs, and her diet was replaced with semen. Now, even without the brainwashing drugs, she naturally welcomed sex with her soldiers and drank their semen without a care in the world. Thanks to the brainwashing medicine that Diane modified, her body did not suffer from malnutrition, and the hot-blooded young soldiers coveted her body as a free prostitute at any time of the day. So she suffered from constant hunger for 24 hours a day without even feeling hungry. As a result of the gang rape, the vagina, anus, and mouth were filled with semen. Before she knew it, Angelina was returning to her turn. Her license began to be traded for money. Prostitute-like graffiti was engraved on her body, and obscene accessories were placed here and there on her nipples and clitoris. Since there was no way that Angelina, a sex slave so potty, could be provided with contraceptive magic or contraceptive pills, Angelina had to keep getting pregnant, and despite her pleas, her child was forcibly taken away and sent to her orphanage. But at some point, her soldiers stopped looking for her. Angelina. Her body was scrawled here and there with obscene graffiti, deformed by repeated childbirth. Her enlarged breasts, and her vagina with many piercings, were so disgusting that the soldiers decided to use Angelina, even though the price was extremely low. I was reluctant. Therefore, she began to attract men into her house, operating like a street prostitute in front of the prison that had become her own home. Please buy me a pussy, you former saint. So sex potty Angelina will make her customers' dicks feel good with her pussy. Angelina's soldiers passing by her prostitute glanced at her, but they soon turned their heads. It's been a while since I last saw Angelina, so why don't I enjoy it? I used it once last time, and even though she's already given birth to 50 children, the tightness was killing me. Hey, don't be like that. Let's go outside and play. That bitch's pussy tightening and asshole are still usable, but just looking at the graffiti and piercings kills my ugly dick. Well, wow. That bitch really knows how to have sex, so it's killing me. Some guy wrote such dirty scribbles with an indelible pen. Damn it. Angelina's heart was filled with worry as the soldiers who were interested in her soon turned around after seeing her body. I need at least one customer to be able to eat today. But now the feeder doesn't want to tell me that it's time to get married and won't let me eat. Besides, my body wants a man. Yes, I still haven't found what I wanted. That big dick and thick male cum. I haven't found the real owner of this sow bitch. But my pussy is itching so much that I can't help it. Angelina, who was seducing the soldiers with lewd masturbation while showing off her pussy wide open in front of her house, spilling her cum, turned her head when she heard a voice coming from next to her. Hey, are you Angelina? When she looked, there was a blonde boy who appeared to have just grown up, So Angelina lifted her body and walked towards him. Yes, that's right, sir. I'm a little old, but thanks to the medicine I always take, I still feel like I'm in my 30s. Ha ha ha. Although her vagina and anus were discolored dark red due to numerous childbirths, the soldiers who occasionally visited her were satisfied with her body and the tightness of her vagina, and she was quite proud of her body. Angelina is the barracks whore who will spread her pussy for anyone if you give her a coin. Right. Ha ha ho. Is there another Angelina? For 1 coin, you can use it anywhere on your pussy and asshole, and for 2 coins, she will even clean it with her mouth after using it well. Actually, I have a big dick, so I'm still a virgin. I'll give you 5 coins. Will you have sex with me? 5 coins. Okay, as many as you want. My vagina has been impaled on a dick every day for 50 years, so it's a bit discolored and covered in piercings. But most of the soldiers here have graduated from virginity with my vagina. Ha ha ho. You can practice with my pussy so that you can treat a woman like a sow. Oh, putty. It's been a while since I last saw you. These days, I haven't seen the new recruits because they don't use my pussy often when they get their bachelor's badges. But Angelina nodded her head in response to her virginity and her 5 coins and took the blonde man into her house point as a prostitute. She received men every day. In her house, there was no special household equipment, just a bed soaked in semen and love juice, and she guided her man to that bed. Wow, how big is your dick that you need 5 coins? Angelina's eyes widened in astonishment at the size of her man's cock revealed before her. Her man's cock, boasting the length and thickness of her own forearm, became viciously erect as soon as she pulled down her pants and slapped her cheek, and the smell of male pheromones emanating from it instantly made her pussy come. Oh, this smell. This. Can't it be? Where do you want me to put it? Pussy. No. Asshole. Please put it in your asshole pussy. It will feel perfect because it has a lot of protrusions because it gets pounded by the soldiers' dicks every day. Angelina was trying to ask him to put it in her pussy as usual, but she felt something new and she asked him for anal sex. Then, contrary to her impression, her man put on a sinister expression and placed the huge cock into her anus, and Angelina's anus, which had been trained through countless sex sessions, swallowed the thick cock. Here he will be pleased. Help me get better. Wow. Do you like my cock? The bumps feel quite peculiar, but I'm not satisfied enough to pay 5 coins, so tighten it more. You so bitch. Splat. Clang. Even though her man's previously kind demeanor suddenly turned harsh and he started slapping her ass, Angelina moaned with pleasure. HMM. Every time this dick scratches my asshole, my uterus gets a thrill. The dick that has entered deep inside my asshole is pressing my uterus every time you hit my ass. My asshole is instinctively squeezing the dick. Yes, I'll tighten it harder. I'll squeeze Angelina more comfortably through the sow's asshole. Oh, clothes. So please use more. Please rape your exclusive sow Angelina roughly. Oh, clothes. Angelina's walls wriggled around her glands, as if caressing her cock, and her sphincter tightened incredibly hard, threatening to cut her off. It was Angelina's anus, where any decent man would have sent her to her climax in less than 30 seconds, but the blonde man's steel-like cock was sending her to her climax without any hesitation, despite her movements crunch every time her man's cock moves. Back and forth, Angelina's anus squirts out a slimy fluid that makes her man's cock feel even better, and her cunt and tits also spurt out her love juices and milk, making her feel great. It clearly showed how much she felt. Awful feels good. It's amazing I went all the way into my asshole, but there's still a dick left. My asshole pussy and the customer's cock are so good together. Having sex with this dick has become a habit. KKKK. Does my dick feel that good? Huh. Yes, it feels good. I've been waiting for this cock all my life. I've been looking for this really thick cock with a male scent all my life. Angelina climaxed and screamed obscenely every time her man moved her waist, and her man also seemed satisfied with Angelina's body. Soon, she felt her man's cock becoming engorged and swollen. I finally found it. I've had sex every single day for 50 years, but my body is not satisfied. But I finally found the owner of my body. The owner who will satisfy me completely. I found it. Master. Please give the sow some cum. Pour that thick cum into the sow's arsehole and pussy, and also come into her pussy, so you can become my master. Then I'll come in Angelina's sow's arsehole and pussy. Boom, 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 boom. Her man's ejaculation continued endlessly. Feeling the waves of semen rush into her stomach, Angelina arched her back, exposing the whites of her eyes in violent pleasure. AHH. This is it. This cum is on a different level from other men. This sticky and hot lava like cum the master of this sow bitch oven. After she finished ejaculating, the blonde man's cock was still hard and erect, and Angelina looked at him and his cock with such love. AHH. Master, please use my pussy too. Please insert that thick and magnificent male cock into this sow's pussy. Please become the master of this lewd sow. Saintess, really? Is that really what you want? Is it okay for the saint of Icarus to have sex with her pussy? Angelina stiffened as she heard the word Icarus for the first time in decades. But her eyes soon began to shine with a lustful lust, and she tore off the cross necklace that was still around her neck. I want to fuck my pussy with you, master. I don't need Icarus anymore. Master, please fuck this sow bitch. Please pound my pussy with your cock. With her loud cry, Angelina felt a bright light surround her and lost consciousness, and after what seemed like eons, as soon as she regained consciousness, the face of her master she saw before her was none other than Juno's face. Ha ha. Did you sleep well? So, as soon as she saw Juno's face smiling at her, Angelina's face was filled with joy. Saint Angelina, pregnant prostitute. Illustration. General there. Saint Angelina, pregnant prostitute. Illustration. Condom belt there. Asterisk chapter 193. Saint and Archangel sow training. 10. When she realized that the soldier who had anal sex with her and then tried to stick his dick into her vagina was Juno, Angelina looked happy, but at the same time, she was filled with doubts. How did this happen? I definitely Saint. Because of you, I had to live as a sow for 49 years. Never knew what it felt like to wait for my master's cock for 49 years and to soothe myself with the cocks of lowly men who couldn't even feel it. As Angelina looked at her confused face, Mary, who was next to her, opened her mouth. Did you think you and us would get away with just atoning for 4 years of sins? I counted the number of imperial citizens sacrificed by the Holy Virgin with the magic circle, and the number was 49. In addition, I destroyed the body of Metatron, who was to become the master sow, and in return, I had a dream of giving birth to 50 babies through continuous gang rape. How was it? Metatron woke up a little early, probably because it was set in 49. So we adjusted the last dream of the 4 years, and put you in it a little. He seems to be coming to his senses now. He only then did Angela realize that she could not clearly remember the face of the baby she had given birth to, and that she could not properly remember the faces of the soldiers who had assaulted her. Yes. No matter how long the dream is, it gradually disappears from your memory when you wake up. I guess this is the same. But remnants of pleasure ingrained on Angelina's body for the long 50 years remained, and because she had just had anal sex with Juno, the flesh inside her vagina was writhing obscenely in response to the smell of the male cock wafting from beneath her. He was spitting out honey water. My decision has not changed. I will become a sex slave for that thick and powerful cock. I will become a sow exclusively for my master. And one day, I will conceive and give birth to a sow that resembles me in my wombats. She had made up her mind. Angelina's legs spread apart, exposing her naturally wet cunt hole and anus, while Juno was having anal sex with her. While she was dreaming, Angelina's anus was dripping with semen, and her pussy hole was fluttering open, as if it desperately wanted her cock, showing its pink flesh. So Juno's cock was too. I began to stretch out my energy more firmly. Gulp that cock. The master's cock I've been looking for in my dreams for 50 years, and longing for the male cock that will ravage my insides so hard. And have I? Angelina lowered her head and swallowed her drool as she looked at Juno's cock, and then looked at her right shoulder, as if something had occurred to her. AHH. In my dream, the lost maiden is still there. Then, so is her divine power. The red water archer remained on her shoulder, and as if she had finally remembered it, Angelina also checked the divine power within her. Well, as expected, the divine power is still there. It seems like the sister may have sealed it strongly in advance, but I can't move her. Why are you trying to use her divine power? Do you still have any sense of rebellion left in you? No, Sister Miri, I'm so happy that there is a virgin left. She is a useless sow virgin, but if it makes my master happy, I can offer her as much as I want. Seeing Angelina's perfect submission, Yuno's dick swelled even bigger. If I get a girl, all your sacred power will disappear, so that's okay. Isn't this a dream? Sure. Holy power is not important to me anymore. What use is that to a sow, who will only live for her master's dick? Angelina said so, and, as in her dream, she tore off her cross necklace from around her neck, placed it on the floor, and knelt down in front of Juno. Angelina, recognize that Icarus is not the only god, and that all other priests are agents of the gods. All humans have freedom of faith, and I, Angelina, will worship my master's largest male dick as a god from now on. Sighed at the same time as her passionate confession of faith. Angelina kissed the tip of Yuno's cock, and Yuno's already throbbing cock spurted semen onto Angelina's face thanks to her kiss. Boo right. Although it wasn't a huge amount like usual, because it wasn't her sex, it was still enough for her to shower with her own semen, and Angelina's eyes sparkled in ecstasy as she tasted Juno's semen all over her body. The master baptized me. As soon as I worshipped the master's largest cock as a god, he blessed me with cum like this. It's really an undeserved reward for such a sow. Well, Angelina, now that you have had enough of your punishment, it is time to offer her virginity to the West and live as a sow saint. Is she ready? Yes, Sister Miri. I have been waiting for 50 years, just for my master's cock. So, master, please forgive the insolent past of Angelina, the former saint of Icarus and lowly sow pussy. Please pierce the virgin. Master, please have sex with the lewd pussy of Angelina, a prostitute exclusive to male cocks. Fuck. When Yuno's cock finally entered Angelina's pussy, red blood, symbolizing her virginity, flowed from her pussy, and at the same time the flesh of her pussy began to twitch tremendously, welcoming her own master, who of the master's dick came in. The magnificent male cock made me relax in one go. I'm a virgin, and I'm having an orgasm. He will go good. I like the asshole, but I like the pussy head to contact. You have such a great dick, you feel so good. Angelina and Metatron immediately climaxed and screamed at the feeling of the violent cock, which was completely different from the regular sized penis of the soldiers they had felt in their dreams. Is this a virgin? Her pussy is wriggling and pulling inward. Didn't she just regenerate her virginity with divine power? No, it's the first time I've had a dick in my vagina. I don't need a dick other than my master. I can't get this feeling, except from this male's biggest dick here. Even though she had just lost her virginity, Angelina's pussy, which had been the slut of her dreams for 50 years, was so adept at guiding Juno's cock to its deepest depths. The tightness is that of a completely virgin, but the movement of the pussy folds is that of a completely worn out prostitute. It's incredibly satisfying. Yuno also liked the inside of Angelina's pussy so much that he pushed her waist hard and enjoyed the inside of her saintly pussy point as Yuno's huge cock began to move roughly. Not only Angelina, but also Metatron inside her screamed in a storm of maddening pleasure and burst into anger at Angelina. If it weren't for this bitch, I could have received the master's cock with my own body. Metatron, I'm sorry. Instead, I will allow you to serve your master at any time with my body. You can become a sow that takes turns serving your master with her pussy and asshole with my body. Did you promise that you would take turns when having sex? Of course. Metatron feels it when I serve my pussy anyway, and I can also feel it when Metatron serves his asshole. By sharing my body, I become a sow in the master's cum toilet. Clotheslam, the master is enjoying the sow's pussy. Why are you so dazed? Isn't your pussy moving properly? I'm sorry. Who at the master's dick felt so good that this sow bitch was left dazed. Ugh, I will serve you even harder with my pussy, so please make it rough. Or even her saliva was dripping from Angelina's mouth, showing that she was losing her mind due to her pleasure, and her voice had become completely sweet with pleasure. So Yuno grabbed her hair and fucked her even more roughly. I shook my back around. It's hard. It's so big it's pressing against my uterus. My virgin uterus is being captured by the master's cock. Us their scum, their lilts, their pussies are clinging to them. They really wanted to live his life as a virgin with such a lewd vagina. Do you now understand how deep your sin is? Harang, that's right, not only did I try to harm my master's people, but I also foolishly tried to save the life of a saint. Even though I have the nature of a sow whore who loves the biggest male dick, seeing Angelina repenting her sins, slapped her buttocks and pressed her uterus even harder with his cock. Then you know how to live from now on, right? Feeling cock prodding her womb. Angelina almost couldn't respond properly to the pleasure she felt, but she finally managed to come to her senses and open her mouth. There's a cock in the womb. The master has awakened this sow pussy bitch with such lewd nature, so from now on, she will become a dick saint and have her asshole and pussy covered by the master's cock for the rest of her life. I will live by serving harang. Yes, that suits you. That kind of lewd body is perfect for a sow. From now on, I will appoint you as the Emperor's exclusive sow saintess who only cares about my dick and receives only my cum into her womb. You will live a life of service with your pussy and asshole. We must live. My pussy feels weird, master's dick feels so good. Thank you for appointing me as your exclusive dick saint. I will serve your male cock with my pussy and asshole for the rest of my life. Angelina's declaration made even more excited, and before she knew it, her cock began to squirm and swell, preparing to slowly release her semen. Then, the inside of her pussy wriggled seductively like a prostitute's. And at the same time, it tightened with the unique tightness of a virgin's pussy, begging for her semen. However, there was no way cock could submit to her movements, so pushed through her pussy movements with force and forcibly penetrated her uterus. The cock movement is amazing. This gigantic dick is amazing. My uterus is pierced. I feel my pussy so much that my uterus is shaking higher. Even as Angelina's body continued to writhe in orgasm, she leaned back and stiffened her whole body in response to the pleasure that cock gave her. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. I can't stand this. The master's huge male cock is so strong that Angelina's sow whore pussy goes away. I'm going to come now too. Wait a moment, Angelina. I'm so glad. Please come. Please come in the hot thick cum. In your saint's vagina. In the vagina of the sow saint who decided to serve the master's cock instead of Icarus. Master's cub. A perverted whore who wants to give birth to a sow. Please pour a lot of cum into the sow's womb. Angelina screamed while shaking her hips like crazy, and also reached the peak of her excitement and wriggled her cock point as huge cock wriggled against the opening of her cervix. Angelina's uterus opened ever so slightly, even though it was a completely closed virgin uterus. Cock penetrated that gap without fail, and it became completely lodged in her cervix. Elf. Boom. Buraya boom. Chatter. Buraya chatter. Buraya when cock, which was lodged in her cervix, began to ejaculate, her semen spurted out with the force of penetrating the uterus and began to fill Angelina's uterus. I was a virgin until just now. I'm ejaculating into my uterus. This feels good. I love receiving my master's cum with my uterus. Angelina had been gang raped countless times in her dreams and had received a huge amount of cream pee, but because she could not feel even 1/100th of the pleasure that cock gave her, she reached her climax by pulling out her tongue and letting a fountain burst out of her pussy. Pshit. And as her body convulsed with the thrill of climax, Angelina felt her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. Well done. I did really well to become the master's sow saint. From now on, I will become the master's cock saint and fill my womb with this kind of cum. I am happy. Eventually, her consciousness completely fell asleep, and looking at her with a satisfied smile, pulled her dick out of her pussy and turned her body back to have Mary clean her dick. However, he had to turn his head back again when he heard a lewd voice coming from behind. Master, since you have listened to the oath of the saintly bitch, now, will you also listen to the oath of Metatron, the sow pussy angel of the cum toilet exclusively for you? Angelina, looking like a lewd archangel with pig ears, or rather, Metatron in her body, was seen there, and dick immediately became huge and erectile lustration of sow archangel metatron SOW archangel Metatron illustration, wing there. Chapter 194, Saint and Archangel training of the sow, finished. Training of the Virgin and Archangel with the sow, Finishing. Harder you got an erection again. After seeing this Sao thank you, Master, as sweet words of temptation flowed from Metatron's mouth in Angelina's body. Yuno gently rubbed his erect dick against her vagina. So, Archangel, so, where do you want your dick stuck? In the vagina? In the asshole? I'll do it specifically where you want it, so just tell me. As Yuno's cock rubbed and stimulated her pussy flesh and anus, Metatron responded in a trembling voice. It doesn't matter where it is, Lord. What choice would you make as a lowly sow who worships your male cock as a god? Lord, put it wherever you want. All of this sow's holes are your property, let alone chewing them. Squeeze your asshole hard to please your master. HMM. Jchilkiak. As Yuno's cock penetrated her anus, Metatron started moaning, shaking her body, before she could finish her sentence. This is it to the master's asshole sex. This pleasure feels like all my internal organs are going to be ripped out. That Metatron is the master sex slave, so as expected. TSK puck sucked TSK Yuno's semen, which had been coming inside her earlier, became a great lubricant, and she let out obscene sounds every time her cock was thrust into her, and her love juices spurted out from her vagina, drenching the cock. Cuck attach your asshole is really special. It tastes different from when you use Angelina's butthole. HMM as expected. You understand, I practiced hard while being a prostitute for 49 years in my dreams. Please enjoy this pussy bitch's hole that I practiced hard so that my master can enjoy using my asshole in the future. Higher. Even though she was having anal sex with the same person, her inner movements were slightly different. So Yuno decided to enjoy the body of a saint who could feel two flavors from one whole point. Haha. Then you should enjoy it. But before that, wouldn't it be right to show her appearance as a sow first? As Yuno laid her own body down on her bed and looked at her with longing eyes, Metatron's body was trembling from her arousal. AHH. You want it. The master wants to be a humbler sow. Metatron, who caught what Yuno wanted, increased her voice by drenching her pussy even more in response to her miserable pleasure. It gulp. From now on, this sow bitch will please the master's eyes with these vulgar breasts at the same time. I will also move her asshole in a lewd way, so please enjoy the service of this sow sex slave. Metatron felt Angelina's body, which he was using, transform as in her dreams. As if she was really pregnant in her dream, yellow breast milk poured out from her big breasts, and round bumps began to grow inside her anus, giving Yuno even greater pleasure. Fuck me, I almost got cum. The back hole is really, even if I pull the dick back, it bites it so hard, and rubs it with the protrusion. It really feels like a vagina. As Metatron's rough urine increased, Yuno almost made her ejaculate for a moment, but she barely gritted her teeth and held back, circling her cock, and rubbing her uterus, which she could feel beyond the wall of her rectum. Bob TSK Bob crackle. I love that. I'm so excited. Pressing the uterus is so great. Master's cock is the best. This extremely thick cock at the peak of the male is the best. Your asshole feels good too. After all, you are my sow. You are the sow in my cum toilet. Harder. That's right, Oot. That Metatron is a cum toilet exclusively for the master. I'm a sow slave exclusively for the master's extremely thick male cock. So please come, Oot. Please come in this sow's asshole. Oh, my Metatron was begging Yuno to let Angelina's huge breasts bounce. Yuno also pinched her breasts with her hands and violently lifted her waist upward, and the shock caused Metatron to bend her back, and even shed tears as she sang of her pleasure. HMM. I don't need my body anymore, because I can enjoy it with the body of a saint. Because I can serve my master's cock with this pleasant body. Icarus, your archangel of destruction. Metatron will now become the archangel of sex. Metatron, I will become an archangel, a sow pussy sex slave who worships the master's cock as a god. Then, Metatron, who felt a great climax, and declared himself a slave to Yuno, and that he would serve his cock as a god, suddenly felt anal pleasure amplified further. And when he felt a thrilling shock on her breasts, he let out a loud moan. What is this? My breasts are tingling. My pussy is melting. My asshole and pussy are melting with my master's cock. Oh, my asshole is being penetrated, and my pussy is melting with it. Brit, as the saint and archangel with her immense divine power, became the object of worship as her god. Juno's cock began to possess even her divine power, and it resonated with her divine power in Metatron's body, making her she began to completely marinate in pleasure point, and at the same time, Angelina's breasts swelled even more enormously, almost to the same size as Catherine's, which pleased Juno, and further amplified the energy emanating from his cock. This is getting weird, even the soul is getting weird, even the soul is being subordinated to the master. It's okay. Because you are my sow. Because you are a sow and a pussy who is subordinate to my dick. At Juno's words to be subordinate to his cock, Metatron felt a thrill even to his brain and his body convulsed wildly. And perhaps because of the shock, Angelina, who had fainted and given control of her body to Metatron, woke up and cried out to her, to her word Metatron. What is this? I fainted and woke up because of this incredible pleasure. Oh my master. Cock Angelina. I also declared to my master. I declared that I would worship your cock as a god instead of Icarus. So, my master's cock has divine power. Earrings, so it's amazing. It really seems like the master's cock has become the domain of God. The body is human, but by serving the master's cock as a god, we have gained divine power. Because of such violent pleasure, the dominance of Angelina's body was being passed around without distinction between Metatron and Angelina, and as the pleasure was becoming more and more intense, they did not care about the dominance, but instead embraced each other, and shared the pleasure that the dick gave. She eat a huge amount of tide spewed out from Angelina's vagina, drenching Juno's body, but Juno seemed even happier as she raised her body, climbed on top of Angelina's body, lowered her waist, and kissed her mouth. Chew up. Chup. Churrurup. The master kissed me. He recognized me as the sow's exclusive pussy. Angelina. Metatron. From now on, I'm going to come, and like a sow's toilet, you have to catch it all through your assholes. Do you understand? How do I understand? I'll take it all in the cum toilet and sow's asshole. Please come. Please come in the owner's hot, thick male cum. Please come all in the sow's asshole and pussy. Oh, close. Boom, 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 boom. Juno's ejaculation continued for more than 5 minutes, which was longer than usual, and the amount of semen discharged from Juno's dick, which even possessed her divine power, was estimated to be over 5L. It's the master after all. The master's cock became a god. The master's cock became a sex god. Angelina's belly swelled, as if she were pregnant due to Juno's semen. But when Juno pulled his cock out, her body absorbed her semen, converting it into her divine power. Master. Thank you for pouring sacred cum into my humble asshole. Your sound pussy Saint Angelina, and so pussy Archangel Metatron swear that from now on, I will sincerely worship your cock as a god. Side Angelina and Metatron gave up control of their bodies and kissed Juno's cock, and after that, they continued to receive Juno's semen through their pussies and anuses, making the two completely become sow saints and archangels exclusively for Juno. That night, the saint, looking with happy eyes at the tattoo of her pink womb on her own belly, felt her own spirit moving into a certain space. As soon as she fell asleep, Angelina, can you hear me? The voice felt in the white space was radiating enormous divine power, and Angelina was able to instantly sense that the identity of the familiar and warm divine power felt in the voice was Icarus. Lord Icarus. Yes. It's been a while. By the way, I heard your story well. You decided to stop being my saint and worship that human being named Juno, genitals, as a god. Angelina's face instantly turned bright red at the sound of Icarus' voice. Yes, that's right. I decided to worship Master Juno's cock as a god and become a cock saint. Although she seemed embarrassed, Angelina's attitude was so confident that Icarus had to try hard to hide her embarrassment. Oh, no, I didn't mean to be this harsh. Anyway, yeah, that's right. It's true that I asked a human named Juno for a favor. Still, I would like to ask a favor from you, who was once my saint. If you please, the reason why your divine power did not disappear despite losing your virginity is because I made a contract with your master, a human named Juno. That is why I want you to also serve as my saintly girl. You don't want it? Just take back my divine power. My master's cock can also become a god and give grace. So, I will only be a sow saint who serves my master's cock. What? Icarus couldn't help but be surprised at the absurd statement that a mere human's genitals had acquired the status of a god, but since he couldn't sense even the slightest lie in her words, he felt a pull in her backbone. Ugh. What kind of blessing did the creator god give for humans to do such a thing? Well, since only a part of the body has gained godhood, it doesn't really affect the balance of the human world. Anyway, isn't it obvious that the divine power that a person named Juno can wield is still small? And I already know your master's plan. Isn't he going to use you as an excuse to swallow up the holy kingdom of Johans? Could it be? Are you trying to disturb the master? If that's the case, even Icarus can never forgive you. Icarus let out a sigh as she looked at her former saint who was now defying her. Well, that's not it. Rather, I plan to help your master. What do you mean? Please help the person named Juno and reform the holy kingdom of Johans. I hope that it will no longer persecute those who worship other gods, and that it will become a denomination that lives in harmony with each other. To be honest, because of your denomination, you cannot attend the god's banquet, and are always eating alone. Angelina felt pity as she saw Icarus asking for her, putting down her dignity as her god. I understand. Icarus. Instead, there is a condition. Conditions? Tell me, please do not take away the priestess's divine power, just because they lose their virginity. Sex is sacred and pleasant. So the priests should also know this. As a Sao Saint who supports my master's cock, I cannot condone this. And I have to let my sister Jean know the joy of serving a cock as a Sao head in response to Angelina's request, which concealed her dark intentions. Icarus answered that she understood, and placed her own conditions. Fine. I accept. Instead, I will definitely change the doctrine, and all the popes and cardinals of the corrupt church must be executed. And from now on, you will also perform the role of my saint. It is okay to hold concurrent positions, as long as you do not reject other religions. Won't you? Angelina, who had been pondering upon hearing Icarus's terms, awakened her Metatron, who had been sleeping within her, and after discussing them, she accepted Icarus's terms. But, Lord Icarus, instead, the top priority for me and Metatron is to support the master's cock. After that, we will also serve as saints of the Icarus Church. Then Icarus, who felt Metatron's divine power within Angelina, spoke in a surprised voice. Her Metatron was sleeping inside you? Even though his body was destroyed, the divine power I gave him hasn't been recovered yet. That's good. Then I guess that's how the contract was made. One more thing. It doesn't matter if Icarus Sam's saintly outfit is different from before, right? Isn't that your opinion? It doesn't matter what you wear. Do whatever you want. And a month later, upon seeing the attire of Angelina, who began to act as her saint at the rebuilt temple of Icarus in Adriatic, Icarus was forced to descend once again, throwing up her flagship Angelina's Sao Saint costume illustration there, one in which Icarus spits out her flagship*KNGELINA'*S. So Saint's costume illustration that Icarus vomited. There too. Illustration of Sao Archangel Metatron chapter 195. Prenatal sex with wives. 1. As Eliza and Catherine's due date approached, tensions grew increasingly high within the imperial palace of Adria Point. Since it was the birth of the emperor's child who would continue the empire, the eyes of the empire's nobles were all focused, and the citizens of Adria gathered at the main gate of the imperial palace, and at the temples, dedicated to their respective gods, to pray for a safe delivery for the two empresses of course. The one who had the greatest expectations and anxiety was the imperial emperor Yun Tian. His anxiety was reaching its peak, because the wives' due dates were getting closer and closer, and Yuria, who was the first to become pregnant, had not yet given birth, even though her due date had passed point. Even in this situation, Yuria says that her childbirth must be carried out in complete secrecy, and that it be registered as Eliza's child in time. And despite Yuno's request to have maids and maids again, there is no need for maids to help with the birth. Since they were fighting him off, Yuno couldn't help but feel even more anxious. Mom. Then you could be in big trouble. Wouldn't it be better to at least have Madeline with you? No matter how retarded she is, if mom says she's giving birth, she'll come to help. Madeline has been taking care of mom for a long time, so she'll keep the secret well hidden. Brit Madeline, who was Uria's chief maid, met her husband when Yuno became an adult, married her, and retired. After Yuno became emperor, Uria, who returned to the imperial palace, gave a generous severance pay to the maids who had served her since she was empress. After making everyone retire, he was doing the settling work himself. Of course, Kirimu and Miruku helped as much as possible as spirits, and the maids who managed the imperial palace took care of tasks such as laundry and cooking. However, as only Yuno's women were strictly prohibited from entering the bedchamber, a certain amount of housework was necessary, and when she was doing housework in the bedchamber, she felt as if she had truly become her son's wife, so she spent that time. Empress Uria, who was so happy, never wanted to give up. Why are you calling Madeline? Because you think being pregnant with your son's baby is something to brag about to the neighbors? I'm grateful that you're worried about my mom, but it's okay. My son, it's such a happy thing to give birth to your beloved son's baby. Okay, honey. Still, Uria didn't hate Yuno worrying about her, so she kissed Yuno's cheek and smiled happily. Woo. Just in case, I'll put Angelina on standby for now. Haha, I wish I had a trustworthy midwife. Angelina was working to re-educate the priestesses who had been captured at the rebuilt Temple of Icarus. However, since it was clear that Yuno would throw away everything and come running in a month if Yuno asked her any time and place, Yuno was very reassured by the addition of a saint who could use extreme healing magic. Of course, Yuno wasn't the only one thinking about Uria. And he turned his head to the friendly voice coming from next to her. Don't worry too much, brother. Me and the sisters will be there to help. Well, my magic or Mirror's elemental magic won't be of much help when it comes to childbirth, but wouldn't it be somewhat reassuring to have my daughters by my side? Phew, I understand. I'll take care of her mom, Sister Isabella. Mary, I'll stop by her mom, Catherine, and then go to the previous meeting. Yes. Good luck today. The empire seems to be getting a lot better after you became emperor, so your mother is so proud. And she is so happy to be giving birth to such a son. Yuno kissed Uria, who smiled happily, and kissed her stomach as well, and felt her worry for her mother swell like a mountain, forcing her to take her steady steps back. I wonder if Sister Isabella and Mary know what to do. They usually break everything that their mother tells them to do. Ugh, it's a bit unsavory. But, as my sister said, they are her own daughters, and they are psychologically affected by their mother. I can give you stability. However, since she could not neglect the Imperial Council that decided the direction of state affairs, Yuno first asked her older sister and her younger sister to look after her mother, and then headed toward the Empress's quarters right next to her. Eliza Catherine, how are you feeling? Your due date is next week. Isn't it difficult? Yes. We are still okay. I think Dolmang and Gomul are healthy, especially since Gomul is Katrine's sister's baby and she still kicks her sister's stomach. Oh, I guess it's because I really look like someone, but I'm so full of energy that it hurts every time I kick. Ho ho ho. By the way, haven't you heard from your mother yet? Heenbok must really look like you. I wonder how good it is to be in your mother's arms for so long. Ha ha ho woo, I'm really worried. I decided to bring Angelina too, just in case. Sister Diane will also be in her mom's room as soon as she finishes work. If it stays in the womb for too long, it will be very difficult for the mother when giving birth. That means the baby will also get bigger. Kirimu scolded Eliza and Catherine, who were worried about Uria. You two need to think of yourself first, not your mother. Your mother has at least some experience giving birth, but you two are giving birth for the first time, right? It will be much more difficult. Even though Kirimu has no experience giving birth. Miruku was given birth by the world tree. Well, that's true, but I'm the one who raised it, right? It's no different from giving birth to my own womb. Then if Yuno gets you pregnant, you won't give birth. That's not the case. If the master makes me pregnant, of course I have to give birth. I'm already looking forward to seeing how pretty the half-elf will be. You're going too far, Lady Catherine. The slightly dark atmosphere of the settlement brightened with laughter as Catherine and Kirimu joked, and Yuno was able to laugh out loud for the first time in a long time. Eliza, Catherine, take care of yourselves. They're both first-time mothers, so I'm really worried. If something goes wrong, I think I'll die too. Understand, I'm a master too, right? Really, I'm worried about everything. Hahaho Eliza, you don't know, but I don't have to worry. My lovely husband and student, this teacher is still much stronger than you, right? Let's meet again after the baby is born. My wife and lovely teacher. I will tell you that this student has surpassed the teacher, sighed Juno, who kissed Eliza and Catherine on the lips and once again on their unborn child, stood up as the time for the royal meeting approached. Then I will now go to the royal palace. Perhaps there is a delegation from the Holy Kingdom. While Juno was briefly informing his wives about today's agenda, Mary came into the bedroom with a loud thumping sound. Mary, why are you making such a fuss? Oh, Oppa. Mom is going into labor. Come quickly. Upon hearing the long-awaited news of Uria's birth, Juno quickly threw her body away and cried out, finally. Kurimu. Quickly bring Miruku, who is working in the secretary's office, and tell Jennifer, who is on her way to the temple, to send a spirit, and bring Angelina quickly. Yes, master. And Mary, tell Rachel that I can't attend the government meeting today. Tell her that, if I need to make a decision, I can put it off for a day. I understand. Sir. After giving instructions to Kurimu and Miri, Juno arrived at Uria's room at a whirlwind speed, swallowed her saliva, and placed her hand on the doorknob with a nervous face. Ugh. What should I do if my mom is in a lot of pain? Should I hold her hand? Should I even talk to her to cheer her up? I heard in a past life that she only gets criticized when she's around. Juno, who went inside with all sorts of worries, made a blank face at the very peaceful atmosphere of the room. Oh, didn't you say you were staying with Eliza and Catherine for a while? Mary told me her mom is going into labor. Are you okay, mommy? At Juno's words, Uria put a honey chestnut on the head of Mary, who was next to her, tacking. Why are you hitting her mom? Her mom told her to tell her brother this. If you're going to tell me, you have to tell me accurately. Mom told me that it would still take a while for the baby to come out after the contractions start, but you heard it with your ears. Ugh, my stomach is exploding. What's in my stomach right now? The child should listen carefully to what his mother says. I should pray for a child just like me. I'm sure your baby will have a similar personality to her older sister and me, right? Haha, if you and Juno get pregnant, won't we end up with a baby who looks just like us? So then, should my child call my mother grandmother? No, if you think about it, shouldn't the child you just gave birth be called grandmother by your mother? It's my brother's baby, who is my mother's son. Haha, these are real. Splat. Clang. In the end, Isabella and Mary were caught by Uria and had to be beaten by her. Even though she was very pregnant, Uria's harsh touch did not go away, and Juno was able to calm her pounding heart a little by seeing Uria's energetic body hitting her daughter's backs, even though she was in labor. Mom? So it's still a long way before the baby comes out? Yes. Now that labor has started, it will take approximately 12 hours. So, my son can go to the meeting with her without any worries. Understand? Mom, don't worry. Oh, okay, Mom. Instead, Jennifer has gone to call Angelina, so you have to stay with her when she comes. Oh, this guy too. I understand. At Uria's words, Juno held her surprised breast and attended her royal meeting. Today was an important meeting to welcome an envoy from the Holy Kingdom. Johans devise a way to hide information as much as possible and decide a time to secretly attack the Holy Kingdom. So I had to concentrate, but there was no way the contents of the meeting could be heard by Juno, who was about to give birth to Uria Illustration of Uria about to give birth asterisk illustration of Eliza about to give birth asterisk illustration of Catherine about to give birth. Chapter 196. Johan's Reformation War 1. Johan's Reformation War 1. After the general imperial meeting was over, only Juno, the prime minister, and ministers and vice ministers gathered to have a more in-depth conversation, but Juno's mind was filled with only Uria's birth. Your Majesty, are you listening? Your Majesty. Juno was absent-mindedly thinking about Uria, but he came to his senses only when he heard the voice of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Noitora, calling out to him in a loud voice. I'm sorry. Jim was a little distracted for a moment. Don't you know his situation well? Of course, I'm well aware of that. I heard that the Empress's latest due date is next week. We had some free time, so please focus now. Even though she was an emperor, Jira Yuno was in a position where she couldn't say, even if her mouth was torn, that she had made Yuria, her mother, pregnant and that she was now in labor. She sighed loudly in her mind and focused on her meeting again. I decided to do it. HMM. I understand. Let's continue. How much did we talk about? I was just telling you that the Holy Kingdom has discovered that the Saintess is alive and has been demanding that she be returned to her country. Do you dare to openly demand from Johans that Saint Angelina, who promised to pay for her sins as a sinner of the Empire by helping her people through medical services? Juno frowned because it was offensive to him that the Holy Kingdom, which had never dared to open its mouth before Henry undermined the Empire's national power, made such a bold request. I have heard that their justification is to burn the saint herself at the stake for perverting the will of her god and massacring her good people. Perhaps the very fact that her own political enemy is alive is what is on the Pope's mind. I guess it's not worth it, but wouldn't it make sense for them to make such a request for a criminal who committed a crime in the Empire? The reason was that our country and the province are allies. It is quite possible for criminals to be extradited between allies. That's right. The Pope has really messed up his head. However, I'm sure there will be a lot of opposition even within the Holy Kingdom. For example, isn't Jean Bluemain, the head of the Inquisitor, Angelina's younger sister? They said they would burn her sister at the stake, but she stayed silent. Is there one? Baron Robles, head of the intelligence department, responded to Yuno's question. Due to the nature of the Holy Kingdom, it is very difficult to run an intelligence organization, so we have not been able to obtain detailed information, but we are hearing that all the Inquisitor units have been deployed to the border area. You may have heard the reason, that we will move together when annexing Xeno as an alliance with our country. But the true intention is, if their country starts to attack Xeno and start a war with Tacito, they will wait and see and stick to the winning side and try to take advantage. While dealing with the saint, they can also keep political opponents who could cause problems on the outskirts. It's a very clever tactic. Yuno's frown became increasingly frowned upon by the opinions of the Minister of Intelligence, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of National Defense. Regardless of the situation or the request of the Holy Kingdom, we can think simply. We must think of it as a standard that we should not send a saint. I'm sure there is no one who has forgotten our grand plan that we have made since long ago, right? I understand what the Prime Minister said, but in any case, the Sianguk's request makes sense. In any case, they may break the alliance and join Tacito's side. Stick with it. The Marquis of Noitora was discussing his opinion with Rachel when he turned his head when he heard Yuno's voice coming from next to her. Your Majesty, it is a matter for you to decide so easily. No. If you think about it, isn't it a very simple problem? Minister of National Defense, do you think there is a possibility that the Tacito army in the Zenonplane, or the Inquisitor unit from the Holy Kingdom of Johans, who came to the border, will advance towards your country? In response to Yuno's question, Maya was lost in her thoughts for a moment, and then shook her head. I think the possibility of that happening is very small. And even if they invade, we can just mobilize the Imperial Legionnaires to stop them. The best specialty of the Legionnaires is defensive warfare, where they can efficiently utilize dense formations. Moreover, even the terrain is well known to our troops. I'm confident that we will never lose if we know the terrain, and the enemy will know that well, and will never come in first. That's right. The enemy commander I saw last time, Duke Theroon, didn't seem that stupid. On the contrary, he tried to maximize Tacito's benefit by using Heinrich well. Of course, he had the flaw of being a bit excited, but when it came to commanding the army, he seemed like a person who wouldn't be that emotionally moved. Your Majesty is right. According to the report of a spy sent to Xeno's occupied territory of Tacito, it is said that military law is strictly applied, and Xeno's occupied territory is governed very well. The imperial people living in Xeno also responded to his conciliatory policy. They say they are adapting quite satisfactorily. Yes, if this continues, Xeno may fall completely into Tacito's hands. So, we must make the most of this opportunity. Rather, provoke the Holy Kingdom of Johans as much as possible, and make the Inquisitor units return to their borders. And when the time for the decisive battle comes, after persuading and absorbing the Inquisitor unit through the Saint, occupy the Holy Kingdom of Johans with only one core. I will follow your majesty's orders. The ministers and vice ministers gathered before the king bowed in obedience to Yuno's orders, and Yuno glared at a spot on the map in front of him, and next time it's Zenon. If the Holy Kingdom falls into their hands, they can push back the Northern Army, Western Army, and even the newly trained Guard Corps with overwhelming force. Mayor's words ignited a fire in the hearts of all his subjects. This was because a war was just around the corner that could revive the national prestige of the empire, which had fallen to the ground during the reign of Henry, and announce the complete revival of the Balkans. Rachel, Iria, Diane, yes, your majesty, the three of you are the legion's weapons, supplies, and equipment. Please prepare thoroughly, so that everything is in order. Barandirian, how is the training of the Royal Guard Corps going? We are preparing, so that all training can be completed in the next 2 months. We are making thorough preparations to meet the deadline that His Majesty mentioned last time, so please do not worry. 1 month, yes. Even though Barandirian asked, as if it were absurd, Juno was very calm. This war is a race against time. That's why we need to make sure that all training and preparations can be completed within a month. This is the bodyguard corps that I will personally lead, so shouldn't we be able to do that, your majesty? That's too much. After the training, I will conduct a test and give the title of First Guards Corps to the corps that I think is the best, and tell all the soldiers that I will give them a gold coin and a week of vacation for their injuries. With that kind of prize, the soldiers will also train. Running will be worth it. Well, of course it is, but Hadrian stuttered his words and glanced aside at Juno. Juno followed Hadrian's gaze, wondering why he was doing this, and there he had to feel the angry gaze of Prime Minister and Minister of Finance Rachel, with a light in her eyes. Your Majesty, what should I do if you so recklessly issue an imperial order without consulting me? No. It was used from the imperial family's internal money, not from defense funds. You're not saying that the royal family's money is not part of the national budget, right? Even if it's not such a big reward, the soldiers will train hard when the royal order is given. That's why the soldiers are paid, and their families are taken care of by the state. Brit, of course, most of what the Prime Minister said is correct, but not as much in the military area. The army must be well fed and clothed to maintain good military discipline. If you want to unreasonably shorten 2 months of training to 1 month, you need to give them some kind of reward. I have no intention of withdrawing my order. Although Rachel was able to manage finances perfectly and handle national policy flawlessly, Yuno had no intention of following her advice when it came to military affairs, and Maya was also nodding her head, as if his thoughts were right. But even if Yuno was right, Rachel wasn't the type of person to meekly back down, even if what your majesty says is right. That's just 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 coins. That's the cost of maintaining one corps for a month. Of course, I know very well that your majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress's wives do not spend extravagant things. But the main purpose of the money is emergency funds. When an angry Rachel raised her voice, all the subjects bowed their heads at her. They were incredibly scared of being seen by Rachel, as her own department could have her budget cut for no reason. That moment, when Yuno was also momentarily speechless by Rachel's logical words, the door to the palace opened, and an urgent voice was heard looking for Yuno. Your Majesty, the Empress and her mother have begun labor pains. What? Which Empress are you talking about? The person with that urgent voice was Jennifer, and Yuno jumped up from his throne at the sound of her voice. Empress Eliza and Empress Catherine both went into labor at the same time. Oh no, Mom went into labor a week later than expected, and you two are going through another week early. I'm going crazy. This is not the time. Prime Minister, why don't you join us too? We need to take care of Eliza. Yes, your Majesty. Upon hearing that her younger sister was going to give birth, Rachel also took her steps quickly, following Yuno's lead point as the Emperor and Prime Minister, the most powerful people, disappeared. The remaining subjects left the royal palace, rejoicing that no sparks were flying among them, and the birth of a successor who would continue the empire, and praying for a safe delivery for the two empresses' current situation. MAP*BLUE Tacito Occupation. Chapter 197. Childbirth Sex with Wives. 2. Upon hearing Jennifer's report that Eliza and Catherine had also begun labor, Juno quickly headed to the bed point. Jump up, Eliza. Catherine. Are you okay? When Juno, who opened the door wide and entered Eliza and Catherine's bedroom, saw Uriah taking care of Eliza and Catherine on the bed, she couldn't help but tilt her head. Is your son here? Did you finish the royal meeting well? Mom. I came because Eliza and Catherine went into labor. Are you okay? I think mom will start in earnest soon, but I'm here because I don't want my daughters-in-law, who are pregnant for the first time, to be surprised. Anyway, all three of us are having 4 babies, so I thought it would be okay to have them together. At Uriah's words, Juno nodded and looked at Angelina, who was bringing a warm wet towel from behind, and asked her to explain the situation. Ho, master. All 3 of you are in stable condition, so don't worry. I'm worried because the baby inside Uriah is a little big, but I have a good idea, so you must help me later, right? Angelina. Is there anything I can help you with? I'll help you with anything, so just tell me anytime. I don't know what I can do to help, but it's better to do something in here than stand in front of the room door and wait for the baby to come out. Even the emperor was prohibited from entering the room during childbirth, but Juno naturally helped his wives in the room and calmed their minds. The 3 wives who were about to give birth were also grateful for Juno's heart, so they loved their husbands. I held her hand and waited for the real pain to come. A few hours later, as the sun set, a woman's moans filled with pain began to flow from inside the bed. I turn off. I think it started. The person who made the moaning sound that signaled the beginning of full-fledged labor was Uriah. Although it was her 4th childbirth, it had been a very long time since she had given birth to Mary, so her birth canal had become narrow as it had been in her virgin days, and Uriah's spine was filled with cold sweat as the birth canal rarely opened. I got wet. Uriah's screams of pain echoed throughout her bedroom, sending Eliza and Catherine into fear. Mother, are you okay? Does it hurt that much? Mom, are you okay? Just hold on a little longer. Angelina is watching right now, so it'll be quick. You know, that bad bastard. How strong must he be to make him this big? Uriah, who had not responded to her daughters-in-law's concerns, became furious as soon as she heard Juno's voice and glared at the son who had impregnated her. Uriah, please try a little harder. The baby can't come out because the birth canal isn't opening. I'm giving you the maximum right now. Angelina, who looked inside Uriah's vagina between her legs, followed her advice and pushed Uriah with all her strength until all her energy was exhausted, but her tightly closed cervix did not want to open. Ma'am, try some of this. We kept the master's cum cool. Put it in your mouth and swallow it little by little. You will feel more energized. Thank you. Gulp. Gulp. I'll try again. As Kuramu and Miruku drank Yuno's semen that had been kept cool using the spirit, Uriah felt strength returning to her body. Wait a minute. As her strength returned to her body, she felt her pain subside a little. Uriah tried to open her uterus by exerting strength once again, but she suddenly relaxed her strength, looking down at Angelina, who stopped her. What's going on? Saint. I'm out of my mind right now, Uriah. I have a good idea. Little by little, when Angelina whispered something, Uriah, who had been calmly listening to her thoughts, widened her eyes. What? You're having sex with Juno in this situation? A saint? Are you out of your mind? Angelina's consideration, which she had conveyed in a whisper out of fear that Uriah might be embarrassed after hearing her own idea, was ignored, and Uriah screamed at her, and all of Juno's women who had gathered in her bed to help her 3 women give birth cried out loud. Her mouth was wide open, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Ugh. I'm still in deathly pain because the baby can't come out. Having sex with Juno. Saint? Can you explain it to me properly? Following Yuria, Elijah, Catherine, and Juno also nodded their heads next to her and asked for an explanation, and Angelina sighed and said that her sex with Juno could help her give birth. I started explaining why it exists, as Metatron and I worship your cock as a god. Your cock has gained tremendous divine power. Also, even though your cock is divine, it is also filled with warm vitality. That will be of great help. But just because it restores my body doesn't mean the birth canal will open. Do you really think so? Didn't Yuria's cervix open while having sex with her master? At Angelina's words, Yuria once again remembered the deep sex she had with her son, who gave her immense pleasure while his cock was stuck inside her womb, and her pussy became hot even as she was about to give birth. She spat out her honey water. Haha, mommy's pussy is already getting wet. Oppa, please fuck me quickly. It seems like mommy's pussy is also looking forward to it. You always say that you only reveal it to your sister and me. But anyway, the sexiest pussy among us is mom, right? I turned off. I drank my son's fucking water, and because of the pain, that I sank a little. Marin, you see you after birth. Yuria tried to hit Mary on the back, but when she got excited, contractions came again, so she eventually suppressed her excitement and held Juno's hand. Mom, let's have sex. I will open her mother's cervix pleasantly. I want to see the fruits of my love with her mother as soon as possible. Yuria eventually nodded her head as her son looked at her lovingly. Yuria soon climbed on Juno's waist and spread her pussy with her fully pregnant belly, having started giving birth in front of her other daughters-in-law. Her pussy was dripping honey water towards her son's cock underneath her, as if she was already excited. And Juno's cock was fully erect and showing off its huge form as she looked at Yuria. Brit mom, if you do too much at once, her uterus may be shocked, so I think you can lower your waist at the speed she wants. Okay, then I'll put it in. Until now, Yuria had had sex with her son hundreds of times, and even while she was pregnant, she had sex almost every day, but Yuria had never even thought about having sex while giving birth. She swallowed her saliva and lowered her waist. Sekengai Yuria's pussy, affected by the energy emitted by Yuno's cock, was soaked with sticky honey water, and her vagina, which was giving birth, was much more relaxed than usual, so Yuno's cock entered her deepest part of her pussy without any resistance. Of course it's my son's dick as expected. I couldn't feel the incredibly painful contractions. Oh, mom's pussy feels good too. It's not as tight as usual, but it's soft and soft. It feels like a sponge. Yuria turned her waist on top of Yuno and started stroking her vagina, feeling her strong pleasure. This is Yuno's cock that always makes me feel good. The male jazzy of a big, hard, and thick son who has captured her mother, as if to erase her pain with the pleasure of sex. Yuria rotated her waist much more roughly than usual, which directly led to the pleasure Yuno felt. Ugh, it's a mother's pussy after all. She feels so good, even though she's giving birth. It's only natural. Since they're a mother and son, isn't it natural that their sexual compatibility is the best? Haha. Open the womb of the mother who is giving birth to your baby and come inside her. Baby, pour a lot of your cum into the mother's womb that is preparing to give birth. Hearing Yuria's cries full of love and pleasure, placed her glands completely on the opening of her cervix and started twirling her around. Little bitch, my uterus is being rubbed by my son's incestuous friend's huge dick. I'm so excited. The glands is stroking my uterus and my uterus is going crazy. Hot energy came out of Yuno's cock and began to force open the tightly closed cervix, and Yuria began to squirt out her pussy juice due to her immense pleasure. My uterus is opening. I'm having sex, and the baby comes out. I'm having pleasant incestuous sex with my son, and I'm giving birth to my son's baby despite its huge size. Yuno's dick made clever movements and penetrated into her cervix, successfully inserting itself into Yuria's uterus. There is a baby inside, but I go into the uterus. I climax while giving birth to the baby in front of all my daughters-in-law. Yuria's waist was completely bent backwards. At the same time, she felt the unprecedented pleasure of her childbirth climax, and Yuno also reached climax, looking at her mother screaming at her, and as her sense of ejaculation rose, she released semen from the cock, lodged in her womb. It started spouting out point buuck. Boom, 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 boom. Buzz HMM. It feels good. It feels good to get cum in my womb, which still has a baby inside. My son's incestuous cum feels so good. HHH, my uterus is shaking. It's coming out. I can feel the baby trying to get out and go to dad as Uria's body began to tremble tremendously. Yuno was surprised by her reaction and quickly pulled out her slightly smaller dick. After she finished ejaculating .boo-than, a huge amount of semen spewed out from Uria's pussy hole, and at the same time, her black-haired baby came out and cried loudly, "Noe, Noe." Angelina, seeing this, quickly picked up her child, washed her baby in the prepared hot water, wrapped him in her swaddle, and gave him to Uria. Congratulations, Master. Uria. You are a beautiful daughter, AHH. My baby. The most precious treasure my beloved son gave me as a gift. Uria held her baby in her arms tightly, as if she loved it, and showed it to Yuno. Mom. Thank you. For giving birth to my baby. Thank you so much for being my wife. I love you. Mom. I love you. Uria, sighed Yuno, lightly hugged and kissed Uria, who was shedding tears of emotion as she held her baby, and Uria also responded to her son's kiss, and the two enjoyed a warm family atmosphere for the first time in a long time. However, the happy time between mother and son did not last long. Pair, belly up, me too, sees. Ike, Elisa and Catherine, who were smiling softly at the two in the bed next to them, began to go into labor, so Yuno had to leave her baby with Uria and fly away to take care of the illustration of Uria giving birth after 6. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 198, Childbirth, Sex with Wives. 3. Elisa. Catherine, Juno ran to the wives who were complaining of pain, held their hands, and called Angelina to ask about their condition. Now the second labor is starting, so it will take some time. As this is the first time for the empresses, it will take longer than Uria, so please relax and wait a little longer. Wouldn't it be okay if I had sex with Elisa and Catherine? Then, they would feel comfortable like their mothers. There is a time for that too. The uterus has to start contracting properly for the baby to come out. Just because you opened the uterus, the baby doesn't come out all of a sudden. Unlike the usual appearance of a sow stroking Yuno's cock, Angelina showed a sword-like appearance even to Yuno when the patient's life was at stake. As the lives of her precious wives were at stake, Yuno was also Angelina's opponent. I decided to follow the instructions. I understand. Then I'll be waiting, so if anything happens, call me right away. Yes, Master. While I wait, please take out the semen, so that the mothers can drink after giving birth. If you stay in the bed, it will interfere with my ability to see the condition, so please sit on the chair behind me, as instructed by Angelina. Juno sat on the sofa behind her, and received fellatio from Rachel and Iria, while watching her women give birth. Clap clap clap. Really? Even though the empresses are moaning in labor pains, Her Majesty's extremely large cock is jumping up and down at the thought of impregnating a woman. Cheer her up. When are you going to make us pregnant? Although we are the Prime Minister and Minister of the Empire, we must not forget that our bottoms are lewd female cunts who are spitting out fuck juice because they want to get pregnant with your Majesty's baby. Had her even though her sister and sister-in-law were giving birth behind her. Rachel and Iria, who were sucking dicks, were moving their mouths obscenely and craving semen from the dicks. Woo, wait a moment. After this war, I will make you two pregnant. After occupying Johans and recapturing Zeno, I will attack Tacito and occupy the entire area south of Lake Semenitra, so just stabilize that area. You'll have quite a bit of free time. Up. Chillu. If we occupy the grasslands south of Semenitra as you said, we will be able to mass produce cavalry, which will provide a sufficient foundation to completely occupy Tacito in the future. Your Majesty just like conquering our females with this huge dick. And territory like that. That's right. Your Majesty will be able to do it. We too will dedicate our bodies and minds to work for your Majesty. Your Majesty will use the pussies of your new concubines. Hawanged up Yuno's cock fluttered and spewed out semen vigorously as they gave the women a heartfelt fellatio, and Hiria and Rachel made half moon eyes and happily drank the semen into their mouths, making Kuramu and Miruku sick. I spat it out, so I could keep it. Ha! Your Majesty. The pussies of the new concubines, I only did it once yesterday in the Prime Minister's office. Would you mind coming in the lustful Prime Minister's pussy that receives His Majesty's cum in exchange for salary as Rachel and Hiria, with their long blonde hair and fluttering green hair, were penetrating their pussies and their eyes were shining, as if they wanted sex. Yuno smiled sinisterly, while rubbing their vaginas with her toes. Thank you both, but wouldn't you both be very disappointed if you had to go to Eliza and Catherine while having sex? Let's satisfy ourselves with our mouths today. Rachel and Hiria looked at Yuno, as if they were regretful, and then once again opened their mouths wide and sucked his cock, while Yuno waited for the empresses to give birth with a half-worried and half-joyed heart. Quite some time passed, and the people serving Yuno's cock were replaced by Isabella and Mary. When do you guys start giving birth? Of course, it's nice to suck your brother's dick like this, but it's better to have sex beforehand, so we have to finish the birth quickly, so we can taste Yuno's cum. By the way, Yuno, you said earlier that you would get Rachel and Hiria pregnant? They were both clowns who ascended to the sky. Yes. After this war. Ugh. No, sister. Yuno screamed in surprise at the sight of Isabella activating her magic, while holding his testicles instead of sucking her cock. When are you going to get us pregnant? You're not going to make Mary and I pregnant, right? That's right. It's completely shameful to eat your older sister and younger brother's pussies without getting them pregnant. Yuno looked away in embarrassment at the sudden request of Isabella and Mary to get pregnant, but his older sister, who had burning eyes, as if begging him to get pregnant right away, and who was concentrating magical energy in her hands, as if she was going to explode her testicles if her demands were not met. I broke into a cold sweat as my younger sister moved. Well, I need to get permission from mom for that. No. When did we become adults? And did we get permission from our mom to get pregnant? That's right, Yuno. All you have to do is close your eyes and fill your older sister and younger sister's wombs with cum and tell them to get pregnant. Then we can give birth to a beautiful baby. The blood of the royal family is thicker than anyone else's. A flowing baby. Sigh. Isabella, who was taking her pussy to Juno's cock with her face showing her madness, screamed as his rough hands grabbed her hair. Ho. You may not listen to your mom as an adult, but shouldn't you listen to your mother? Isn't that right, you bitches? Mom. Weren't you watching the baby? I was worried that my daughters would cause this mess, so I left her in Miruku's care for a while. I also wanted to check on my daughters-in-law's condition. But the other daughters-in-law are fine. But these daughters-in-law, who are my own daughters, are not listening to me. Ho. No. I'm trying to get pregnant with your baby today. QE. Spilling out her anger, Yuria dragged Isabella and her daughter Mary out and began to beat them on the back, adding to her anger at having been teased by her daughters during her childbirth. Isabella and Mary, who were at her back, sent their eyes of salvation to Yuno, as if asking for help, but Angelina's cries that came at the moment were enough to give Yuno an excuse. Master, I think you should come and see it. The empresses started contracting their uteruses at the same time. Okay. I'll go now. As Juno rushed to the bed with her quick steps, the faces of Eliza and Catherine, who looked extremely sick, caught her eye. Eliza. Catherine. Does it hurt a lot? You. Lord, I feel like I'm going to die. Master and all. This is. You. Me too. You. Catherine's hard training was something that Juno also experienced, and when she said that it felt like it was 100 times more painful than her training, Juno was able to guess how much pain her wives were going through. Angelina. How? Should we have sex right now? Who should do it first? No. Rather than inserting it right away, since the uterus has started contracting now. That's right. The two empresses should hold the master's cock between their stomachs and slowly absorb its energy. The master should quickly erect his cock, and then slowly let the two empresses in. Please rub my belly. Angelina's instructions to place her cock between their pregnant bellies was enough to make Eliza and Catherine feel ashamed. It's embarrassing to be seen like this, but Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm going to sleep. Ugh, I'm going to die from pain first. So let's do as I'm told. However, the pain of childbirth that continued to come was enough to erase their shame, and Eliza and Catherine sat facing each other, overlapped their swollen bellies, and looked at Juno. Please come in. Quickly. Take away this pain with your cock. I want to have a baby quickly. As Juno's cock penetrated between Eliza and Catherine's voluptuous pregnant bellies, Juno was able to enjoy the smooth feel along with his own strange sensations. Now, you two, take a deep breath and slowly accept the sacred power and vitality emitted from your master's cock. Following Angelina's instructions, Eliza and Catherine took a deep breath and accepted the energy emitted from Juno's cock into their bodies. The pain is subsiding. I'm getting more and more comfortable. As expected, Juno's dick is amazing. Really. It's an amazing energy. Such a clear, pure and hot energy. Even though she's my student, I did really well to become Juno's woman. Catherine. Eliza. If you move like that. Feeling even greater love for Juno's cock, which made their bodies comfortable. Eliza and Catherine moved their stomachs and breasts together to caress Juno's cock, and Juno also felt a different kind of pleasure from the both sex given by their wives. Semen poured out on their breasts and stomachs. The pain has completely subsided since I even made you come. So now fuck us in our pussies, Put your dicks in our birthing pussies that are ready to give birth to your baby and pour that hot cum. Give your blessing to the baby that is about to be born. Looking with loving eyes at her wives who were requesting sex with her with one heart and one will, once again erected her cock and approached her wives. Eliza's pregnant belly body massage. ILLUSTRATION*CATHERINE pregnant belly body massage illustration chapter 199. Childbirth sex with wives. Finish. Honey. I want to have a baby quickly. Please have sex with Eliza's empress's uterus and have a baby. Do it with me first. Give it a nice tingle to the womb of the teacher who is pregnant with the student's baby. Had to seriously think about who to have sex with first as the two wives were tempting him with obscene water flowing from their pussies. Hey, no matter who does this first, I think the other person will get criticized. Wouldn't it be okay to do the urgent part first? Angelina. Which one is more urgent, Eliza or Catherine? It's better to give birth to the one who gives birth as quickly as possible first. Both. You are both similar. The labor pains started similarly, and when I looked inside, I saw that both the divine power and life force contained in the master's cock were transmitted to me, so the degree of opening of the uterus was similar. In the current state, the master would stick his cock in and open the uterus just a little. If you open it, I think you can give birth right away. Angelina, who was momentarily taken aback when postponed her choice, simply dodged and avoided the gazes of the two empresses glaring at her. Then, naturally, Eliza and Catherine's eyes turned to Juno, and she forced her choice on him. Whoa. Now that it's like this, I can't help it. I have no choice but to do both at once. In the end, Juno decided to play 3P, put Eliza and Catherine on the bed, and overlap their bodies. However, it was difficult to overlap the bodies of two pregnant women, and only after Eliza complained of her pain did Juno stop acting for a while. His stomach is pressed on his tummy. This position is ladies. I'll help you. Air cushion. Fortunately, thanks to the quick help of Jennifer, who was watching their six, an air cushion was created between their pregnant bellies, and Eliza and Catherine felt the pain disappear in an instant. Who decided that there were no obstacles to the third part he was trying to do, naturally connected Eliza and Catherine's pussies in a straight line and thrust his fully erect cock into the gap between their pussies because it was completely soggy and wet. Juno's cock was gently rubbed between the cracks, and moans full of pleasure flowed from Eliza and Catherine's tightly closed mouths. Wow. Even though it's just being rubbed, this that thick dick is pressing on me. Eliza and Catherine screamed in agreement at the movement of Juno's hot cock sticking to their pussies every time Juno's cock rubbed their honey-soaked pussy lips. The two felt such great pleasure that they forgot that they were giving birth, and the pleasure given by their big breasts rubbing against each other was also quite good, and before they knew it, they were kissing each other. It melted into the rare obscene act of childbirth. 6. Cheer up. Chew up. Chirp. It's been a while since I tasted my sister's lips. They taste delicious. Ah Wang yes. Chill up. Jjung. Jakayo Eliza, your lips are really soft. Really? Yuno's erection grew even bigger as he looked at the wives' tongues intertwining with each other, their stomachs the size of Namsan Mountain facing each other. Naturally, the sexiness emitted from the cocks became stronger, so Eliza and Catherine spread their pussies to Yuno, as if they could no longer bear it, and begged for sex with her. Yuno, I want to have sex. Put your dick in it. Put your dick in my wife's lewd pussy. That reveals her husband's dick. Please insert it quickly. Push the student's largest cock into the teacher's pussy, which is bouncing, because it wants to give birth heroically. My wives are so lewd that it's a shame. My wives are really the only ones who ask their husbands for sex while giving birth to a baby. Ha ha. Who are we like this? You. Mandible, that's right. Ha, really? Just wait and see after the birth is over. The girls glared at Yuno with all their might, as if they hated him for making fun of them, but they had no choice but to fall away with a single movement of the twitching dick. Master, I think you should start now. Okay. Well then, where should we start? At Angelina's urging, Yuno stopped playing and started moving her hips quickly. Hey, what is this? Why Yuno, ugh, you do that kind of movement while having sex? Yuno's cock was alternately pounding Eliza and Catherine's pussies at a tremendous speed. As the huge cock scraped against her cunt folds and pounded her womb, obscene sounds erupted from Eliza and Catherine's cunts, and a lot of foamy honey water flowed out, drenching her bed. Subak sukjung. What do you think? Isn't this the same as just having sex quickly? If you go at this speed during battle, you'll almost look like an alter ego. Catherine and Eliza's voluptuous buttocks and breasts swayed in a lustful dance every time the huge cock with clearly visible veins penetrated into her vagina and pressed against her uterus. At Eliza's words, Yuno slowly pulled his dick out from behind her, rubbed it against her womb, and dug into her in a circular motion. Just like in the case of Yuri, a gap was created in the uterus that had been tightly closed because of the baby, and at the same time, her dick dug inside. Yuno smiled in satisfaction at the firm feel of her glands and pushed her waist further in. Turning it around like that. Juno, who had opened Eliza's womb, took out his cock and opened Catherine's womb, which she had left alone for a while. Catherine also let out a loud moan, her silver hair flying in her direction. I go into the womb. I go away while giving birth to my student's baby. I love this childbirth. Sex feels so good. Juno, who had been rubbing her cock against her beloved master's womb, returned to Eliza's vagina as Catherine's womb began to move spasmically, giving her a powerful movement as well. Yuno, if you move like that, I keep going. I'm going to the peak of childbirth. I want to stop. Here, vertical bar, it won't stop. I'm touching it. I'm going to the peak of childbirth. Sex, a beautiful sight unfolded as the two voluptuous bodies convulsed at the peak of their climax, with blonde and silver hair fluttering about point at the same time. Yuno also felt her ejaculation rising and began to alternately spray her semen into Eliza and Catherine's wombs. It's coming in. As the baby comes out, cum is coming and I'm giving birth while receiving hot cum. The baby is coming in. We are probably the only empresses who gave birth in such an obscene way. But it's still good. It feels so good to give birth while receiving the cum of my beloved husband. Eliza and Catherine felt Juno's semen filling her womb, pounding her body point, and at the same time, girls with blonde and silver hair were born from their vaginal openings and cried loudly. This time too, Angelina ran to receive the born child, cut the umbilical cord, washed it in warm water, wrapped it in her swaddle, and gave it to Eliza and Catherine. Seeing the girls who looked just like them, Eliza and Catherine smiled with such happiness, and the same was true for Yuno, so she hugged Yuria, who came up to her holding her baby, and blessed her 3 daughters who were born today. You worked hard, Mom. You worked hard. Eliza and Catherine, I really am a happy man. I'm so happy that such pretty wives gave birth to my daughters. I'm so thankful, Mom. My son gave me such a beautiful daughter and 2 granddaughters. Anyway, I have to name the babies. How are you going to name them? At Eliza's words, Uriah and Catherine also picked up the baby and looked at Yuno. Carefully named his children the names he had thought of in advance. I named my mother's daughter Ira, Eliza's daughter Leela, and Catherine's daughter Karina. And this is what I've been thinking about for a while. Yuno's cautious proposal shocked not only the 3 women who had given birth, but also all the wives gathered in the bed. What? You're not going to give me a middle name? The middle name symbolizes the ancestors of the child's father's family and mother's family, right? Removing such a middle name is not only Uriah, but also Diane and Eliza reacted with embarrassment. But Yuno calmly explained the reason. Just because they don't have a middle name doesn't mean they aren't our children, and it doesn't mean they won't become royal family, right? Besides, I don't want my daughters to live a life of disliking or hating each other just because they have different mothers. My lovely wives and concubines, I hope we can all raise our babies together and be treated as mothers together. Juno immediately explained to them that she would do her best to prevent her children from repeating the tragedy of the conflict she had experienced with Heinrich, and that this was the first step towards that. Master Yuno's thoughts deeply touched not only her wives, but also her concubines and pets. And with the consent of all the women, she decided not to give middle names to her children. And shortly after, a declaration announcing the birth of 3 princesses rang out from the main gate of the Adriatic Palace, and at the same time, a week-long festival was held throughout the Balkan Empire to pray for the princesses' long and healthy lives. Eliza giving birth and vaginal cum. ILLUSTRATION*CATHERINE giving birth and vaginal cum. ILLUSTRATION*ILLUSTRATION of 3 wives after giving birth. Chapter 201, Johan's Reformation War. 3. Sister. What on earth happened? I heard you were caught by the Emperor while carrying out a secret mission given by the Pope. I wanted to find out what happened, but I couldn't send anyone to Adria. Furthermore, I couldn't hear any more news from there. Furthermore, I was so worried that I couldn't sleep. You didn't even sleep well. Angelina also shed tears as she hugged her tearful sister, saying she prayed for her safety every day. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were this worried. There were some circumstances anyway. I'm glad that my sister is safe. Are you coming back now? Since you're not here, the Pope is doing whatever he wants. He's randomly raising taxes saying we need to build more temples for Icarus, and he's not even giving us proper meals and making workers work. Moreover, according to secret rumors, I'm the head of the Inquisitors. But my sister, who is a saint, cannot correct this. I have to give it to you. Angelina smiled and then shook her head, seeing her sister getting angry, saying that this was not the true intention of Monk Ikari. I came back for a while, but I won't come back forever. I found a new master to settle down with. What do you mean? A new master who will settle down? You can't say that he betrayed Icarus Sama? Are you saying that the saint who served Icarus Sama more than anyone else betrayed him? When Angelina said that she was her new master, Jean immediately pushed her sister's arms away from her and widened the distance between her and her younger sister's face, who loved her older sister. Changed to a face point. Then she picked up the Inquisitor's axes that were lying on the floor and aimed them at her beloved sister, Angelina. Why on earth? What did my sister, who was a saint, lack? Could it be that she apostatized to beg for her life after being captured by the Emperor? That a saint who followed and revered Icarus more sincerely and righteously than anyone else would apostatize? How can you? My sister has received more love and blessings from Icarus than anyone else. Jean, who infused her giant axe with her divine power and created a purifying flame, glared at Angelina with all her anger. Said quickly, no matter how much my sister does, I cannot forgive her. I will cut down the apostate with an axe and burn her with flames to purify her sins. No exceptions can be made for this. Everything is done for Icarus Sama and for the fallen sister. For the soul. Angelina was so calm despite the crazy eyes of her sister, who threatened to purify her with fire, no matter how much she loved her sister. Ha ha ho, Jean, I think you have some misunderstanding. My sister is not an apostate. She is still Icarus saint. Rather, the apostates are the corrupt pope and the cardinals who follow him. This sister is following the master's orders and Icarus. I returned to Johan's at the request of Master. Who do you follow other than Icarus-sama? That an apostate like that calls herself Icarus-sama's saint. And there's no way Icarus-sama would ask an apostate for a favor. After all, my sister is an apostate. If that's the case, I will cut you down and purify you with this sacred flame. It might be a bit difficult to make you understand the master's will. In that case, I guess I should at least tell you Icarus-sama's will. You might get a little hurt. But don't worry, I'll treat you. Jean, how dare you? An apostate brings up Monk Icarus' name out of her mouth. And an apostate says she will win? Her divine power must have diminished tremendously. If she thought I would look after her, just because she was her sister, she was sorely mistaken. Jean raised the white flaming axe with her divine power, and swung her axe at Angelina without any forgiveness. There is no way that the sister who betrayed Monk Icarus could stop my axe. But her sister's soul will be purified by the flame and return to Monk Icarus. Jean's axe, which she swung with great confidence, was so easily blocked by Angelina's protective shield. How? Didn't you say that this sister never betrayed Icarus-sama? Isn't this divine power proving that what I said is true? HMPH. That kind of shield. I will tear it down in one fell swoop with Icarus-sama's flames and this axe. When Jean, who had been taken aback by the attack, being blocked by an unexpected shield, came to her senses again, holy flames rose up once again, surrounding Jean's axe, and the air shook with heat that seemed to melt everything around it. Despite the tremendous force, Angelina's composure did not waver at all, so Jean grabbed her axe with both hands and kicked it into the ground. Please take this too, sister. I will tell you what the end is for the traitor who betrayed Icarus. As a huge axe flew towards her with tremendous wind pressure, Angelina also flew into the forest to avoid the axe. It looks like they were trying to eliminate space for me to swing the axe by going into the forest. That was a mistaken judgment, sister. Whoa, bang, quang, quad duke, quasic, quasizik. As Jean began swinging her battle axe indiscriminately, the huge trees in the forest were literally shattered, and Jean chased after Angelina at high speed. There, sister. Since she was once a saint, she will be burned at the stake right away without questioning her. If her faith in Monk Icarus remains the same, my flame will also forgive her, so there is no problem. Well, but was she this fast? She said. There's no way my sister has this kind of combat experience, as she felt that the distance between her and Angelina was not closing at all. Jean sensed something was off about her, but she couldn't stop now, so she continued to chase Angelina, swinging her axe. What? Come to think of it, her sister is heading towards Lake Horal. If she continues that way, a cliff will appear. She won't be able to avoid it anymore. Her Jean pursued Angelina with confidence, and when a cliff finally appeared in front of her, and she stopped, her Jean smiled, and slowly slowed down. What should I do? Sister? There's nowhere to run now. It looks like she used all her remaining divine power to deploy a shield, and escaped all the way. But don't worry, sister. Even though she became an apostate, I still love you so much. I will purify my sister's impure soul without pain. Angelina smiled as she looked at her sister, who raised a huge flame on her axe, as if she was going to burn her at the stake. Phew, I'm sorry, but your flames aren't scary at all. Besides, I have a mission from my master and a request from Icarus, so I can't waste any more time. Jean, it's no use saying that. There is no god other than Icarus, and Icarus priests are the only priests of God. No, there are gods besides Icarus, and priests of all gods have the right to follow their respective gods. Jean's eyes widened as she saw Angelina directly denying her doctrine, and then she struck down her axe, engulfed in the flame of her divine power, towards Angelina with all her might. This apostate. By the will of Icarus, I will execute divine punishment here. In Jean's attack containing all of her divine power, a white flame of divine power exploded and engulfed Angelina. But Angelina faced the fire sent by her Jean without any defense, and Jean shed a single tear as she watched her own fire engulf her Angelina. Goodbye, sister. I don't know how she became an apostate, but Monk Icarus will purify her sister's soul. And I'm grateful to her. So far a single tear rolled down her cheek as she reminisced about her memories with Angelina. Jean turned her body away, wiping away her tears with her hand point, and after a while, Jean had to look behind her again because of her enormous presence. What is this? Didn't you tell me that your flames aren't scary at all? And she said she's still Icarus Saint. Ha. Jean took a step back with an astonished look on her face as she watched Angelina slowly walk out amid the flames of her divine power that were still burning. How could an apostate be in there? Oh? Didn't you say that your flame would forgive her sister if her faith in Monk Ikari remained the same? Soon, Jean broke into a cold sweat as she felt an enormous divine power emanating from Angelina that seemed to crush everything around her. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way an apostate could handle such enormous divine power. What kind of magic did you use? Hex magic? Hoo. Do you seem like the kind of person who would rely on something like that? And as soon as Angelina finished speaking, holy angel wings sprouted from her back. Angelina's body rose into the air, and an enormous divine power enveloped her body. No way. Archangel, you recognize me? Head of the Heresy Inquisitor. I'm Metatron, the Archangel of Destruction. In obedience to the will of my master and Icarus, I'm with Saint Angelina Rowe. That's ridiculous. How could Lord Icarus do that? Then the doctrine I've believed in so far. What about the people I judged? Looking down at Jean, who was looking at her hands in disbelief, Metatron snapped his fingers. Tark. Then, feeling the immense divine power of her archangel pressing down on her, Jean lost consciousness, and Metatron carefully carried her to the garrison near the border, where her army of Juno was in ambush. Threw her body away. Inquisitor Jean armed version illustration. Ver 1. Inquisitor Jean armed version illustration. Ver 2. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.